Anyhow, I congratulate Dr. Prabhu. He is my crayfish, and I have rather take a privilege session that I have made Prabhu to get established this branch, and it has been become a fruitful branch. After having pursued at least for 2 to 3 years continuously after Prabhu, it had taken a branch shape, and I am very much glad that it is doing very well. The IMA, already Curriculum has endorsed many of the things regarding the IMA. I will not tell anything more about it. But IMA is a service-oriented NGO, non-governmental organization, biggest in the world, having 4 lakh members, regular members, and the MSN and JDL, nearly 2 lakh people. Totally it comes to 6 lakh people. So no other organization in the world having so much of members for a doctors community. And we want to grow this association as a powerful body so that we can dictate the terms to the central government and state government. In a setup of democracy, the number matters. If the number is impressive, the impact will be very much impressive. So to grow the branch all over the world, all over India, we have nearly 6 lakh people, and the total number of the registered medical practitioners in the MNC, we have nearly 17 lakhs. So not even 50% we have achieved. So encourage all the doctors community to participate and make membership so that the IMA becomes stronger, and it will make you also a strong man in the society. Once we become participants actively in the membership, here the British government, there the doctors community is there, whenever a policy making decision is there, the doctors society is invited, and they will be taking a policy matter with the consultation of the association. Whereas here, our IMA is neglected. With the recent incidents in Calcutta, the government and the Supreme Court and the National Task Force also, they have really neglected our plea. They have never considered our plea, and they have till now they have not done anything favorable to the doctors and who are busy, and the doctor community also. Just because our total strength is not sufficient to inculcate the idea. So hence I request everybody to participate and become the members so that we can impact the central government and state government. With these few words, I thank Prabhu Kumar and his team. Thank you very much.
I request Scientific Committee Chairman Dr. Ranganayakulu to start the scientific session.
to start here.
IMA prayer by Dr. Gopala Krishna, Vice President.
Good morning, everyone. We'll have now the IMA oath. I request all the dignitaries and members to join for the Indian Medical Association prayer. For that, I request everyone to stand and take the oath. Please repeat with me. May everybody be happy. May everybody be healthy. May everybody be free from pain. May everybody be free from sorrow. May we be the healing cure beyond every greed and lure. And please don't repeat from here. Flag salutation. We, the members of Indian Medical Association, stand here to salute our national flag. Its honor and glory shall be our light and strength, and its course shall be our course. We pledge our allegiance to it and realizing our responsibilities as the accredited members of this national organization. We swear we will dedicate everything in our power to see it fly high in the comity of nations. Jai Hind. Long live IMA. Thank you.
I request Dr. Ranganayagulu Garu, Scientific Committee Chairman, to start the scientific session.
Dear esteemed dignitaries, respected colleagues, and members of the Indian Medical Association, on behalf of the scientific team, I, Dr. Ranganayagulu, welcome you all to the 18th scientific session and 4th awards ceremony, Impact Conference organized by the IMA Andrology. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our guests and speakers who have accepted our invitation to grace this occasion and coming early in the morning on Sunday. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Kumar Chalagali and Dr. Harsharan Madhu. Today's scientific program includes engaging and fascinating topics and thought-provoking presentation by our eminent speakers. So, the scientific session is open now, and the first slide is ready. I request all the delegates to kindly take a seat. The first topic of the scientific session is the new secondary neurology by Professor Dr. S. Jishnu. To chair this session, I request Dr. K. Varma, Senior Consultant in Pediatrics, Sharon Medical College, IMA. I request Dr. Varma, Senior Consultant in Pediatrics, Chairman, Ashika Hospitals Company, President IMA Companies, State Joint Secretary, and IMA. Kindly come on to this stage. So Professor S. Jishnu is a former HOD and Professor of Internal Medicine, Technical Medical Sciences, and he is a Senior Consultant Physician and specialist in critical care medicine and care hospitals in Hyderabad. Dr. Jishnu completed his MBBS from National Medical College and MBA in medicine from Karnataka University. He has fellowship of College of General Practitioners, fellowship of Academy of Medical Sciences, and member of the Medical College of Physicians. He is a founder and former head of Department of Internal Medicine and founder and former head of the Department of Critical Care at Care and Hospital Specialty Hospitals. He is a passionate teacher with 25 years of experience to undergraduate and postgraduate students. He has delivered several guest lectures in state, national, and international level conferences and published several articles in state and national medical journals. He has organized and attended several seminars, lectures, and medical conferences, and he has participated as a speaker, chairperson, panel member, in 115 conferences in India and abroad. He is a life member of the Association of Physicians of India and life member of Indian Medical Association. He is a visiting professor and delivered guest lectures at Virginia Tech Heritage School of Medicine, Virginia, Poplar Club School of Medicine, Missouri. He has received Lifetime Achievement Award in 2023 from the College of Medical Sciences, OIC, hospitals, and from Muncie International Social Cultural Organization. It's an honor to have you as a speaker professor. I request Professor Dr. S. Jishnu.
Respected chairpersons and its organizers, my special thanks to Dr. Telangana, who is guiding us to give this wonderful opportunity to come and give my talk here. Thank you very much once again. I'm happy to use a handful of people here to present my lecture, the first opening batsman here, and I'm saying a handful of people. I'm very happy actually. Someday early morning, chilly weather, you know. But my professor used to say that don't bother about the number of people listening to you. Don't bother about the number of people listening to you. But irrespective of the number, you talk as if the hall is full. Generally, you are doing justice to your talk. Because you are talking for yourself, not for others. So he says that even if 100 people are there, it's okay. 10 people are there also, it's okay. If 5 people also there, it's okay. You talk as if the hall is full. When 2 persons are listening to you, it's okay. 1 person is listening to you, it's okay. Half person is listening to you, it's okay. I was wondering what half person is talking about. He said, sir, what is half person? 1 person is listening, he is there in the audience, and he is sleeping. Second, he goes on saying that even if a quarter person is there in the audience, don't worry, you talk as if the audience. I was asking, sir, what is half person? I don't understand. What is half quarter person? When he said 1 person is there, he is sleeping, and he is the next speaker. So that is 1/4. So thanks, Dr. Pope, once again for choosing. He has cherry-picked vital topics for today's scientific session. So that is me. Because it's a heterogeneous audience here, I am choosing a very common topic which is of common interest to all streams, all specialty available. Yes, this is my hospital where I come from. I am the first physician in Care Hospital. This is my 25th year at Care Hospital. You know, these are the groups we are now. You must have seen the specialty because it is the third largest group of hospitals in the country. The 7 cities, 16 hospitals, 700 beds, with 1,400 doctors and 6,600 caregivers and 9 lakhs plus patients. That is the experience here. So coming to my topic today, generally we all know that the vital organs that we were taught right from the first year of our experience. What are the vital organs? Vital organs. As you all know, heart, brain, lungs, kidney. Yes, they are really vital organs, but what about other organs? Is thyroid not important? Is adrenal gland not important? Is ovary not important? Is testis not important? Everything is important. Can your heart work without the support of the adrenal gland? No. But why are we calling these two? Why are we giving importance to only these 4 organs and calling them vital organs? Somebody said vital organ, somebody printed in the book that we are faithfully following. Yes, so that vital organ. I think other organs are not important. And it always be angry on me if I say uterus is not important. Uterus is important, so we are over here. So everything is important. Somebody said, so we are following. Example, a patient comes to me with saying that my blood sugar is 124 passing. No, you are not diabetic, you can enjoy your health, sweets and all this stuff. Other patient comes as my blood sugar is 127. Oh, you are diabetic. So be careful. Do diet intake. So decide this number. 126 is diabetic, 125 not. So there is so many guidelines. I'm not against the guidelines. I'm not against guidelines. Guidelines are there. But you cannot blindly follow all the way. They are not coordinates. So somebody is sitting somewhere, a white person will decide some rule and we are faithfully following. But we now we are weighing now. We have Indian guidelines for recommendation to have it. So, vital organs. What is the next vital organ? So, in my opinion, this is the next vital organ. More important, or as important as your heart, brain, kidney, and lungs. So, the gut. Gastrointestinal system or gut, what you call it, gut. So, gut is an ordinary system with extraordinary function. Till recently, till 30 years back, gut was being given a vaccine, saying that it's only a tube, you put something from the top, something from below. So, only tube, you can only get digestion and all that. But last 2 to 3 decades, a lot of research has gone into the gut, and they have found out amazing extra digestion function of the gut. So really see what is gut doing in us. For last, we know the fascinating things about the gut. You will be amazed to include this as one of the vital organs. So the function as digestion, absorption, filtration, production, and focus on point number 5. Gut microbes produce vital hormones to maintain the perfect equilibrium of the biochemical balance. Gut is not just digestive organ, it also has microbes. That is the focus of research these days. Last 2 to 3 decades, we are talking more and more about the gut microbiome. Very gastroenterologist here, please correct me if I'm wrong. And also another fantastic function that gut does in immune function. I was really shocked to learn that 60 to 70% of what immune function is being done in our gut. So, gut, why don't you know gut as an vital organ? Yes, why not? Okay, what are the functions? There are normal functions. The skin, gut also fights with infections. It kills the bacteria, it kills the virus, it kills the protozoa, it kills the because our body is exposed to billions of bacteria and virus. When I am talking, I don't know how many millions of bacteria going inside, virus going inside. So it's a gateway, or nose is a gateway for the bacteria. So while talking, while eating, a lot of bacteria go inside. But the microbes do a wonderful job of killing them. This is one of the 60 to 70% of immune functions are being taken by the gut. And thus it influences functions of all vital organs. The gut is not functioning. If you don't take breakfast in the morning, you feel lazy. And after lunch, you feel sleepy. These are all gut takes care of all the functions of all the body, all the other organs of the body. And it maintains the overall homeostasis. And it excretes all the unwanted waste products. So, coming to the microbiome, all of us have nearly 4 trillion cells. Our body has 4 trillion cells. Total body cells, 4 trillion. But we have 10 trillion bacteria in us and 380 trillion viruses living in us, in our body. Our body total cells are 4 trillion, bacteria 10 trillion, the viruses are 380 trillion. Imagine, I don't know how many zeros I have to put, maybe 9, 10 or 11. So we say, as I said, it's a gateway of good and bad bacteria. Good bacteria live with us in a perfect symbiosis and they live coexistence. We are living because they are with us. They are having a perfect harmonious coexistence in our body. This is called symbiosis. If they are not there, they are not there. If we are not there, they are not. We are in perfect symbiosis. We are living with them and they are living with us. Every animal has some bacteria and viruses. It's called gut flora. And this gut flora is a common word. What is the meaning of flora? Flora means flowers. There is nothing flowery about it. I don't like the word gut flora. You can go back to microbiome. But the books almost say gut flora. Nothing flora, nothing flowery about it. And there are not 1 or 2 species. There are more than 1,000 species of bacteria and virus we have. For example, lactobacillus, bifidobacteria, these are all good bacteria. So, and this flora is different for different persons. For my flora is different from your flora. And each one has a unique flora, just like your fingerprints, or just like your iris print, or just like your skin print. So it's unique for everyone. Even in one family, 2 brothers or brother and sister have different flora. So these are the examples of good bacteria and bad bacteria. These are the good bacteria shown in the green arrow. Bifidobacteria, E. coli. E. coli is very good as long as it is living in the flora. But if they come to the front, especially females, because they and closely approximations with each other. So E. coli is good in the gut and in the other system, the gut and blood. And lactobacillus has all good bacteria. Bad bacteria like Campylobacter, Enterococcus, Faecalis, and Clostridium difficile. These are all living with us. Only because of the good bacteria not allowing them for diseases. It's always try to suppress them. But if the symbiosis becomes dysbiosis, if the bad bacteria become more in number, you get disease. And these bad flora will take upper hand and cause disease. So you have to feed the good bacteria and take them, and you have to hack them, come to language. You have to hack your good bacteria and provide them good food so that they kill the bad bacteria and prevent the disease. What is this gut bacteria? Where is it coming from our body? So when we get to the beginning, it depends on the mode of birth. I think many people know it, mode of birth. For people who are born normally through normal maternal delivery, they take all the mother's gut bacteria into them. While the baby is passing through the birth canal, it carries all the bacteria and viruses plus the mother. And till that time, as long as you are in the mother's womb, you are 100% sterile. Though it is open from below, God has created the nature has created 100% sterile intra-uterine life. No time in one bacteria. It's more cleaner than the best operation theaters in the world. So it's such a cozy atmosphere. We don't have any bacteria. Okay, but when you are coming out of the birth canal of your mother, you bring all your mother's bacteria and viruses. That is one factor where the bacteria come. Second is respiratory works, which is very, very important. The mere contact, the touch of your mother gives mother's bacteria, good bacteria, bad bacteria. That is one thing. And one more thing, a baby is born with cesarean, they lack these bacteria. So cesarean is okay, you are doing cesarean for so many medical reasons. But then, these babies born with cesarean delivery, they are more prone for infections in future. So that's why government is trying to avoid cesarean sections as much as possible. Then your diet, of course, plays a major role. Exercise, diseases, aging, and your aging, your immune goes down, and even gut-related immune also goes down. Plus, of course, antibiotics will kill the good bacteria, and the bad bacteria like Clostridium difficile will take over. And geography, of course. When you come to the number of bacteria that is present in the gut, it is from above to below. As you go down, the number of bacteria keeps on increasing. The maximum number is present in the colon and anal canal and venous. So, from top to bottom. And the bacteria, the virus that enter into the stomach, they pass the acid test in the stomach and they reach the colon. The maximum function is done by the colon. Colon is a very, very important part of the GI. They grind and break the food into microbiome. The digestion starts from the mouth, where you're showing the food is broken down into multiple pieces. As you're going down, they broke into multiple. The gut bacteria makes them microparticles so that they can absorb. They also neutralize the toxins and drugs. They produce vitamins. Hormones. About 20 to 25 hormones are produced by the gut bacteria, which are useful for you. 20 to 22 hormones are produced in the bacteria, and vitamin K, vitamin B12, sometimes calcium, sometimes folic acid. These are produced by bacteria. They supply food for us. So, our food gives us only 80% of the nutrients that we require, but our gut microbiome gives remaining 10 or 40% of the nutrients. So that is one of the functions that the gut does. And very important, the latest topic of research is the gut-brain axis. So wonderful connection between the gut and the brain. When you are feeling hungry, you have to talk. When you are feeling really after food, if you eat a food stuff that is very palatable, you remember that. If I ask you, Dr. Prabhu, if I ask you what breakfast you have taken on 1st of October, don't remember, right? But you remember the biryani taste you have for your marriage day or on your next day, right? So this is the gut brain axis. So everything is connected from the gut and brain. If you don't eat, you feel it. If you eat, maintenance hotel and acha khana is the one and each other. So the gut tells you because of this connection. It fights infection. This is a very important thing. It fights the infection. We provide the shelter and nutrients to the bacteria by eating. Bacteria eats the food which is eaten by us, the food which we have digested already. So we are feeding, when I am eating, I am also eating, I am making my bacteria also eat. So when I am eating on my dining table, I am not alone. My bacteria is sitting next to me and eating the food with me, 10% of food eating. So we provide shelter and nutrients to the bacteria. The bacteria provide all these vitamins, folic acid, and etc. So this is the gut-brain axis I was talking about. So immune function, what is the immune function? How the bacteria does the immune function of the body? They produce the short chain fatty acid, which stimulates the immune cells, like your T cells and natural killer cells. They just like antibiotics. So they are natural antibiotic within us. It produces antiviral cytokine and reduces the inflammation control the inflammatory bowel disease, inflammatory bowel syndrome, irritable bowel syndrome, or functional dyspepsia. These are the diseases where you don't find any, the investigation don't show anything. It's only gut-brain axis related diseases, irritable bowel syndrome, or the functional dyspepsia. You do CT scan, you know that nothing will come. It's only a gut-brain related diseases. So this is a micromechanism how the bacteria, good bacteria, does the immune mechanism in the body. So this is the 4 days back, November 20. Telangana is a bit of cold wave vaccine. So it is a season for flu now. Second wave is second wave. Like this, you know. This primary peak usually was in June and September. Now we have the secondary peak in the month of November to February. Now we are in the grip of all viral infections are coming up, dengue, chikungunya, virus, H1N1. So, you know, if you feed the good food with the good bacteria, they will kill the virus. So it's a war now coming. It's a continuous war between good and bad bacteria always. We are all here, we are not having anything because of good bacteria and good number. They are trying to kill the bad bacteria always, 24/7. How does it do it? Cracks the virus into pieces and it breaks the bones in the bacteria. The good bacteria fight with their weapon, break both the bacteria, bad bacteria, and controls and prevents the infections. So diet is very important because, as I said, we have to have our good bacteria, we have to them suited to function well, like all these hormonal function, vitamin function, infection control function. So what is a good diet? Everything that we eat is not good food. Everything that we eat is not good food. We have to eat the food which is available, which our good bacteria likes. What is the good food? Food rich in fiber, example, fruits, vegetables, onion and garlic, they contain a lot of fiber. They are good bacteria like onion and garlic. Many people don't eat Chinese at all, but they are good. Onion and garlic is very good for our good bacteria. You have to eat whenever it is possible. Probiotics and fermented food is very important. They have a lot of natural acids like yogurt, paneer, etc. And whole grain, processed grain, polished grain, white rice is not good. You have to eat the product which are naturally coming. What is bad food? Fried food, processed food, refined sugar, refined grains, excessive saturated. These are the bad food. No, we like them, we eat them, but they are damaging the good bacteria in our intestines. So generally speaking, animal products are more building, but plant products are more clean. So you have to have a balanced diet. I'm not against, though I'm a vegetarian, I'm not against non-vegetarian. We have to eat non-vegetarian, but you should be very careful about excess fat. So when something goes wrong in the gut, something goes wrong in the whole body. When you have diarrhea, you don't want to come to hospital, you want to take rest, you want to sleep, you don't want to eat. So again the gut-brain axis comes into action. So this was, we are, as I said, we are living in a symbiosis, very good coexistence. But when it goes out of control, we call it as a dysbiosis. What will happen when there is a dysbiosis? When the bad bacteria taking upper hand and good bacteria is on the receiving end. So you name any disease that now is related to bad bacteria. It's like hydrodysphagia, obesity, Alzheimer's, dementia, malnutrition, depression, hyperlipidemia, infection, and even cancer. The normal cell becoming cancer cell is the gut bacteria responsible. So if gut bacteria is not maintained well, you can also get cancer. So there are all the diseases that you get. You name the disease, it is related to gut bacteria. Any disease, being hypertension, diabetes, coronary disease, renal vascular disease, cerebral vascular disease, everything is now related to the gut because it is mother of all organs. We are saying that mother of all organs. So these are the number of diseases that the gut dysbiosis can produce. Everything, the major disease, including the mental problems. So what is a good diet? You all know Mediterranean diet is very good. So it contains a lot of fruit, vegetables, lot of fruits, vegetables, legumes. Legumes are very good. Nuts and olive oil. They contain fiber, antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, and polyunsaturated fatty acids. So they say that food processed by other birds and grows on plants is best food, which promote the growth of good bacteria and maintain good equilibrium. So diet plays a very important role. To feed your good bacteria, it will have so much of benefit to produce vitamins, calcium, folic acid, to prevent infection. It's a beautiful living system. As I said, 60% of the immune on our body's immune function is taken care of by our good bacteria. So eat wisely to prevent and control infections. So take home messages of my thoughts that microbiome plays a very important role in infection prevention and control. By feeding a good bacteria, we can enhance the infection. Infection prevention and control. Fiber-rich Mediterranean diet is the best diet. And daily physical activity is very important. Daily, at least 20 minutes to 30 minutes brisk walking is very important. That will keep the gut microbiome in a proper state. Sleep is also very important. Sleep is considered to be anti-inflammatory, which is why in hospital, when you admit patient, we give a bed to the patient. We don't give it over outside. But sleep is anti-inflammatory. You should have adequate sleep, at least 8 hours sleep every day. And also it controls the so you are what you eat. Ultimately, you are what you eat. And you will be what you eat. If you are going to get some diabetes or hypertension after 5 years or 10 years, if you don't want that, you should control your life. Right? You should have the bacteria, you should prevent the bad bacteria to grow more. So gut, in my opinion, is a super vital organ. It's not just vital organ, it's a super vital organ, mother of all organs. It is rooted in most of the diseases. So I want to call it the second brain. Because the gut, we have a complete nervous system which has more number of neurons than the brain has. Gut has more number of neurons than the brain has. If you cut off the brain supply to the gut still, without any problem, the gut can function. So, ultimately, this food, you have to decide what food you want to eat. Thank you very much for your patience.
Any questions?
Comments from you, sir?
Yeah. It is a very good subject, which is very commonly not given by majority. And this, as you said, we pray. You said that is the second brain of the body. So how do you relate? I mean, you said brain is thinking, I have got the thinking power. But where are the characters?
It's a very good question by the doctor. Our thinking power also comes from the gut only. Our thinking power. See, if you don't sleep and don't eat and go to examination next day, our thinking power will forget the anatomy of brain. So these are very good facts. So the thinking power comes from here. So if I want to, that's why they say no. If your wife wants to be in good terms with her husband, you go to the summer, give your husband good food, he'll appreciate you. enter to the gut. Can tell you the right side, I can't
more neurons after the brain. It has more connections. That's why we say gut feeling, gut feeling. We say gut feeling. What is it? It has more neurological connections after the brain. So it has, because all the diseases are born in gut. You name any disease, whether it is a depression or cardiovascular disease or a stroke, whatever it is that is born in the gut. Now people are shifting to modifying the gut. Some people are doing fecal microbiome transplants and SRTs. And that is the best possible treatment. Even AT is doing that. Best possible treatment for IBS. The proven modality for IBS is FFTs, fecal microbiome transplant. What is the best probiotic you do in such a
There is nothing like best probiotics. There are multiple things are there. I will not go on one. Probiotic like fermented food, yogurt, cheese, fermented food best probiotic. And many vegetables also are probiotics. Many fruits are also probiotics. Many things are.
The literature says Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG and Lactobacillus rhodei. These two are the probiotics.
Yes. And I showed that picture of lactobacillus. The sour the buttermilk or the yogurt is, the more you have the lactobacillus.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, regarding microbiota, the fecal transplantation that you are talking about, excellent point you have raised, sir. Thank you very much. And in America, in India, it has not come into, we are stool capsules. We are giving stools as a treatment for irritable bowel syndrome and other stuff. Stool as a treatment. Stool capsule. And we have a potential very healthy donors. America, they have a stool bank. Stool bank and potential donors who are having no disease. They use stool samples every now and then. They get $2,000 for one stool sample. I wanted to volunteer, but what is the so $8,000 for one stool sample, they are potential donors. And it's very popular there. You are eating stool capsule. I mean, psychologically it is, yeah, but I don't know.
Excellent, sir. I am Dr. Sainer and I am a medical oncologist. We also do FFT for chronic GVHD transplant patients and it's very effective. But my larger question in the audience is, you talk eloquently about the symbiosis, having a good gut bacteria and its impact on good health. Now, one important thing which I think as a practitioner we should be very careful is the inadvertent use of antibiotics, which is going to disrupt the state. So what do you think are the important things at the community level where we are prescribing antibiotics and in hospitals, so that even this is taken care that you are not ordering too much of the gut microbiome?
It's a large, very huge subject, sir. Now, especially, ironically speaking, during the winter season, where the viral infections are very rampant, the antibiotic sale in the pharmacy goes up. So we were unnecessary, even in the big country like, when I was giving lecture in Chicago University, medical school, they said that antibiotic misuse is 50 to 60% in big country like America also. We are afraid not to give antibiotic. We should have, as you know, when to give antibiotic, you should also know when not to give antibiotic. And antibiotic will kill the good bacteria and awaken the bad bacteria like Clostridium. Why we see that Clostridium difficile associated diarrhea, because it is seen that Clostridium difficile associated diarrhea, which is common after the antibiotic. Yes, sir.
Jointly responsible surgeon. I had a very interesting conversation when I was in Milan, Italy, doing a fellowship there. So I asked the professor there, Professor, most of the Italians they eat, I think they eat really food, but most of them are very lean, fit and all. So one day I asked him, you're not eating very healthy food, that's what I feel, but why are you so thin and lean? Then he told me, it's because of the cheese that they eat. even if you export the cheese from here, from Italy to any other country, the bacteria, as you said, the fermentation bacteria, which is actually growing naturally, will be gone. So they say that they feel that it's all because of the cheese that we eat and the bacteria that your physics is like this.
Good point, sir. And some people, they eat lot of food, but they still think, many people, they do dieting and but still they are fat. Or whether you are thin or fat, also your bacteria decides. There are different types of bacteria there. Now, sometimes whatever diet restriction you are doing, it's very difficult to lose the weight. So that depends on the gut bacteria. Your weight also is controlled by the good bacteria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the wonderful information. Because of the shortage of time, we are ending this session. Thank you so much. We request the chairpersons to hand over to the speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Jishnu. So I request the chairpersons to kindly honor our speaker, please. Please.
भाई मोहित भाई बीच में आओ दोनों साइड
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. P. Ashok Babu, State IMA President and elected Telangana State, to come onto the stage to honor our chairpersons, please. Sir, the college is there. Please stay. Moving to the next topic, is the sepsis, the new pillar. The case is introduced discussion by Dr. Dignitary, Executive Director, Department of Education, Visual Hospitals of Andrology. I request Dr. Dignitary to come on the stage. In chairing this session, I request Dr. Basraj Professor in the Department of Medicine, Charlotte Technologist. Please come on to the stage. Dr. Jishnu, Senior Consultant in Pediatrics, CWS for Varma, please come on to the stage. And Dr. Neurology, Senior Pediatrician in Children's Hospitals, State Council Member, Secretary IMA General, please come on to the stage. Dr. Dignitary sir has 18 years of clinical experience in medical department of tertiary care at Department of Hospitals in Hyderabad. Served as Vice President, Electrical Trends, ECISCCM National, Joint Organizing Secretary, National Congress, Cricket 2020, and Organizing Secretary, Cricket 2016 and 2017. Dr. Dignitary sir is a faculty examiner, SSL for DMP, ISCCM course, Faculty for International, National, State and World Conferences. Also, all the section editor, CCM Resource, updates. It's honor to have you.
Thank you.
Very good morning to I am your consultants and to Varma to having me here. It's always a privilege and honor to have a Sunday morning with a colleagues like this. So I've been given a task of talking about something related to I thank Dr. Vijay and bringing that the ball rolling. So that I will take you to the next part of this. We are almost 2 million years junior to our microbes. Let us not forget. We may created our AI-based microchips. The technology we are talking about is having softwares, but they are much smarter than us. If you talk about the mutation which happens, the influx forms which happens, the changes which happen in the genetic makeup to counter back us are much complex than what we do today. Just a few years back, in that 2 million years, we discovered something accidentally by Alexander Fleming. When he left the microbiology lab, some yeast grew with the discs, which were inhibiting some of the bacteria. And that's the discovery which has changed the course of infectious disease in the world. No discovery, no innovation in the history of medical science, you may say gamma-knife, biological, anything, has made those 200% mortality benefit. We are talking about 5%, 10%, 20% mortality benefit. Why am I talking like that? Just before the discovery of these antimicrobials, all those bacterial infections, you name them anyone, were treated with exposed to the sunlight, give holy water, neem pattis, rain god, sacrificing animals. These are the way we used to treat. And just almost maybe 80 to 100 years back, we discovered an antimicrobial which is considered to actually cure these bacterial infections. And those streptococcal infections, those diphtheria infections which used to kill patients, by antimicrobial, 100% of the patients started recovering. Thus, just see this what is happening. In no time, in the same Nobel Prize stage, Fleming warned the whole world. If you are not taking care of these antimicrobials, in no time you will get exhaust out of it. I think it is not uncommon, many of you, when you see a report, I have an experience with Dr. Babu also, for the last couple of weeks he has been sharing some reports to me, one of his dear family, where we see resistance to microbiome, resistance to all available antibiotics, resistance to cholesterol, resistance to septogenic baby factors. There is no antibiotic available in many of the patients with stomachs or Churchill factor. Where are we landing to? We are landing back to the era of those antibiotics, pre-antibiotic era. What will you do to your kids, to your grandchildren? Exposed to sun, evening bathing or healthy water. No company is now interested in discovering any antimicrobial because in no time they are getting resistance and they are out of market. Why is that happening? If I discover a diabetic drug, it has been used for not decades, eras. If you discover a virus, it has been used for many. If you use a new antibiotic, it gets out of the market in no time. So no company is interested to invest in antimicrobials. That's what we are talking about. We are talking about microbiota giving back to kill or old, probably pathogenic bacteria. Series that we are talking about. We are talking about GVHD, irritable bowel syndrome or inflammatory bowel syndrome. Series, the last resort of clostridium deficient treatment is probably microbiota giving back to your transplanted microbiota. So the word sepsis is not new. It has been old as a Hippocratic type, which talks about sepsis is a rodent, something which is very rodent. If you look back in your childhood, anybody gets an injury, they will say, hey, take care of it, get it to the nest, get some antibiotic, otherwise this wound will get septic. So the word is not uncommon to any of us, and the word has been evolved over time. Now, we were talking about cardiovascular diseases, brain strokes, malignancies as one of the leading cause.
in no time, we are not talking about every third patient in the hospital there is because of an infection. And it is one of the leading cause. And the estimated warning right now from the WHO by 2050, it will be much ahead of anything else in the world. And the reason is, when we were in medical schools, all those slogans from WHO, UNICEF were eradicate polio, eradicate smallpox. Nowadays, if you see all those slogans are not about that. They're talking about save your antibiotics for the future generations. Stop antimicrobial resistance, which we're talking about. There is always an overlap. We all consider infections are not septic patients. I have a sore throat for the last couple of days. I'm not septic. It's just a upper respiratory tract infection. We do get on and off urinary tract infection. They are not septic patients. But there is always a confusion. When do we call it an infection and when do we call it a sepsis? And there has been a lot of definitions, including this systemic inflammatory response syndrome. What is the inflammatory response syndrome? The body responds to any inflammation. How do we do it? It does in this way. It rises the temperature, it creates a leukocyte white cells to fight, it probably brings at a higher rate, and probably you have a higher bleeding rate. All these were considered as a response of your inflammatory phenomenon in your body. I'll take you through a few case scenarios just to make things interesting. A 27 years old comes to my ER with fever, abdominal pain, vomiting for last 4-5 days, had an abdominal distension, decreased urine output, breathlessness, hyperventilation. And we saw that the patient had a marginal drop in GCS, low cardiac rigidity in the abdomen, blood pressure is dropping, tachycardia, desaturating, tachypneic click. So looking at this, anyone will say probably we are dealing with some intra-abdominal problem and infection. And what do? The common response is anyone from the emergency room calls to me, Dr. Prabhu or Dr. or anyone, we say okay, maintain the vitals, and the common reason response is give a verapamil. Maybe I'm also talking about a topical, give it oxycycline, and then we will respond once the report comes back. And generally supportive measure is being done, like you give a vasopressors to support renal replacement therapy. The reason why I told is there is a systemic inflammatory response. You have a fever, you have a tachycardia, you have an increased respiratory rate, you have a leukocytosis. All this probably hinting towards a possible infection. And the next day, the CT scan talks about this. This is probably an acute pancreatitis. And the back is the inflammatory response happens not just with infections, but also any inflammation in the body. You talk about burns, you talk about hepatitis, you talk about any trauma, you talk about any autoimmune inflammatory diseases. All of them will present the same way. So we need to have a way to differentiate. So all the fevers are not a sign of ceftriaxone deficiency. Sorry, I'm changing that. It's no more ceftriaxone. It is verapamil deficiency. Any patient comes with a fever, all of us think that it is a verapamil deficiency. Give them verapamil, they will be all right. There are a lot of definitions from 2091. They try to differentiate between infection and sepsis, and there are different criteria given. And later, we were talking about it is not just an infection. If it is localized to one area, we talk to them as an infected patient. But when it spreads through the systemic way, reaching to the multi-organs and causing organ dysfunction, I'm repeating, a local infection we call infection, but if it spreads to the systemic way and causes by organ dysfunction, I call them as a septic patient. How do I define them? This is a new definition in Sepsis 3. They say, infection, if I have a patient with a new organ failure, how do I reflect that? The simpler way they talk about is this in a local format or a referral center. They say liquid sofa. There has been a lot of controversies related to that. It's oversimplified, but they give it. If I have a signs of windows of low perfusion, that is, if my medication has been dropping, If I have a patient whose blood pressure is dropping, if I have a patient who is tachypneic, probably I am dealing with something wrong in that patient. There has been a discussion, it is not just an infection that is the problem for a septic patient. You see, in the daily season, in the last 2 months, you have seen the same family members are infected with dengue, but few of them stay at home, they get better in 2 days. But few of the family members get too sick that they go into dengue shock symptoms, microbiome failure, and few of them die. The same dengue virus. You have seen COVID. The father, son, both got admitted with me. Father was 78 years old. Everybody said elderly had IMA. That father did well, got discharged. The younger son, who is around 28 years old, got into that hyperinflammatory phenomenon, cytokine stroke, died. Same COVID virus, same insultation. Why do one patient behave differently, the other patient behave differently? That is because of your own dysregulated immune reactions. Your body reacts to that infection in a different way. And that causes more harm than that insulting agent alone. So that's what we are talking about. It's a dysregulated host immune response, which is the cause for the sepsis, not just the infection agent alone. And now we have to actually define it. So in critical care or in the ICUs, we say organ failure in the form of if the patient is hypoxic, if the patient is hypotensive, if the patient is having a creatinine rise or an AKI, or these are the criteria which we take. And Q-SOFA is the simplest one. Low blood pressure, high blood medication, and these are the ways we say thrombocytopenia added to that as a criteria. So infection, organ failures we call sepsis. Sepsis with drop in blood pressure we call it a septic shock. And whenever we actually combine all of them, it also predicts about the mortality. What we are talking about, if I have a UTI, if I have a LRTI or a upper respiratory tract infection or a boil or a cellulitis, my mortality is 0. But if I have a patient who has a septic shock, the mortality is 80%. If I have a patient with sepsis, the mortality is 40%. So I need to worry whenever I deal with those patients. They are not the patient where I take it lightly. I will go to another case. We are in a corporate world and working in a very sophisticated environment. 27 years old, came with a fever, chills, rigor, profit output, hypersensorial breathlessness. It is a fancy time that we all used to do a HRCT. They recorded as a bullet 2 GCS, which little topic. Again, there is all the organ dysfunctions. It is a standard time that you use the saying like anybody who talks like that use the American electrical. But my pathologist on the second day calls me says there is plasmodium falciform in your peripheral sphere. So the common interest for all of us, those who are actually practicing in sort of online world, the other microbiological agents are out of our mind. The viruses, the protozoas, the elements, all are out of our mind. Again, I am re-emphasizing, sepsis is not about bacteria. Yes, the bacteria takes the major part, but you have fungemia, you have viremia, you have parasitemia, you have other organisms. So that needs to be kept in mind. It is not always a bacteria. The same patient would have been gone to a PSC in a remote endemic area. The first probably therapy would have been got is antibiotic, not a bacteria. Forget about all that. What is common? Common in the last 2-3 months is dengue. And again I am repeating, any microbiological agent can cause the whole set of sepsis. That causes dysregulated immune response, and you must have been seeing in the second week, they land up to a capillary leak phenomenon with polycystitis leaking everywhere, coagulation cascade, dysregulation, thrombocytopenia, rising NPT, rising PPIR, and many more organ dysfunction, cardiomyopathies and all. This happens because dengue as a virus also causes a septic phenomenon. COVID was an example to us, and we have been discussing about all these things. We are talking about immunity problem, antiviral problem, we are talking about immunosuppressive agents, we are talking about activated activated T cell issues, and there were different stages. We're talking about the cytokine storm. If you remember, many of us were talking about this youth, and there were many drugs we were using in those hyperinflammatory phenomena of the septic pathway. So this is how we are now looking at as a sepsis course. It has not been the simple infection or a dysfunction. We wanted to now classify where we are. To just conclude my further part, there has been some 1 hour bundles given. Patients who are suspected to have infection, patients where there is a proven infection. What do I mean to say by proven infection? Proven infection is somebody having a very bad cellulitis or the necrotizing fasciitis. Somebody has a pyorrhea and complaining about urinary tract infection. Somebody having a pneumonia coming to you. They are all proven otherwise. They are all infected patients. If they come with organ dysfunction, I'm talking about organ dysfunction like demented state, drop in oxygen, drop in blood pressure, drop in urine output, coagulation cascade abnormalities, they are the patient who will have a higher risk of death. So don't actually keep them anywhere unmonitored. They should be under monitored system. The reason is from a 0% mortality, you are now shifted already to 30 to 40% mortality. And what I mean is out of 10, 4 or 5 will die if you are not monitoring them. Next, if you don't take care of them, they move towards the septic shock. Once they go to septic shock, don't respond to one. The mortality in any rest of the hospitals is 80%. So you need to be taking care of them in a very rapid way. Why am I discussing so repeatedly emphasizing this phenomenon? Anybody of us gets a chest pain. Any of us even get a atypical burping with some amount of retrosternal burning, some amount of neck pain, or a left shoulder pain, or a arm pain. We are worried. We want an ECG to be taken. We will talk to some cardiologist guy. We will make him asking, do I need to do a troponin? It's not about doctors. Even a layman will do that. Because they know, if this is a myocardial infarction, I will have a higher risk of death. If somebody gets a focal deficit, a paralysis, they will be scared. They will be running around the hospital to get an amazing CT MRI done. But whenever a patient comes with a sepsis, septic shock, hardly anybody will be bothering that it kills the same number of patients. Because it's awareness, because it's a syndrome, it is complex, it is not as simple as chest pain or a focal deficit. It can be so complex. So, what I'm going to say, any of these patients comes to you, you need to do few wonders, which has been suggested by surviving sepsis campaign, which talks about you actually, if there is an availability, make a lactates check. And that is done by an ABC. You will say many of our units or primary centers may not have an ABC. They speak about a capillary refill time, which is equally effective. Check your capillary refill time. It is more than 4 seconds, more than 8 seconds, you are in trouble. The lactates has been correlated well with the capillary refill time. Then, if you have a source and infection, uptake culture. And again, the same question comes back. How many of our units have culture? Cultures are not available in all units, but at least try to take sample of it. Give an appropriate antibiotic, not a broad spectrum antibiotic. I will again re-emphasize, all of us think that meropenem or some broad spectrum antibiotic will treat all our patients. It's not true. I need to focus. If I am a community acquired pneumonia, coming to me, on today's date, the most common organisms remain the same like 100 years back. They are strep pneumonia, H. influenza, Moraxella catarrhalis, viral, atypical. So I need just a beta vector, something like Oncology, or something like a cephalosporin first or second generation. That's it. You don't need a carbapenem, or you don't need any higher antibiotics. What you need to add to them, if you are in the epidemic time or in a seasonal time, we do add antivirals like oseltamivir because it's influenza season. We do add atypical cover in all of that. What is my choice of atypical cover? Probably aclazithromycin in many of the states, which are considered to be a restrictive microbiome. So, in the same way, if I have a patient with meningitis coming to me, meninges and brain is covered with a very layers of protection, and we don't get those get infected by your Klebsiella or E. coli or any of these Acinetobacter. What do? We use 2 grams of ceftriaxone age-old along with the vancomycin. We don't use vancomycin for MRSA. We use vancomycin for the strep pneumoniae. So what I'm trying to focus, I told you, I've shown you some examples where there is a plasmodium. I may need a fancy name, the anti-student or anti-teacher. So what I'm trying to say, you need to know what is your problem. What am I dealing with? Is it a tropical disease? Is it a local infection? If it is an infection, which is the source? And what are my common organisms? How do I need to treat? Again, I'm not saying all of those who are using antibiotics like microbiome or higher antibiotics are wrong. I do use that. But in the scenario where these patients who get exposed to all these antibiotics in the hospital, got an infection, most of them, they will be resistant to even your carpenter. That's what I was telling. Most of those bacteria are even not sensitive to your carpenter. Once the patient has received an antibiotic, the second thing we talk about is maintaining their perfusion. I told you the easiest way to actually look at the reflection of your perfusion is meditation. Somebody who is drowsy, that means there is a possibility that his brain is not getting adequate perfusion. Give him adequate glucose, give him adequate blood flow. To maintain that perfusion, you may need to talk about a good amount of fluids. What is the amount of fluid we recommend right now? We talk about somewhere 30 ml per kg. Where what is that? If a 60 kg patient, it will be around 2 to 3 pints of volume. 3 pints of volume which we are talking about. And how do I see? I look at urine output, I look at capillary refill, I look at demented state. If I am improving that, at least I am ensured that there is a perfusion going on. The last, if this is not helping, then probably I will also use some amount of vasopressor, and the choice here is noradrenaline. Many of us were using dopamine earlier, so dopamine is now out of the septic management. The reason for it is arrhythmic potentials. There are some hospitals including us where we code sepsis. You must have been seen code juice, code stroke. We talk about code sepsis. We see this is equally a killer and more common. So we actually assess them in the ER and record them, and we actually monitor in what timeline this is all been done. And again I said time is myocytes, time is neuronal cells. Here time is other tissues. I have more of the body where I am losing organs. And once these patients, believe me, they come in early stages with some amount of rise in creatinine, a borderline blood pressure, and some organ dysfunctions. And we resuscitate them. Almost 98 to 100% of them, they recover and go back. Few patients comes to me with 40 blood pressure. After a couple of days at home or in another hospital. We put the endotracheal, we put the arterial line, central line, dialysis seat, vasopressors, first torrent, vasopressin, adrenaline, CRRT, filters. I am telling you, none of them survive. Most of them they die. What I mean to say, no bigger corporate hospital or a complex medical system can help. It is just a timely management can change. So it is all about you vigilantly know and aware of sepsis, appropriate antimicrobial, hemodynamic perfusion support, and the last but more important is source control. What generally happens whenever a patient with a surgical need, intra-abdominal sepsis with a perforation, appendicitis, cholecystitis with a perforation, or a cellulitis with necrotizing fasciitis, all this comes. We give a call to a surgical team. Some of the surgical teams are extremely good, there are exceptions. But most of them, they talk about scheduling the patient. Then you will take. Because it's very unstable. His BP is low, his kidney functions are not doing well, his coagulopathic, he will bleed and all. But it's just a matter of exchange. If you don't control the source, the patient is not going to be known. You need to balance them. Give him resuscitation, take him to the OT, tell him risk. Inform the risk. So this is the game which we all have to do. Necrotizing fasciitis is a source of infection where I can actually stop the soil in the form of appendicitis or a perforation or a gallbladder leak or a bowel cavity or a necrotizing fasciitis. We push them having source control. not talking about stabilizing always. It is not possible to stabilize them as long as you are not controlling the source. So it is one of the most important components of your therapy. I know if I have a meningitis, if I have a pneumonia, I don't have a source control. I need to just rely on antibiotics. So to just summarize, you have a hemodynamic instability. If you have a lactate, monitor lactate. If you don't have a lactate, monitor capillary refill. If you have a procalcitonin, it may add, but you don't do procalcitonin, it is expensive. And these are the different source controls which we strongly recommend in many of those patients where it is required. If I have a tunnel catheter in a immunocompromised host with a chemoport bond, we ask them to pull out that and put a temporary catheter for that and culture them on. So again, we keep on monitoring the blood pressure and lactate. And this is the flow chart how we treat these patients, antimicrobials and fluids. And then we select norepinephrine vasopressin. And in very few occasions when my heart contractility is compromised, I may use Goudami. Stress dose steroids when my vasopressors are not helping to maintain the blood pressure, we use 100 milligrams of hydrocortisone 8 hourly to just supplement the adrenocortical axis. In these stress times, the adrenocortical axis may be suppressed. It just supports them to make my hemodynamics better. But if my blood pressure is well maintained, most of the times we don't need even these hydrocortisone at that point of time. See again, another problem right now what we are facing in the world is we all are getting more and more learned. In my medical school, it was taught to me any dengue patient with SOP comes to use, put a 2 or 3 large bore cannulas, give 3 to 6 liters of fluid. I'll give you an example. A patient with 22 years comes with a severe dengue SOP syndrome with a saturation of 65-70, needing a 50 liters oxygen. BP around 60, no breath coming. My ER team will put a cannula, give 3 liters of fluid, the patient's saturation will further drop to 10 or 20. To intubate them, the BP will drop to 20. In no time, the patient will have a cardiac arrest. You will do a CPR. After that, you will put on to CRRT. 100% of them will die. These formulas doesn't work at all. They are not flagged brand rules. The reason why I am saying is, you are patient is hypertension. That doesn't mean all your patient will tolerate volume. If somebody's saturation is 40 and he is leaking in capillaries, whatever volume you give will leak to their lungs, leak to their other cavities, and they will further desaturate. So you may improve your blood pressure, but you will have a hypoxia. And without oxygen, how long a cell will survive? It was taught to us that improve the BP. No, I will need to look at all of them together. What do I do now? I don't give volume to them if they are not tolerant. What do? I give a small amount of vasopressors in the form of noradrenaline, adrenaline, wait with some amount of NIV or HFNC, keep them, the pressures to come back to 80, 70 of vasopressors. They use some amount of colloids in a titrated way. I'm not talking about those dengue patients who comes in febrile phase, healthy, they are not taking anything, they are not well, look at it and they will pass volume. They will go more frequent to the bathroom. Nothing will happen to them. I'm not talking about those cases. Cases where there is already a capillary leak happening. Cases where there is already lung is flooded with water. They are different category of patients. So, what we are talking about is de-resuscitating. I will use volume when needed. I should also stop volume when I am not needed. So there are few things which are commonly used in all your patients. One is the pantoprazole. All your patients, irrespective of required or not required, will be on PPI. One of the most common reason of dysbiosis is PPI. Your regular acid base maintains your gut microbiota. Taking out that acidic environment, you will have an overgrowth of your dysbiotic bacteria. That's not uncommon. One of the most common cause of C. diff is PPI. Similarly, IV fluids are not uncommon. Any patient admits to ICU or a ward, IV cannula 150 ml, 100 ml per hour. When to stop? Not written. Why? Many of us don't take IV fluid every day. IV fluid is a drug. IV fluid should have a dose, should have a reason, should have a target. IV fluids are equally harmful in this patient when they lose capillary integrity. So this can be equally harmful and kill more patients. So just whenever you start IV fluids, make sure that why are you starting, where are you going to stop. And if I have a patient who is hypoxic, not tolerating, myocardial dysfunction, don't give IV fluids even though your blood pressure is low. So this is again just a final slide of everything. So we check about antimicrobial, appropriate antimicrobial fluids. We are not talking about any starches and colloids. Only colloid right now we are using is albumin. And even today, up to date, there is no mention about albumin or a colloid in any. They talk about some kind of dextran as a fluid in up to date, but we use some amount of albumin in a selected group of patients, which are doing good 5% to 50 ml of albumin in a titrated manner. No hydroxythan starch and gelatin, only we use crystalloids. Normal sunlight or linear lactate, we prefer linear lactate or a plasma light, which is balanced consumption, because if we need more volumes of 3 liters or more, that will be preferred. Then we are talking about vasopressors, non-epinephrine, that is non-adrenaline is a choice, avoid dopamine, next will be epinephrine. You should feed them after maybe 24 hours or 48 hours of stabilization. Your sugar control should be somewhere, not like a tight control between 150 to 200, and you actually try to do other things of general ICU care as it is. And one important message will be that the only key is if we strengthen our grassroots level clinicians to make them aware of septic patient landing into organ failure, landing into hypertension, they can be overlooked, they can be scattered, they can be sifted annually to a place, and most importantly, organ supports and source control remain the key element. You may be talking about very, very complex things in corporate hospitals, like CRRT, like maybe filters, maybe like some class vaccines. Many of those patients, where they land, they don't make it. So those who cannot afford that doesn't make a difference for me. The basics remains the same. With this, I end my thanks. I carry my all greetings from my group institution, just for the hospital like I said. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sir, I request our witnesses for comments and questions.
Time is already late. So I thank you, Dr. Venkatramana. Your talk is very much interesting, and you covered almost all the points. And the take-home message is continuous monitoring. By monitoring at least 5 things like heart rate, BP, respiratory rate, temperature, and mental status, you can complete it. And we will keep the diagnosis and taking the test. Thank you very much.
You spoke about the management metabolic resuscitation, hydrocortisone, ascorbate, and thiamine. What's the role of this thiamine and ascorbate?
See, if you don't know the treatment, you treat with everything. And the best example is COVID. From anti-epileptics, anti-malarials, antiviral, doxycycline, you name any drug, similar ivermectin, anti-epileptics. Similarly, you name any supplements, ascorbic acid, vitamin C, vitamin D, many immunodepressions, many more. Why that is happening? Because I don't know what is the treatment. And everybody is suggesting their own way. And the metabolic resuscitation, which is a combination of thiamine, vitamin C, and hydrocortisone, was recommended by the Merck group, which talked about these patients where they supplemented the level of mortality by 2. So we are giving steroids to those who are economically unstable and needing them, that's fine. And thiamine, in Indian scenario, my observation is those who are in coastal belt, the fish carries a thymine, and they will have a depletion of thymine. Ethanols, many of us who are not properly nutritionally balanced will have a thymine deficiency, so we do supplement thymine. Coming to the ascorbic acid, the dose they recommended 1.5 grams every 6 hours, 4 or 5 days, It can cause AKI, it can cause a side effect. So that study has shown to be beneficial, that later on randomized controlled trials over time showed that loss of vitamin C is causing more harm, causing more deaths. So the high dose vitamin C is out. We still continue steroids in those patients. We as an organization, as a team, I supplement thiamine in all my patients. As well, we can say no. If you see all these COVID patients, you must have seen low vitamin C, low vitamin D patients have an iron death in many reports. Supplementing them has not supported many reports. So, metabolic resuscitation has been not been regular standard practice. So, hemoglobin target in general ICU is 7 grams. We all believe the higher hemoglobin by transfusing will have an adverse outcome. But in a patient whose transfusion is extremely low and platelets are high, maybe I will target somewhere around 9 or 10. So little higher than normal level, which I do in a normal ICU patient. To them I will target around 9 or 10 with dialysis.
Sir, we have talked extensively about the septic shock. We are delighted to have your talk. It was a wonderful talk. And you had mentioned the NORAD is the drug of choice. Definitely yes. For the pediatric septic shock, we do use Mylenol. Mylenol really works like a miracle in the pediatric septic shock in maintaining the cardiac output. That is what matters. Most of these with septic shock, they go into failure. Even your metabolic resuscitation clearly states that timing is the drug of choice. Definitely, timing improves the. There is an evidence-based. Evidence-based timing really works. I don't know about the definitely yes. And you talked very strongly about escalation and de-escalation. That is what is matters with us. Most of us, we escalate the therapy, we never de-escalate. We give all the fluids like anything, they land up with pulmonary edema and they die. So what is needed is escalation. At the same time, de-escalation is very important for the survival. And as far as the meropenem and all these things are concerned, antibiotic stewardship is very essential. What we are using, why we are using, what is the appropriate antibiotic for that particular infection is very essential. The knowledge is needed among all the physicians who is treating intense ways, so that we can achieve a better survival rate.
Just to respond to a wonderful point made. I maybe talk very differently in stage here, talking about you don't do this, you don't do that. Similar situation comes to me with a patient who is hemodynamic and unstable cardiac failure. What do? I have to initiate was that what I have done, it's not what some of you have done. But what he made a point is my textbook for concept is plasmodium falciform and distant to our or I started erythromycin or ceftriaxone, my textbook for concept is dengue fever. Stop them all. So initially I have a doubt, I started, stop them later. There is a common thing which is a very alternatively used, those are vasopressors, inotrones. They have been used extensively. All of them think that they are safe. Vasopressors are those which actually squeezes the blood vessel and pumps the diversion of blood from the maybe splanchnic circulation back to the vasopressors are this. We are talking about noradrenaline. We are talking about vasopressors, we are talking about adrenaline. These are all vasopressors. What happens is in septic shock is it is a distributive shock. Your blood volume is normal, that is you are not hypovolemic. Your myocardial contractility is normal, that is pump is normal. Your pipes are normal, the vessels are dilated. Their tone is lost. So what am I trying to do? I am improving the tone. How I do it? I give something which squeezes my blood vessel. So those are vasopressors. Some make a very important point. Those are inotropes or inodilates. I made a point of dobutamine. So Mylenol is a similar kind of phosphatase inhibitor which has been used alternatively. These are the drugs which are used when there is a myocardial dysfunction added, and in pediatric population, we see most of them will have some of the amount of myocardial dysfunction. Probably that is the reason when you have that, one of your antibiootic agent will help.
In the antibiotic stewardship, it's very popular, the 4 Ds, right drug, right dose, right duration, right de-escalation. De-escalation is very important. And he said all infections are not sepsis. Why all infections are not sepsis? Every time, every minute, 24/7, the bacteria goes into the blood. They all go into the blood every time. Whatever we inhaling, they go into the blood. But we have a very beautiful immune system in the blood, in the form of complements, in the form of immunoglobulins. So that's why we don't get septicemia, we don't get bacteremia. Even if we get bacteremia, it is only transient, it lasts for 1 or 2. Which is why when you are doing blood culture, you have to take 2 or more samples. If the same bug is growing in second or third sample, then only it is confirmed that you are getting sepsis. This is the reason. Blood has a wonderful immune system.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Sajid, please honor our speaker. I will take the question. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dr. Jishnu please take up the stage in order of services. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dr. Jishnu to continue the session.
Good morning, everyone. The next topic is on surgical updates in head and neck cancer. And the speaker is Dr. Jishnu. Sir is a renowned surgical oncologist presently working in Varma Cancer Center. And to chair this session, I would like to call Dr. Sudhamurthy ma'am to on the stage. Ma'am is oncopathologist and a lab director of Roda Diagnostics. I request Dr. Varma sir, Professor and Superintendent of Neurology Hospitals, to come on to the stage. And I request Dr. Jishnu sir, the Director of Swasa Hospitals, to come on to the stage. Thank you, sir. Our speaker, Dr. sir, is a renowned chief consultant, surgical oncologist, and a robotic and epic surgeon. Sir completed his Master of Surgery in AIMS, the prestigious institute, New Delhi, and he completed his NCH from Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai, and sir did his MRCS from Edinburgh. He worked as consultant in various centers like Apollo Cancer Center, American Oncology Center, Care Hospitals, completing hospitals, and presently, sir is working as Chief Consultant, Surgical Oncologist at Relevant Cancer Center, Banjaragas. I request Dr. Srinivas sir to start the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot to the such a great opportunity to be here. And thanks a lot to all the audience here who has made it to come on a Sunday morning and be with us to understand a few things about what I'm going to speak about. So this is broad topic, surgical medicine and oncology. But I wanted to concentrate on something that has been happening in recent years, that is a slow build-up of progressive improvements in therapy cancer. I know it's not a very common cancer, but at the same time, this happens to be the malignancy which has been showing the highest incremental incident growth in the last 3 decades. Thankfully, it has stabilized a little in the last 2 decades. Nowadays, we are seeing a good number of thyroid malignancies, thyroid nodules, thyroid cancers very big. So I just start with what we have seen in the recent times. I start with small case presentation and just build up my case as to how we have got management of these malignancies and how we have bettered the outcomes of this small subset of patients with thyroid cancers. Mind you, thyroid cancers, though they are not common and they are not the widest malignancies, they constitute the 7th and 8th commonest malignancies in women and men in the world. Which basically means we are going to be seeing a few millions of these patients over a lifetime. Now we just start with a small case that we have seen the recent week. This is a 57-year-old female who was diagnosed with thyroid swelling around 15 years back, and consequently she did undergo a surgical procedure in 2011, almost 20 years back. Apparently total thyroid was done, though we do not have any histopathology record of this patient. This is what was recorded in the notes of the patient. And she was advised to go for radioactive therapy. And the pathology report, the original report said it's a capillary skin thyroid. Now, we do not know why a completed surgery was not advocated or whether it was advocated the patient can take it, we do not know. But she was advised radioactive therapy as per the records, which she defaulted. Again, she came back to the doctors, not to us, but to somebody else, in the year 2020. And during the COVID period, it was deemed as unacceptable. So I can understand the burnout that the surgery was facing at that time. And she was advised to go for TKI called sorafenib. But unfortunately, the patient and the family were not very oriented towards the management. She took it for a month and she felt it was too toxic and she stopped it. Now, over the last 1 week, she has been having a shortness of breath. She presented to our ear with slider, and within a few minutes she collapsed and rested. Fortunately, with an efficient emergency team, they could resuscitate her, they could intubate her, and then got the evaluation done. Basically, what is the reason for the slider and what is the reason for collapse and arrest. This is the form. She had a visible large neck mass, and the scan was done. The scan was done after the intubation, as you can see. This is a peritoneal tube, and this is a laryngeal cartilage. The heart is based on the peritoneal tube and the cartilage. This is basically a compression which has led to stridor and complete collapse and arrest situation. As you go down and see further down, you find that the mediastinum, the trachea is pretty well sized. Unfortunately, the huge amount of compression in the here. Again, another cut off the same scan showing large volume socket swelling here, completely compressed by tracheal and the laryngeal cartilages, distorting the anatomy, as you can see here. And large skin nodule also separated from the laryngeal, and this is going to be your sleep. Unfortunately, as it is, it took 2 days or 6 months the family to go for a surgical respiration to go to the hospital. So they were hopeful that we will be able to extubate. They did give a trial of extubation, unfortunately the patient couldn't tolerate. The compression was still there. So we had to expose the patient to a lot of digging in, to a deburring procedure to reach the trachea and go to the hospital. Now this is the situation that we are faced with. How could we have avoided this one? Remember, this lady is now 57 years old. But she was diagnosed with malignancy in her early 40s. How could we have avoided this situation? What was it so scary about the treatment of this patient? This patient, remember, didn't complete a surgery, didn't complete a radiation ablation, didn't complete a follow-up. No. You do see a lot of patients with thyroid nodules, thyroid cancers in your dental practice also. We do get to operate them, but they are referred to us. But you see more thyroid nodules than us at any point of time. Mind you, in the common population, clinically present thyroid nodules are only 5 to 10%. When you do also scans for the neck, for some reason, you find thyroid nodules in almost 35% of patients. People, basically, not they're not patients yet. And one of the studies has shown some kind of thyroid nodule in almost 60% of them, which basically makes every 2 or 3 people will have some thyroid nodule in their thyroid glands. So what is so scary about thyroid surgery? As you all know, the commonest complaint that we hear from women particularly is that they end up in scars, so they don't want to do thyroid surgery. And the second common fear is basically injury to the cranial nerves, intercranial nerves, and loss of voice. So the second scare that patients do complain, and not just the patients also will be afraid of. Subjecting the patients to thyroid surgery and taking them loss of voice. And although, of course, more commonly we fear that we see is basically injury to what is called the parathyroid glands, leading to calcium replacement poison and spasms. And yes, we will also be discussing about the first targeted therapy in medical oncology practice. This is basically radiotherapy being used as a targeted for thyroid cancer cure. And yes, apart from the first targeted therapy, we have seen quite a few advances in terms of medical management of thyroid cancers in recent times. So that's what we can talk about today. It's a common practice to find the next weeks. When if you have been developed with thyroid nodules, how do we evaluate them? Everybody knows how to evaluate them now. Even general practitioners have started evaluating by themselves rather than wasting time on sending them to specialists. Quite a few people do go ahead with the evaluation. The commonest evaluation that we do is ultrasound of the neck. Does any thyroid nodule really not require an ultrasound of the neck? I don't think so. We should get an ultrasound done for the neck nodule. It is not only to identify the size of the lesion, but also to understand the nature of the lesion. So all of the required thyroid profile to be done. I would say again, yes, every patient with the next swelling should actually have a thyroid profile done as a part of the protocol of patient. Now, how do we go over it? Do all of these patients require a surgical procedure or a definition? Unfortunately, not really. We have what is called a thyroid scoring. This is basically a universal scoring that is used to evaluate the nature of thyroid nodule to understand the need for further evaluation, need for further treatment. There is basically the 5 things that they see in the thyroid scoring, the composition of it, heterogeneity, shape of the nodule, the margins of the nodule, and multiple forces that are there inside these nodules. Depending on this, the scoring is done. Basically, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is what we usually see. The thyroids 3, 4, and 5 are the ones we usually get pushed over FNAC. If the clinician finds it larger as a suspicious thing for some reason, even the thyroids are also considered FNAC. Now, there is another expectation we see from this examination, which is basically the cytology, surrounding analysis and other release of this particular thing. So there is what is called Bethesda scoring system for thyroid cytopathology. Based on the Bethesda scoring, we have 6 categories of cytopathology codes. 1 being intercalated, 2 being benign, 3 and 4 being say intercalate, 4 being very suspicious, and 5 being actually confirmed malignancy. Now, once you have a diagnosis of thyroid carcinoma, usually there is a question categorization of thyroid cancers. There is what is called a differential thyroid cancers, which usually include these 3 categories of pancreatic, gallbladder, and cancer. There are 3 of them are called differential thyroid carcinomas. Of course, they live with variations. And apart from the thyroid carcinoma, we also see urinary carcinoma and other malignancies. Now, the commonest one is the microbiome thyroid, where the predominant spread is to the lymph nodes in the neck itself. They don't really spread to other parts of the body, they don't really go to other parts of the body, as it commonly. Fortunately or unfortunately, these are seen in more of the younger people. Average age we have 30-40 years. In India, we have much more younger population. We have a large number of people in their late 20s with pancreatitis. Of course, this also is characterized by meaning more than one nodule is there in these patients. Second category is particular carcinomas. Earlier days, in years of voices, which were being very common, we used to have large number of particular carcinomas. It has declined a lot, but still we see almost 10 to 15% of the main particular carcinomas. And another one is the herbal cell carcinoma, which is basically small variant of this malignancies, which is supposed to be aggressive one compared to the particular malignancies. Now, as you know, in oncology, everything gets changed. So what stage is the thing that we normally get asked by the patients and the clinicians and the rheumatologists. So staging is a way of understanding the exact extent of the disease, how bad the disease has spread to the body. If you see, the most recent classification includes age is the important thing. This one malignancy where age is taken into consideration a very, very, very big way. So age itself determines the overall outcome of the patient from this kind of malignancies. So what do we see here? Earlier we used to find it as less than 45 years, now it has been increased to 55 years because people's output is increasing and people are becoming younger and younger. You can see here. So less than 55 is considered as young people. And in those patients, even if metastatic disease is only stage 2, there is no stage 3 and stage 4 in patients who are less than 55 years of age. This basically speaks about the overall good prognosis that we can expect from thyroid cancer. Patients with more than 55 years of age, yes, depending on the amount of disease, we have stage 3 and stage 4. Earlier, we used to have medicine notes being included as stage 4C, which was recorded as unresectable. Now, their medicine notes are also considered as low incidence only, the still maintained as surgical. As you can see, age itself decides the overall staging in one big way in thyroid cancers. And those patients who have got bulky tumors are also at risk, so they are categorized as higher stage category. And all the stages, as you can see, have been changed. And stage 4 is what we see as a most advanced thyroid stage. Now, management of these particular cancers, as you know, the most important treatment for thyroid cancer is surgery. So what kind of surgery we do is basically dependent on what kind of malignancy we are doing. Those patients with polyclinical usually have to do lobotomy, followed by phototherapy, there is malignancy, and that itself is enough for them. And in younger patients, people who are less than 45 years of age, if they have a small focus of malignancy, whether it is papillary or whether it is follicular carcinoma, a simple lobotomy itself is curative. There are very large number of patients who are considered as low-risk category patients. But what do we do? In a patient with malignancy of thyroid gland, this is what we do. We do a total thyroidectomy, a complete removal of the thyroid gland with its margins and of course this is not showed it, but we do remove the perimeter also. Apart from the total thyroidectomy, we do what is called central compartment clearance. This is basically the node which are there between the two carotid arteries, the middle of the neck, below the thyroid gland, which is the first stage of spread to the nodal disease. Apart from these two, in primary disease, we also include the lateral neck. Lateral neck being sections 2, 3, and 4. This is the surgical procedure, and on this one, I have highlighted a few scenarios, case scenarios that we have done and cured these patients. This is a situation of a patient who presented with a very large neck swelling with a plunging to the lower edge of the nodule and degeneration. It was a very large nodule which we could not feel the lower end of the nodule. So this is thought of as a benign one based on FLAC. So we maintained the exploration. We did the surgery. As you can see, we could identify the recurrent lateral inside this particular deep cavity of the system done here, and large nodule which is going and invading the esophagus. So as you can see, this is the arrow points towards the esophagus, which was pulled with and nodule here. So this is an indirect indicator of some kind of bad what has happened with the nodule. Of course, we could shave it off the esophagus with good margin and retain the esophagus and be able to give good. As you can see, this is a normal growth and this is a low with the medicinal. So much was there in the medicinal. This is how the trachea looked at the end of the surgical procedure, because it was a large nodule which is going into deep to the real system. The trachea is compressed and as you can see here. Luckily for this patient, we would expect him on table without any problem. Patient breathed well, spoke well, and didn't have any other side also. So this patient, as you can see, another case in the little elderly lady with enlarged bone lobes, with left lobe being enlarged in the neck itself and the right lobe actually running into the left, as you can see from this X-ray here. This is large right lobe being into the left, and you can see the trachea is completely deviated. It's down the trachea here. So again, so we did a combined procedure here. The neck was exploded and the left lobe was missing from the neck itself. And the medical tumor was dissected with an assisted procedure where you do what is called a VAX procedure to do a medical dissection and let the tumor be delivered to the neck itself. Now again, very good demonstration of recurrent laryngeal here. In spite of large tumor nodule where it was encased in the, and you can see this part of the laryngeal was actually encased in this recurrent laryngeal. So we could identify it low down. The trick is basically to identify the recurrent, we have to place it low down. That's the best place to identify and preserve it. That is a taken for all surgical oncologists treating with the cancer. As you can see, the middle part, you can visualize it from above, which was always from below in the backs and then went to the neck itself. As you can see, this is a huge direct gland, and of course, we didn't do any organization, we didn't get any organization, so we didn't get into the direction of stage. So this is how she looked after the surgical procedure. Again, the trachea itself was strong enough, so we didn't have any infection of this patient. Her final pathology showed forcing of faculty carcinoma. Another focus was more than 5 millimeters. So this patient didn't have any dissection. And this patient did not immediately after surgery. Of course, she received radiotherapy and 3 years post-surgery, she is doing fine. Again, another thing that we get to see a lot is large multinodular borders. Another good demonstration of it. You can see the branching also here. And that is one of the concerns for a lot of surgeons, branching of recurrent laryngeal. Quite a few times, the recurrent laryngeal is not a single nerve. It branches into 2, 3, 4 branches. So to be able to identify them and preserve each and every one of these branches is an important task for us. Apart from this, we also see the parathyroid glands and preserving. And preservation of parathyroid glands is extremely important for the early post-operative recovery of these patients. Again, another scenario where we find parathyroid 1, 2, 3. As I said, we identify them, go down, and then raise them upwards. This is one of the best ways to avoid a recurrent laryngeal injury. Now, why do we need to kind of preserve this recurrent laryngeal? This is the nerve which supplies all the intrinsic nerve cycle voice words. So there is a reason for the speech being visible and proper. Apart from the motor supply, it also has sensory supply. It supplies the upper esophagus, it supplies the if a patient has recurrent laryngeal palsy, apart from not being able to speak well, this patient will also have some amount of loss of sensation. That's the reason that you find a lot of patients with recurrent laryngeal aspirating. That's one of the biggest complaints that you don't want to see in an elderly patient. They end up aspiration and they actually end up dying because of lung infections. So, other studies demonstrated the branching of the nerve showed that almost 60-70% will have some kind of bifurcation. Whether double bifurcation, triple bifurcation, quadruple bifurcation, only around 4,000 will actually have a single bifurcation. The biggest, most important thing for a surgical oncologist can do manual surgery is, apart from being able to remove the tumor completely, we should also be able to kind of preserve the function of these patients and retain their normal lifestyle. Again, this is another slide to show how far it is basically how much is the distance between the branching and the point of insertion. This is where the insertion is very close to the branching, rather the branch is very close to the site of insertion. This is one thing where the network is very far away. If you miss this thing, we end up having a partial recurrent damage, which basically leads to either loss of sensation or loss of motor function. So another thing is that you feel, though it is not obvious, malignancy is this kind of thing. As you know, the average BMI of Indian population is rising rapidly. I'm sure in the clinical practice you are seeing more and more people got what you say benefit, and quite a few of them are actually being on the higher side of BMI. But this is another situation where this is hereditary and this is a wrong fact. This is a situation where this is a big challenge for the medicines. And one of the reasons why people should be scared of hereditary was anesthesia complications or anesthesia disasters that used to all. People used to have problems with intubation. People had lost lives during intubation itself. That scenario is now changed. We have what is called fiber optic intubation, LFT for all patients of hereditary cancers, wherever there is what you say compromised orthopedy, and especially this kind of patients where we are scared of unnecessarily getting into problems with intubation. We use what is called fiber optic intubation. Another demonstration of the rectal laryngeal early in its course and complete resolution of the rectal laryngeal, and that is how we do our conventional surgery. Now, when we come to that surgery, you can always take the thyroid gland and just be happy about that. But at the same time, we need to do what is called a narcotic resection. In all malignancies, not only thyroid malignancies, any other malignancy, narcotic resection leads to what we call an overall best outcome. Now, there is this study which I actually looked at. Quite a few times it's basically a combination of these two factors. You see a patient with internal, rectal and esophageal elevation by the tumor, and we need to kind of identify it, preserve it, and at the same time, sometimes resect it to take a at the same time. And this particular study has also shown when you are achieving an R0 or R0 resection, R0 being a microscopic disease, their outcomes are extremely good compared to when you end up leaving a large amount of tumor, large amount of tumor more than unusual size. So the reason being, radiotherapy as effective as it is, it cannot take care of cross tumor. Unfortunately, the tumor cells are so, differentiated that the ability to concentrate radiotherapy is also compromised. So that's one of the reasons why maximum devoting is something that we do even in patients with excessive laryngeal irritation, where possible, we leave a very small, minuscule tumor tissue and remove the rest of it. And we do mark it with a metal clip. Now this metal clip can be used in case there is a recurrence. We use a focused radiotherapy to get a agonist of disease. Though radiotherapy is not a very common therapy in thyroid cancers. Another clinical scenario is large gout with aortic compression. Of course, this patient we initially thought of as non-malignant. So this is how the spine is supposed to be handled. You can see the area here, completely large gap between the spinal cord and the area, which means basically we know that this patient has got the gout encasing this laryngeal structures and including the upper airways tract. Of course, this is how we had to kind of do the surgery, free from every structure there, achieve complete clearance, and at the same time, post-operatively get a scabbard here, which was like backward from both sides. So it is a very soft region. We had to do a recasting for this patient, and this is only after the recasting and the protein. Most of the time, even if you do recasting for a scabbard here, they heal within 5 days. By the 7th day, this patient is back to this normal thing because the fibers is healed rapidly. They don't really take too long to kind of heal well, and by the end of 5 days, they can be removed. Now that this is basically someone to take care, they can actually speak also. We do what is called a speaking tube, so the patient can speak from the very first day. Again, this patient is still a weakness for internal cancer of the thyroid gland, which was not seen in the preoperative evaluation, not in the FDG also, and he is due for radiotherapy. These are all of these cases, so we don't have their problem there. Again, so the textbook description of parathyroid dysfunction in patients undergoing thyroiditis, especially protothyroidectomy. Patients when they undergo heavy thyroidectomy, they hardly ever. We have never seen a patient developing hyperthyroidism. The reason is, majority of us, we have 2 ways of parathyroid glands. Both of them getting the concentrate of the inferior thyroid arteries, and when we take out half of it, the other half is completely preserved. So they never develop hyperthyroidism. But when we do protothyroidism, since it's taking only about protothyroidism, almost 50 to 30%, which means almost 1/3 of them we develop out of temporary hepatitis also, but majority will recover. The textbook description is around 1 to 7% of them will end up requiring the long-term parathyroid support. Of course, most of these patients do recover very fast. Initially they require acute calcium, but then we switch to oral calcium and continue their oral calcium for quite some time. Like I said, most of them, by the end of 1 month, they are completely off their medication. What is it that scares the patient from going to the surgery? Like I said, one of the biggest things is the scar. And you can see, majority of the patients will develop this kind of scar. Majority of the patients end up with a simple, finely healed scar like this. And of course, quite a few patients will have to tell us that there is a scar there to understand that there was a later. So this is how good the scar is in most of the patients. Because most of them we don't use cross-sections, most of them we don't use skin stable, we use what is called an absorbable subcuticular suture and then they really good. Of course, for the patients who are really scared of the scar or who are very concerned about the scar, young people, young men and women who are yet to get married and who are very keen on avoiding the scar, we have options. We have options for what is called a scarless thyroid surgery. Though it is not scarless thyroid surgery, you can actually get transfer the scar from the neck to some other part of the body. So these are basically endoscopic techniques or non-endoscopic techniques like this here, where we can transfer the scar to some other part of the body and leave them with us. No scar in the things. Of course, multiple techniques. There is bilateral axial, bilateral breast kind of approach. Another different kind of techniques are there. Multiple techniques. We take the scar depending on the side of the thyroid nodule, side of the lobe, and the preference of the patient. So these are the modes are placed, and then the planes are prepared, and then we raise the flap, and then identify the thyroid gland, identify the recurrent nerve, as you can see here, preserve it, take out the thyroid gland, and deliver it to the small insulin output. This is how they are not. So that is an option where we use scarless thyroid surgery. Of course, once you have a thyroid surgery done, the patient comes to the most of it, we will ask you what next, doctor. Now the next treatment that we offer to patients with thyroid cancer is radioactive ablation. We do what is called a risk categorization. The patients who are deemed as high risk are those who receive higher doses of radioactive iodine, bordering from 100 milliculi to 200 milliculi, depending on the age, risk of the pregnancy, and volume of tumor that is there preoperatively. That is how we decide the dose. Intermediate risk receives every 50 to 75 milliculi, and the ones with the low risk are the ones who receive the least amount of radioactive iodine, that is receiving hardly 50 milliculi. So, radioactive iodine is what I would call as the first target therapy that has been developed in oncological circles, and this has proven its worth in the long span of last 5 decades. How much does it really contribute to the overall cure of the patients? Most of the studies say that the risk of death by recurrence of the tumor is reduced to almost 1/3 because of the radioactive therapy. And the patients who don't receive radioactive therapy are the ones who are at risk of dying of the disease, which is twice that the patient who receives radioactive therapy. Next comes the more recent advanced, basically what we call the advanced targeted therapies, which is basically the TKIs that we call them as. This is a very exciting field, like immunotherapies, the targeted therapies are coming up in a very big way in the whole of oncology field, and thyroid cancer is no exception to that. As we see, there is a large number of molecules that are available, large number of molecules which are chosen based on the genetic composition, molecular composition, and why are they being used? This is the reason. The ones which are got deemed as radioactive refractory, recurrent diseases, large volume recurrences, these are the tumors which are unlikely to kind of respond to radioactive alone, so these are the ones who are offered the TKIs. Apart from these things, the patients who have got extensive recent disease, they are not likely to get the benefit of radioactive alone, so they are also offered multiple different molecules that are available. So many molecules are available. These are governments, the commencement that is being used by us. Again, we choose the molecule based on the molecular profile of the tumor itself. Multiple options, and sometimes a combination of these options are what leads to the longevity of these patients. Majority of the studies have shown that usage of TKS increases the lifespan by almost 18 months. Now, it may not sound like a very big exciting number, but remember these are the averages, which basically means there are certain people who can achieve disease survival of more than even 5 years. So this is a situation. For example, a patient was under surgery for thyroid cancer. 33 out of 16 crores of losses for this patient. There was imaging into bilateral jugular veins. There was imaging into trachea, esophagus, recurrent nerve. We had to do repair of the trachea, dissection and repair of the trachea. We had to do dissection and repair of the esophagus, the pharyngeal muscles, and we had to kind of sacrifice both the recurrent jugular veins and do a complete clearance for this patient. He received radiation therapy, and after 3 years of this therapy, this is the status of this patient. Of course, this was supposed to we were supposed to listen to his voice, which is near normal now. So though he had such an extensive disease to begin with, we could achieve what is called a very good quality of life, acceptably, very good, acceptable next card. So what options do we have for this old lady that we have seen? Though I got it old lady now, she's only 57, remember. We had missed the bus. When she was young, we have not kind of been able to deliver the full week. What do we have offered for this patient now? Again, these are the 3 offers that we have now. We can offer the surgery because this patient doesn't have any disease. All the diseases are linked right now. So we can offer a completion therapy followed by radiation ablation, and if necessary, TKA therapy also. This option is still there, and in spite of our present, because such a bad presentation with spider requiring intubation, requiring tracheostomy, requiring resuscitation for cardiac arrest, this patient can still look forward to having several months to several years of life with proper therapy. So again, this is a small slide showing our data. So over the last few years, we have had few patients requiring tracheostomy, all of them temporary, and only 3 patients with permanent hypoparathyroidism requiring therapy. And unfortunately, none of them has got a permanent tracheostomy requirement. That is how we have been able to do. So what we say is, there is something to offer from oncology side to patients with thyroid cancers at every level. But best one is to kind of catch them early, treat them fully and cure them completely. The option of being able to cure them completely is there where you catch them early, treat them completely with all the recruitment therapies that are available to us and cure them completely. Thanks a lot. Thanks for giving me an audience to thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that very illustrative talk. I just have a small question. What proportion of cases, thyroid cancer cases, need frozen section?
So to be frank, most of us use frozen section as a requirement. So I would say, you notice this, you are going to report. To be frank, I would say hardly 5% of the patients actually require the frozen section on table. Now these are the ones who we find a hard option. And we find that it is not seems to immediately into the therapy or in spite of that, we end up creating this for almost like 20% of our patients in the real world. Though it is actually required 25%. And we also realize that there is a limitation of what the can add to. It cannot really differentiate between what the neoplasm and what the plastic. Of course, that limitation is always there. It usually says that we come to the patient saying that there is a 1% chance that we may compare for second surgery in front of the that is it. But yes, in these 5% patients, frozen has very difficult because we could confirm vaccinated as not able to do the combination surgery, including body section, and that is why we can save the patient from the second surgery.
Just one how is it a standard practice to test for hereditary thyroid cancer in none of those patients?
Not really. So to be frank, I would say over 30 years of practice, I have seen hereditary testing being done hardly 5 or 10, not more than that. But yes, I would say we have a patient right now who lost her mother and grandmother to thyroid pregnancy, who is waiting for surgery for breast cancer and thyroid. We do not know the thyroid whether it's lost or not. this is the right candidate for going for healthy cases. It's not very common to see in the office of data analysis. Thank you.
Just last question. This next is going to come. So is there any, see everything now revolving around the research of microbiome. So when we see microbiome, the gut microbiome.
Yes.
So is there any relation between this microbiome and the cancer causation? Because some of the microbiome dysbiosis leads to chronic inflammation, and this inflammation leads to in the due course of time cancers and obesity and so many other diseases that disorders also. So in this context, is there any study done in the thyroid cancers and immunity-related studies? Is there any role of microbiome in cancer causation?
It's a very interesting question actually. So this is something of a very common question that we keep on hearing a lot. The microbiome itself is a concept which has come in the last 3 decades. Our understanding of microbiome itself is very, very basic, I would say, very, very easy. But we do understand that it has a significant impact on the overall immunity of the person, overall longevity of the person, and overall outcomes of the person's disease. Like I said, we know that cancer is using our people submission.
You can go to the latest slides.
So then probably I can answer this question by thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the interesting and informative talk. I request chairpersons to honor our speaker with the memento. Chairpersons. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Varma, sir, State IMA President, to hand over the memento to our chairperson. I welcome Mr. Gyanathan British Deputy Commissioner, CD President of the Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Jayala sir, President of Honorable Medical Association, for attending this scientific session. As Honorable Governor, Sri Jishnu Varma has arrived, I request everyone, including the people of the staff, to be seated. People at the stalls, kindly be seated. As His Excellency, Governor Sir is going to arrive.
To all the members of Indian Medical Association. I request all of you to sit in first in their respective positions, please. I request all the IMA Indian Medical Association members to be seated in their respective positions as we are expecting the arrival of the chief guest. respective chairs, please. Hearty welcome all of you from IMA Vandalanians. I will request all of you to cooperate as the chief guest arrival is expected in another 5 minutes. And I also congratulate all the award winners. All the award winners are expected to see on my left side so we can make the function. Annual award ceremony of Indian Medical Association very easy and smoothly. We need to maintain such a discipline and punctual timings because the minute to minute program is planned by the Honorable Governor's Office. So I request all the IMA members as well as our guests to occupy their chairs and be ready for the program. Overall, staying outside of these premises are requested to come in and sit inside the premises, please. I request all the members of IMA to sit in their respective positions and chairs. We are expecting any time from now the chief guest arrival. So I kindly request all of you to be seated in their respective positions. Hearty welcome to you all from IMA Vandalanians, one of the prestigious branches in all over India. I am very proud to say that over 205 branches over India of IMA are there, but the uniqueness of IMA Vandalanians is completely different. And they do stand with the doctors all the time. That is the principle of IMA, standing with the doctors and maintaining the quality of doctors of their practice. So in quality care, updated scientific sessions, a bonanza, I think the morning session was very wonderful. You have enjoyed the morning session with brainstorming discussions. Dr. Andrology is one of my good friends who gave a wonderful talk on the microbiome resistance, how we are facing these days. The antimicrobial resistance is one important thing, is really the new killer for all of us, and is a big challenge treating patients. And even myself, I had a tough time in treating my own mother because she is getting treatment for malignancy and all. So sometimes it is even tough for us to treat. So this is the way the antimicrobial resistance we are looking at these days. And that's very important to know. So we kept a nice topic for you. I think the topic really helped you today. And also, the other topic, I think which you all enjoyed. There are certain wonderful topics today. They are well designed. And the second brain in the body, or the brain, we have a talk by Dr. Jishnu. It was a important topic where you were even brought back. There was a test done.
ఏంటి
So the first topic, I got topic, and then the surgical updates, hepatitis, fever, bully, thyroid, we continue later on, and also there are many more topics which we are going to be, doing today, and those topics will be very much useful for your scientific updates. So the Honorable Governor, His Excellency, Shri Varma is on his way. Another 5 minutes is here. So with great enthusiasm and happiness we will welcome him. So get ready for the next period. This is 5 minutes we are back.
No silence of మీ సిమ్ తీసుకోండి నీకు వచ్చేది అదే అంటున్నా కొంచెం ఎంక తీసుకోవట్లేదు కొంచెం ఎంక తీసుకోవాలి నీకు వస్తుంది నువ్వు చూసి డేట్ వస్తుంది డేట్ వస్తుంది రాయసా
Thank you everyone. Please be seated.
Very good morning to one and all. Hearty welcome. His Excellency, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Sri Jishnu Varma, and all the guests. Today, the 18th Scientific and Medical Social Session and 4th Annual Award Ceremony and the Impact Conference 2024 conducted by Indian Medical Association Hyderabad Punjab Health Branch under the able leadership of Dr. Prabhu Kumar Chalagari, Secretary Dr. Haricharan and the entire executive team members. IMA is a very largest organization, professional organization in the world, which is working hard for the welfare of the doctors fraternity. IMA not only participates in doctors' welfare, it also helps in needy people whenever there is a crisis. Now, I would like to welcome IMA Hyderabad Punjab Health Branch President Dr. Prabhu Kumar Chalagari on the dais, and I would like to honor him with Presidential IMA Medal.
Without whom today's session is not possible. Please stand and most actively and the voice for doctors, students and hospitals. As an active social worker, he helps the needy in the hour where hope fails. He is Dr. Prabhu Kumar Chalagari, Senior Consultant Physician and COVID Expert, Specialist in Reproductive and Sexual Medicine. He was awarded Vaidya Ratna, Vaidya Vibhushan, Vaidya Shiromani by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Awardee, Best Doctor Awardee, IMA Ketan Desai Yuva Leader Awardee 2021, New Delhi. Dr. C.T. Thakkar Award 2021, IMA Branch Extension Award. He is presently current IMA Mandala News Members President.
I request Mr. Garrett Bill Owen, British Deputy High Commissioner, sir, please come on to the dais.
Known for his kindness, sincerity, helpfulness, and discipline, his presence always adds a dose of motivation for every session he attended. I extend my warm welcome to you, Mr. Garrett Owen, the British Deputy High Commissioner.
I request Professor Dr. J. A. Jailal Garu, President, Commonwealth Medical Association UK, sir, please come on to the dais.
A role model for all of our medicals fraternity. He is a very talented with his great effort, hard work. He is now the President of Commonwealth Medical Association UK. Welcome, Jailal.
I request Dr. D. Nageswar Reddy Garu, Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri Awardee, Founder, Chairman, AIC Hospital, Hyderabad, please come on to the dais. I request D. Prasad Rao Garu, Honorable Member of Parliament, Chittoor, sir, please come on to the dais.
Dr. Prasad Rao Garu, an Indian politician and elected candidate for Lok Sabha from Chittoor, Lok Sabha constituency. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, become more. You are a leader. He is also the chairman of Radhe Constructions. We welcome you, sir.
I request Dr. D. Varma Reddy Garu, President IMA Telangana State, so please come on to the dais.
Mohit bhai.
Dr. Dwarkanath Reddy Duguru, an eminent ENT surgeon. In this occasion, I would like to share that he is the first person from Telangana State to receive Lifetime Achievement Award for his recognition of his services, spanning over 4 decades in Indian Medical Association. Recently, the national body of AOI, headed by ENT, had given him the Lifetime Achievement Award. He is the first person from South India to receive this honor. Congratulations and welcome, sir.
Now I request our today's chief guest, His Excellency the Governor of Telangana, Sri Jishnu Varma Garu.
Mohit bhai जाओ, आगे जाओ, आगे जाओ, सीधा जाओ.
I now request Dr. Prabhukumar sir to honor Dr. Jailal sir with the medal. Prabhukumar sir. Shri Jishnu Varma, also known as Jishnu Varma, and affectionately called Jishnu Karta, is a distinguished politician from Tripura and served as the Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Tripura. He was a prominent member of the Northeastern Council Advisory Committee from 1989 to 1993. Shri Jishnu Varma played a pivotal role in shaping policies for the Northeastern region. He also served as a convener of the Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, Tripura chapter, and coordinated initiatives for the trust in the Northeast. He embarked on his political journey with the Bharatiya Janata Party in 1993 and was elected as a National Council member representing Tripura. He held the position of General Secretary overseeing organizational matters for the Tripura Pradesh BJP. In 2018, Jishnu Varma contested the State Assembly election from the 19 Chavilam ST constituency, where he garnered an unprecedented victory, securing 89.33% of the total votes cast. A multifaceted artist, his creative spirit finds expression in modern art, paintings, and sculptures. His works, infused with vibrant themes, grace various tourist spots, temples, and public spaces, often in collaboration with Samskar Bharati. A poet and a writer of considerable repute, his poetry in Bengali and English has touched the hearts of many. His works, notably featured in his books Children of Water Goddess and Master of Time, are celebrated for their evocative and lyrical quality. He possesses a deep and passionate commitment of tribal development, education, health, and art and culture. Known for his affable personality, he enjoys engaging with people from all walks of life, always making time to connect with the common man. In his own words, his philosophy of life is an opportunity to offer a healing touch to those living on the margins. Sir, your spirit lives on in the countless lives you touched, the dreams you nurtured, and the futures you shaped. Sir, you are an inspiration to millions. Thank you for gracing us with your presence today.
Hello.
Let us remember and embrace the profound strength, unity, and shared destiny it embodies. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at the brink of yet another momentous occasion, a time to honor, respect our nation's pride. Please stand up for the national anthem.
అది
Many feelings may come and go, but that feeling when we hear our national anthem that raises our goosebumps is irreplaceably magical. As we commence this exciting and insightful day, we are calling upon our chief guest on stage to do the honor of lighting the lamp. We deeply appreciate your presence, making this auspicious beginning of our proceedings today. Dignitaries, please light the lamp.
సినిమాటిక్ అడుగు విజయ్ అడుగు రుకు ఫాస్ట్ రుకు ఉత్తరుకో
defying gravity stands as a symbol of our quest for knowledge, upliftment, and the resolve to rise above all challenges. It stands as a testament to the power of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance. A heartfelt thanks to our esteemed guests for leading this auspicious beginning. When you listen, God talks, and when you believe, God works. As the lamp's light continues to radiate throughout the day, let it remind us of our collective commitment to knowledge, harmony, and progress.
Thank you all. And now I request IMA Andrology branch founder of this Dr. Varma to further continue the session.
బ్లూ లైట్ బంద్ చేసి ఇది పోతుంది బయటకు తీసుకొస్తుంది.
Good morning, one and all. And I welcome you all for this morning great event of IMA Hepatitis 19th scientific session and 4th annual award function. Despite of the busy schedule, His Excellency, the Governor of Telangana, Jishnu Varma, a versatile politician and a wonderful man, has given the time to come and attend our program. Dr. J. Jayal, the President, as you all know him, the National President, past National President of Indian Medical Association, and also now President of Commonwealth Medical Association, graces the occasion. Our dear friend, D. Prasad Rao, Chairman for Raja Constructions, was also here to grace the occasion and wish you all a grand success. And also we have our Deputy High Commissioner, British Deputy High Commissioner, Sri Gareth Winwoven. As you all know that in 1928, when the Indian Medical Association was formed, it was the British Medical Association. So we have a great connection with you, and with that connection, our first program of IMA installation and inauguration was done by the then Deputy High Commissioner Andrew. So we are very happy to see you here, and also I thank all of them who are here today to attend this and grace this annual function. I want to just brief you about Indian Medical Association organization with largest numbers and working for the scientific updates of the doctors as well as innovative techniques to involve in them. Not only that, to see that the anti-tuberculosis is also curbed in the country. As chairman for anti-tuberculosis, with the help of Telangana State Medical Council, we have conducted a lot of rides over the years, and a lot of change was brought in the Telangana State in the field of anti-tuberculosis. So we are trying to curb the anti-tuberculosis because, as you see, as they have kept a topic called antimicrobial resistance, the new killer was these days the resistance of the antibiotics to the microorganisms. So all these things involving, we have conducted the scientific updates to see that the anti-tuberculosis is also curbed in the country. Not only that, my dear friends, no day passes. You all know that no day passes without violence on doctors or healthcare professionals. Violence on doctors in healthcare establishments should be treated as cognizable offences. We demand for a central act to ensure safe working environment of healthcare professionals. Mushrooming of medical colleges in a short span of time without adequate faculty and infrastructure will not ensure outcome of quality healthcare professionals. Adequate emphasis needs to be laid on primary healthcare, public health by instituting 1 PhD in every Gram Panchayat, as Kerala is doing that already. Thus, the load on tertiary care centers can be reduced. The young medical graduates can be absorbed and thus can ensure a better comprehensive healthcare ecosystem. For thus, instead of being a single visit budget, at least 10% of the budget needs to be allocated for healthcare. Adequate incentives to be given to young medical graduates who wish to establish clinics in rural areas, thus can put a check to unqualified people. Just as one cannot practice law without being a law graduate, and one cannot be an engineer without being an engineering graduate, similarly one cannot practice medicine and play with people's life without being a medical graduate. There should be a strict enforcement of quackery. To curb quackery, there should be strict enforcement laws. So my dear friends and my colleagues, we all need to stand together and fight with this quackery which is going on in the country. I once again welcome you all to this program, a day-long session. Please be patient with us because we will be little adjusting the timings, but we assure you to give you more scientific updates today and lot of innovative methods today and tomorrow. Kindly bear with us, and I sincerely thank all the dignitaries of the dais for coming to this function and make us happy and make it a grand success. Thank you very much.
I now call upon Mr. Garrett, our British Deputy High Commissioner, to speak a few words. And let us begin.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here today. And so very much congratulations to IMA and Andrology Hills on the 4th edition of this conference. I can see by how full the room is, how important and how popular this conference is. So congratulations to IMA and Andrology Hills for putting off another wonderful conference. So please join me in another round of applause. Unfortunately, I cannot stay, but I wish you great success with today. And I'm sure it will lead to stronger healthcare being delivered in India and stronger healthcare being delivered in Telangana. Thank you all very much for the wonderful work you do. We know ourselves from the UK experience how important Indian healthcare workers are, and that's exactly the same within Telangana. So thank you all very much for the excellent work you do, and make sure we all live long and healthy lives. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging our wins overseas. I now call upon Prasad Rao Garu to come on to the dais and speak a few words in the gathering.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం అండి. ఆనరబుల్ గవర్నర్ శ్రీ విష్ణు వర్మజీ, జయలాల్ గారు, కుమార్ గారు, డైరెక్టర్ గారు, అండ్ భగవత్నాథ్ గారు, డాక్టర్స్ sitting before the dais. Once again, greetings to all of you. So this is a wonderful occasion, as I have seen the subjects you are explaining. I happened to see one of the subjects on thyroid. So you are all, you are the contributors of the life to this country, either young or seniors. So you are so rewarded profession. So this kind of conferences will help the youngsters to obtain the knowledge, and the kind of explanation, the kind of technology or showing. I think even for a junior doctor, it will take few days to, or it may take few weeks to acquire that knowledge. So this kind of thing can be utilized for the updating of the knowledge. So first of all, let me congratulate Dr. Kumar Sadagari for organizing this kind of conference. And also it is not every chapter, whether I am saying chapter just 4 years old. So this kind of magnanimity, so definitely people will get benefit out of it. And we are there to support this kind of thing as an MP, not only MP, I am a MP, but very recent MP. But as a businessman, we are there to support this kind of thing because you are the people who are contributing to this country and this state. We all know we were hub of pharmaceuticals in this country. Now it is going to be hub of medical center in this country, Hyderabad. So all the efficient doctors are coming up, all go to medical care is coming up, and many of the Maharashtra, Marathwada and Hyderabad, Karnataka, there is a part of Hyderabad, Karnataka, Raichur, Gulbarga and Hubli, they are all dependent on Hyderabad. Whatever what happens, they come here. So they are mostly depending for medical health here. I used to work in Nanded, And everybody who has got a serious problem, I used to see a ambulance coming to Hyderabad. So this is how the Hyderabad is assuming importance. So I once again wish all the best to Prabhu Kumar, and also all the best to all the doctors, young and senior doctors, to stand up to Hyderabad city and make all of us make this is a medical center, medical hub of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your inspiring words, sir, and for your support. I now call upon Dr. Varma Reddy, sir, to come on to the dais and speak a few words.
Andariki Namaskaram. His Excellency Governor, I think I had the opportunity of sharing prayers along with him twice in 2 months now. It's an honor for me. And today we are having impact class. So everything is impact. Now Prabhu Kumar is making impact with impact class. So and naturally, because I really want to use this word only now. The impact goes with all of us together. Because we are about 4 lakh members. It's a big spectrum. So how much impact we can make? Similarly, in Telangana state, we have about 20,000 members. So we can make so much of impact. So with this, I think now the time has come. Let's all join together and show, of course, it's not the rights or demands or requests or whatever it is. There are several things. So we all can take this forward with with all join together and make all the impact. Thank you very much.
We are the torch bearers, sir. Thank you for your words. I now call upon Professor and Dr. J. Jailal, sir, to come and speak a few words at the gathering.
Beloved and distinguished His Excellency, the Governor of this Telangana state, my beloved brother and the impact leader of Indian Medical Association, Dr. Prabhu, the State President, Dr. Dwarkanath, the Member of Parliament, the Deputy High Commissioner of the British in Telangana, the past leader and the past National Vice President and the past President of the Telangana, the Medical Council, Dr. Ravindra Reddy, the State President of past, Dr. Kumar, and all of my colleagues in the Indian Medical Association. Indeed, it is a great privilege and honor for me to be here at this moment. First of all, I stand here as the past National President of the Indian Medical Association, who had the privilege of inaugurating this branch way back in 2021. And as a person who has inaugurated this branch, I will be the most happiest person to see the growth, the impact in the society this Prabhu and his team is doing in Telangana. I am so grateful to Dr. Prabhu for your excellent creative work which you are doing. And I wish all the best for your future also. I also represent the Commonwealth Medical Association, which is the federal organization of 56 Commonwealth countries and having an office in London. And it is a real privilege for me to work with the different countries across the Commonwealth, down south in South Africa, Australia, Canada, where we are able to see a different kind of the medical healthcare delivery system. What we are normally advocating in the needs of the National Medical Association and needs to the state for propagating advocacy on the healthcare delivery system in their country. So representing India, I also want to place a few issues which we want to advocate or implement in our own country. I am extremely happy and delighted to have His Excellency belonging to the Tripura state. Very few months back, I had the privilege to be in Tripura, Agartala, where we have a beautiful Indian Medical Association building which is being supported and in the place which is being given by the government of Tripura state. The government has a very good relationship with the doctors of Tripura. The Tripura Medical Association involves very actively with the community health work and the various other work initiated by the Tripura government, and there is a great relationship. I want to place the same appeal to our Honorable His Excellency. Telangana Indian Medical Association is the past few years demanding, requesting for a place to enact a Telangana Medical Association building. We do not have a building of Indian Medical Association of the Telangana state. Honorable Excellency, coming from the Tribula with the same style of your own state, I think you must be initiate and help our own doctors of this state to have a building of their own, so that all these programs can be propagated for the welfare of the community and society in a better way. I'm sure that we will be able to do that with us. The second most important thing from India, today they are producing almost 1,27,000 doctors from 727 medical colleges. So huge number. No other country is able to produce like this. And even if you say that British Medical Association, the number of posts for the one post, the people who are applying is getting 10,000, 15,000 applications are coming. There's so much of the unemployment is prevailing among the young doctors of this country. I understand even in Telangana, the regular annual the Telangana Medical Council, medical recruitment is not taking place. There are a lot of young doctors after finishing their graduation, post-graduation, working for a temporary or a contract work that just lasts for 11 months. When a doctor is not given a regular appointment, and he will not be able to focus, concentrate fully on the welfare of the community, because he will be focusing his time to look after him. So it is our appeal on behalf of the Indian Medical Association to Honorable Excellency that the annual recruitment policy of the Telangana state should be implemented every year, so that thousands of young doctors who are just working on a contract basis or not working in a proper way will be able to get accommodated into the healthcare delivery system of the state, and that will produce a great impact to the society. The great benefit to the society will be producing. And I was extremely delighted the Honorable Excellency is here, and he will definitely take care of this issue. Because when we are giving adequate care to the health, the nation will always progress. The health of the nation depends upon the health of the healthcare professionals. If the healthcare professionals are not safe, if the healthcare professionals are not adequately regulated and empowered, the health of the country cannot be also improved. And if the health is not improving, the economy of the country will also not improve. What we see with the COVID, the tremendous contribution of the young doctors. Having this mind, and on behalf of the Indian Medical Association, and also being supported by the Commonwealth Medical Association, I appeal to the Honorable the Excellency to look into this issue of supporting and encouraging our young doctors to come in there. Finally, I will also request my good colleague, the British High Commissioner. There are a lot of doctors are writing their USMLE and the PLAB examination, and they are appearing for a IMA examination. They find it difficult in getting the visas at appropriate time. And even a doctor is applying. I request the Excellency, the County Commissioner will also look into the issue of the free flow of the medical knowledge across the country and across the state. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Looking forward to a bright and positive future and our leadership of Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you.
So much for inspiring, insightful, informative, and impactful speech, sir. I now call upon His Excellency, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Shri Jishnu Varma, to speak a few words about the gathering.
Anna, mobile continue.
On the dais, Professor Dr. D.A. Jayala, President of Commonwealth Medical Association, Dr. Varma, C.D. Prasad Rao, Honorable Member of Parliament, Institute, Dr. Varma Kumar, President IMA, distinguished guests, respected media persons, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. I am delighted to address the 18th scientific seminar and the 4th annual award ceremony of the IMA Mandara. It is an event that showcases the relentless dedication of medical professionals towards both their colleagues and the larger community. Events like these remind us of the profound role doctors play in society, encapsulated in the saying, Vaidyo Narayana of Hari. The doctor is a manifestation of the divine. The Indian Medical Association IMA has been consistently upholding the higher ideals of healthcare, striving to protect the rights of doctors, improve medical standards, and address pressing public health challenges. His contribution to society has been both transformative and enduring. The IMA has championed the cause of medical professionals through commendable initiatives. Its firm stand against violence towards doctors emphasizes the need to protect those who dedicate their lives to healing others. Similarly, its fight against quackery preserves the sanctity of the medical profession, ensuring patients can seek care from competent, qualified professionals. In the realm of medical education, the IMA has played a pivotal role, particularly during critical processes like NEET, PG, counseling, guiding young aspirants with transparency and strength. Beyond supporting its members, the IMA's commitment to the larger community is truly inspiring. Initiatives like rural health camps and Aao Gaon Chale, Let's Go to the Villages program, bridge healthcare gaps, bringing modern medical services to our deserved and thriving regions. These efforts exemplify the ancient wisdom that the body is the need of all lifeless persons. The IMA's dedication to combating drug abuse and addressing public health issues reflect a holistic approach to building a healthier society. Such actions demonstrate the profound impact medical professionals have on individual life and the community at large. The association's branches embody compassion in action, organizing medical camps, advocating for public health, and supporting undeserved communities. This is a noble mission that aligns seamlessly with the timeless principle of the Hippocratic Oath to uphold ethical issues, prioritize patient well-being, practice with humility and compassion, and safeguard life with scientific and moral integrity. I urge the IMA and all doctors to extend the service further reaching the most inaccessible areas, treating patients who cannot afford care, and dedicating at least one day a week to offer free services for the poor and needy. Such acts of healing and kindness will not only restore life, but also elevate the noble profession of medicine to greater heights of honor and respect. May the IMA continue its outstanding work, inspiring hope and trust in every corner of society. I appreciate the dynamic leadership of Dr. Prabhu Kumar, Member Secretary, Dr. Haricharan, and the dedicated team of IMA Banjara Hills organizing this event. I wish you all continued success in your future endeavors. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Cultural and Award Committee Chairman, Dr. Shravanti, to proceed further.
Good morning, everyone. Now I would like to call upon all awardees. Please be alert. Lifetime Achievement Award, Dr. E. Ravindra Reddy, sir. Please come on to the dais. He is the past chairman of Medical Council, award for IMA in Canada, renowned pediatrician with over 40 years of experience. Slides on the screen, please. He is a distinguished leader in IMA and Canada. Next, Radhe Constructive Private Limited is the Excellence in Real Estate Award. He is received by Mrs. Sushma Reddy and Mr. Roshali.
No.
This is formed in 2013 by Mr. Radhe Dagumana. Radhe Construction India is the leading real estate development firm committee to transform the dreams of the home owners. Next, Excellence in Medical and Healthcare Award is received by Mr. Ravindra CEO, the innovative healthcare leader, Renova Integrated Advanced Medical Infrastructure with a comprehensive integrated system. Dr. Karnataka Rahul Garu is the excellence in medical and healthcare services. He is a laparoscopic surgeon. Sir, Dr. Anirudh, excellence in medical and healthcare services, is a pulmonologist with expertise in critical care. Dr. Rahul Reddy, excellence in medical and healthcare, microsurgery and with experts in men's health, in director of healthcare Andrology. Dr. Rajshekar Reddy is getting excellency award in medical and healthcare, senior consultant surgeon, specialist in general surgery. Dr. Vijay, excellence in teaching and social services, is academics excellence and dedicated in social services. Mrs. Revati Gaud, excellence in social services. The political leadership currently serves as the Vice Chairman Telangana, Andhra Pradesh Congress Joint Taper Wing. She is a social service and environment leader. Dr. Kavya is a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist, excellence in medical and healthcare service award she is receiving. Dr. K. Shyam K. Jaiswal is receiving excellence in medical and healthcare services. Mr. Ravinder, excellence in organ donation. Maternity President, Ravinder Vice President, and Sujata Joint Secretary Organ Donation Services. Mr. Tulsiraj, excellence in legal services.
Hello, look here. Hello.
Mr. Shamsi, excellence in government service, innovative leadership, is getting award. Arun Reddy, excellence in medical and healthcare services, is an expert in orthopedic surgeon.
Shiva, hi friend. Fixed deposit. హలో మొబైల్ నుంచి తీసుకున్నాను మొబైల్ నుంచి అన్న మొబైల్ అక్కడనే చూస్తున్నారు వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ చూస్తలేదు
Mr. Shivanaraj, excellence in media. Dr. Sainath, excellence in medical and health services. Dr. Gopal.
నువ్వు కొట్టి తొందరగా చెప్పాను ఏమనుకో కొంచెం వస్తుంది వంగు వద్దంటలే కానీ కొట్టి తీ పొంగు తొంగినట్టు వస్తుంది కరెక్టే కదా వాడు
ఓకే
Thank you so much for your answer. Now, for felicitation is followed. First station of Dr. J. Jairam, sir, by our governor. Dr. Varma, sir, by His Excellency, Governor.
Sir, look here.
Followed by Mr. G. Prasad Rao, Member of Parliament, his felicitation by His Excellency of Governor. Dr. Edward to say a word of thanks. Dr. Edward.
అయిపోయింది ఇక్కడ వచ్చేసాను.
Word of thanks. So I thank all the chief guests on this occasion for gracing the stage and making this program a grand success. Thank you, everyone. Now we conclude this with our national anthem.
అన్న రాయగం జరగనా
I request everyone to be seated. Now we will continue with our scientific session.
ఎవరన్నారు మనం చూసుకోవాలన్నా ఈ కొడుకులు మాత్రం నిన్నప్పుడు తెలిసా మనం మధ్య నుండి కొట్టాలి వాళ్ళు వినరు ఇంకో సతీశానికి కొడుకు ఎప్పుడు స్టేజ్ మీద వాళ్ళు పెద్ద పిల్లలు మాట్లాడితే ఇంకా పోయి కొట్టాలన్న భయపడద్దు రాయసంగా చెప్తుంటే పెట్టుతాను సార్ ఏం సార్ మాట్లాడుతున్నారు రాయస్ సార్ మనకైతే మనం ఏం చేస్తాం సహకారంగా బ్రేకే కానీ వాళ్ళు వేరే మాట్లాడుతున్నారు వెళ్ళిపోతారు కాల్స్ వచ్చినాయి నేను అర్థమాత్రం చూస్తున్నాను మరి అప్పుడు లైవ్ ఉంది లైవ్ వస్తుంది బాగా లైవ్ అయింది తెలియదు మనం చూడొచ్చు
Rest of the awards will be awarded in the next session because we have captured the program. Sorry for the people who didn't receive the award. So next session, other dignitaries are coming. You can receive the award with the dignitaries. Thank you very much.
ऐसा ना कुंदा लिंक करा वापस आओ आयो
Honorable MP is going to give some of the awards. Media people, please come forward. Dr. Harish, gastroenterologist, going to receive the Medical Excellence and Healthcare Award. Big round of applause, please. Mr. Narendra. Mr. Narendra. Mr. Praveen. Mr. Praveen, Mr. P.D. Ramana,
వీడియోస్ ఉంటాయి ఇక్కడ నా నెంబర్ తీసుకోండి సార్ ఆ సార్ నెంబర్ తీసుకోండి నన్ను పంపించేసింది సార్ సార్ चलिए सर सर
the rest of the awards will be awarded after lunch. Thank you. We are continuing with the scientific session now.
చెక్ చేయాలి సార్ నెంబర్ తీసుకోండి ఫోటో చెక్ సార్ మెల్లగా రాలేదు చాలా దాటుకోవాలి దానికి ఇస్తున్నప్పుడు అయితే లేదు లేదు అయితే వేరే ఇంకో కెమెరా ఉంది 3 కెమెరా మూడు కెమెరా ఇంకొక 2 కెమెరా అక్కడే ఉన్నాయి ఎవరు తీసేది
Is someone who encapsulates both benign as well as cancerous lesions of the breast, and they specialize in principles of oncological surgery along with plastic surgery and reconstructive techniques. Did you know that today in India alone, one woman is diagnosed with breast cancer every 4 minutes, and one woman dies due to breast cancer every 8 minutes? Breast cancer is the commonest malignancy among women globally, and will be 4th in the list of women most common cancers in India amongst women during the 1990s. Currently, it has become the first. Over the past 26 years, the rate has tremendously increased by 39.1% from 1990 to 2016, and it poses a tremendous number of financial challenges from 7 lakhs to 16 lakhs 50,000 per case in an average. And there is not something many women can actually afford. So how do you go about screening of these cases? There is no one prevention, but how do you screen these cases? Detection of these cancers at a much early stage.
I request all of you to sit and listen to the speaker. I have a lot of pains to prepare all these things for you. A lot of scientific insights are there. I request all of you, the backside, kindly sit. All of you kindly sit. Respected members of IMA and other members, kindly sit and listen to this lecture given by Madam. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you for that, Dr. Babu. Like you mentioned, all the speakers who come here take a lot of pains every day, and coming on a Sunday to present the least set of expense is a little bit of silence. So, getting back to the topic, how do you screen breast health? Women above the age of 40 should get a mammogram every year, and it's absolutely essential because the average age of an Indian woman to get breast cancer or be diagnosed by breast cancer is around 45. But unfortunately, because of the lack of resources in our country and infrastructure, we cannot go around having a mammogram in every little corner. So the next best thing is clinical breast examination, which most of the women should know how to perform upon themselves. This, of course, is for an average risk woman. For a high risk woman, every 6 months they should have a mammogram alternating with an MRI. And in this way, if you detect early breast cancer, there is complete cure for it. Unfortunately, around 70% of our women present in the advanced cases or metastatic cases and expect a cure. Unfortunately, that is not possible today. And the other point that should be a take-home message is that between the ages of 40 and 50, it's imperative that women undergo a 3D mammogram, as a 2D mammogram only takes pictures in 2 views, so there is a chance of missing a small lesion. Whereas the 3D mammogram, this X-ray tube has fine cuts in the breast, so any small lesion will not be missed. You can ask me a question as to what about the radiation exposure for these patients? Yes, of course, mammogram does have radiation exposure, and that is a risk that they have to take. But putting things in perspective, we all walk outside in the environment, and the amount of pollution that we are actually exposed to on a daily basis. For example, for a mammogram, the amount of radiation we get exposed to over 7 weeks is equal to the radiation for 1 mammogram. But a mammogram can actually save lives. So if you put things in perspective, getting a mammogram every year from the age of 40 is very, very important. And the reason why we say a 3D mammogram over 2D mammogram is, for example, if you actually look at this, and anyone who knows how to read a mammogram would understand this, that this is, you probably think that this is nothing. But if you actually look at the 3D mammogram here, you can see that this is, the spiculated lesions are what is probably a cancer, and that should be diagnosed. So what are the challenges in India regarding screening? There's obviously a lack of equitable diagnostic and treatment care, shortage of resources and skewed distribution of limited resources. There's a high attrition rate. Delay in seeking care, we see this amongst women who take care of their families, mostly homemakers who refuse to come to the hospitals, and delay in healthcare providers. But amidst all, the most important is lack of awareness and screening facilities. We, as a part of Graduates India Limited, as well as AIG hospitals, have introduced a Breast Health Express. This is a bus which has a mammogram and an ultrasound on wheels, and it goes to different parts of rural Telangana and semi-urban Telangana. We identify women who cannot go to a hospital and get a mammogram, and we take this bus there and screen the entire population. Our mission is very simple. It saves lives by giving care closer to home. Currently, it's been 1 month since we started with the Breast Health Express, and we have screened around 266 women, 36 of them who got an ultrasound and 52 who got a mammogram. We were able to detect one patient with cancer who is undergoing care right now, who would have been missed otherwise. So why is screening important? This is an example of a 46-year-old lady who came to screening and got a routine 2D mammogram. And in the 3D mammogram, I'm not sure if you can see this, but in the 3D mammogram, we were able to identify a spiculated lesion in the area, which was the invasive ductal carcinoma, which is basically a cancer, and she got treated from it. Again, let me remind you that early breast cancers are completely cured. This is another lady who is 57-year-old who came for routine screening, and we identified
a small area of microcalcification on the mammogram, which she underwent a vacuum-assisted biopsy for, and which turned out to be a precancerous lesion, ductal carcinoma in situ. I will explain what a vacuum-assisted biopsy is. Patients with microcalcification on their mammograms can also undergo stereotactic biopsy, which is unfortunately not available in every center. And the woman basically lies down on the table and gets a small biopsy, which is again, which undergoes a small mammogram to confirm the calcification and gets a diagnosis. So what is a vacuum-assisted biopsy? Vacuum-assisted biopsy is basically a small knife which is introduced into the breast, and the lesions are, for example, this one. It's just sucked out, and that is the ultimate treatment for this kind of a tumor, which is a fibroadenoma. Of course, we have to biopsy the lesion before to confirm a fibroadenoma. This cannot be done for tumors such as cancers or Phyllodes tumor, because Phyllodes tumor needs a margin, and a margin cannot be assessed on a vacuum-assisted biopsy. For cancers who have post-chemotherapy, who have a radiological complete response, there are studies being conducted right now about the need for further surgery, but right now it is not the management way of management. I'm not sure if this video is going to play. This video doesn't seem to be playing, but yeah. So if you can see this little needle, it's going into the lesion, and it takes small bites until the entire lesion is sucked out. And this is being done for a benign tumor, which is a fibroadenoma of the breast. Remember, it cannot be done for any other tumor currently. Changing paradigms of early breast cancer treatment. Back in the day, when treatment for breast cancer started surgical treatment, they used to go for a radical mastectomy, which was very debilitating for the women. But currently, with advances in treatment in multiple studies throughout the world, we know that a woman does not need a mastectomy for a cancer, and she can undergo breast conservation surgery with or without a oncoplasty. And this has been proved that it is equally safe with radiation as a mastectomy in multiple studies. And we also know that the quality of life is way better for breast conservation surgery compared to a mastectomy in these women. These are pictures of breast conservation surgery for abroad. And that's where an oncoplastic technique comes into the picture, where we can take wider margins, make sure that the patient is completely relieved of the tumor, and post an oncoplastic surgery, we can give the radiation to make sure that the survival is equal to a mastectomy. So I'm going to go through a few cases really quick to make you understand or make you realize that breast conservation is safe in women. It's a 51-year-old postmenopausal woman with a right breast cancer whose PET scan showed no metastasis, and she was suggested for a mastectomy at another center. This is a case of a woman who underwent a reconstructive surgery post-excision with a random pattern flap, and this is her post-operative picture. She's currently on the 3-year follow-up. Case 2 is that of a 44-year-old woman who again had a right breast comparable cancer, clinically node negative. And she was suggested a mastectomy at another center, but here, using her own body tissue, we went ahead and did a breast conservation surgery using the flap which is right below the breast, which is called a mica, based on the blood supply around it. This is a lady who's a 49-year-old postmenopausal woman who her breast conservation surgery was done using the lateral intercostal artery perforative flap, and this is the post-operative effect. So these cases predominantly just tell you that using the fat around autologous reconstruction, we can give the breast a similar cosmetic output compared to the opposite side. And these are other cases which use a latissimus dorsi flap for reconstruction post the breast conservation surgery. But one thing we should remember is that an LD flap, that is a latissimus dorsi, should be used as a last resort in cases of recurrence, because there are so many other flaps that we can use currently post breast conservation surgery. This is a very important case to remember, because this was a case of a 27-year-old premenopausal lady who was unfortunately misdiagnosed at a center outside She went to the doctor with a lump in both the breasts 3 months after delivery. An ultrasound of the breast was done, which showed a bilateral fibroadenoma, which is unfortunately not a radiological diagnosis. And she was asked to go home and come back. After 7 months, the size of the lumps increased on both sides, and she was referred to a breast surgeon. If you notice this, they are both bilateral cancers, and when she came to me, it was bilateral locally advanced breast cancer. It was a pregnancy-associated breast cancer which was missed. She underwent chemotherapy. Thankfully, she was BRCA negative, she was PET scan negative, there is no distant metastasis, and currently she has expanders in place bilaterally, and she is due for an implant exchange very soon. So how do you avoid such misdiagnosis? Anyone with a clinically palpable breast lump or a spleen-detected lesion should undergo a triple assessment, which is a clinical examination, and imaging, which is bilateral mammography along with an MRI or not, depending on what your oncologist says. And the most essential thing is a core biopsy, which will give you a diagnosis. Tumors like fibroadenomas or phylloxera are not radiological diagnosis, and they require a biopsy for a confirmation. There are other cases such as this 45-year-old lady who had extensive DCIS along with the cancer in the breast, and she had a mastectomy with another autologous reconstruction using the deep inferior epigastric perforated flap. And this is another lady who is 52, post-chemotherapy. She underwent a mastectomy with an implant and a latissimus dorsal flap. So we can go ahead with the mastectomy and provide a boneless reconstruction safely to her. This is a lady who was 42 years old and who came with massively enlarged breasts post-pregnancy, and she was asked to wait for a couple of days, a couple of months, and come back. And she opted for a reduction because of one cosmesis and also because of therapy. But the one thing I would ask you doctors here is to consider counseling such patients who might come to you to lose weight if possible, organically prior to opting for a reduction upfront, as there can be a lot of complications that affect the patient post-reduction, and it will end up losing weight automatically after that. So cancer treatment is not only surgery. I've been talking a lot about surgery so far, but it should be remembered that there's local regional surgery, which is surgery, radiotherapy, and a lot of systemic therapies, which is chemo, hormone targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. And every single case has to go to a multi-MD meeting, which is a multi-modality treatment. With breast surgeons, radiation oncologists, medical oncologists, breast pathologists, and immunotherapists, along with the nutritionists as well as therapeutic counselors. This is the entire group of doctors who can actually treat a patient with breast cancer and does not have anything to do with individual doctors. Those are the family history. Anyone who comes to you and says, I have this history in the family, what do I do with it? Please take a detailed history, and anyone with more than one close blood relative with breast cancer under the age of 50, male breast cancer, ovarian cancer, prostate, or any other cancer, multiple cancers in the family should be subjected to genetic counseling. And if they are positive, and I'm going to talk about breast cancer especially, if they are positive, they should start examination followed by mammogram and an MRI 6 monthly at a very young age, and we should give them an option for a risk-reducing mastectomy and a bilateral hysterectomy, that is removal of the ovaries, once they complete their family. But of course, you shouldn't subject them to a test unless they meet the genetic counselor, because they have a lot of implications later. The newbie in the field, AI in breast cancer, in healthcare especially, it's in every point of breast cancer treatment today, including screening, diagnosis, staging, treatment with surgery or systemic therapy, including therapy of the margins, the response, the follow-up, the radiology, the pathology. We have so many coming up in this field, but unfortunately, until and unless we have evidence, we will not be using it. Although it is out there and doctors are using it currently. The other newbie in breast surgery is robotics in breast surgery. Currently, robotics are being used for breast biopsies, breast palpation, the Artemis, with diagnostics such as using a nanobot, robotic-assisted breast surgery. However, studies are used to provide oncological superiority. It is a long training curve and very, very expensive. The last slide here will be about this foundation that we have started to help women in need who do not have the financial aid to get their breast cancer treatment. So if you know anyone who requires breast cancer treatment and requires financial aid, you can contact us at this number. And unless and until they go to a strict board of members who approve these patients, we will not be helping them financially. Currently, over the past 1 year, we've had 6 women and rejected, unfortunately, 10 women because on a background check, they didn't have enough amount of finances to provide help to themselves. So thank you, and this is the last. This is just the Dignitary Breast Health and Oncology Center, and thank you. Happy for it. Oh.
Thank you, Dr. Varma. I given a very lucid description on the breast insights. Suppose a patient, say 65-year-old lady, has come and she has been diagnosed with rectal institute. That institute carcinoma after biopsy, then what would be the right appropriate quadrant and what would be our plan of treatment appropriate quadrant institute? Ductal carcinoma, what would be a plan of treatment?
Ductal carcinoma in the upper outer quadrant.
Yeah.
And 65.
Yeah.
We could go ahead for a bilocalized, bilocalized position, but that also depends on the extent of the disease. We can do a breast population surgery followed by radiation, but of course it's only if it's localized and not in the rest of the breast. So she has to be adequately imaged, and the plan of how much of the disease is should be adequately understood.
And what is the chance of developing the opposite side? How frequently chance of developing cancer in the opposite breast?
Currently, with ductal carcinoma, there were so many, especially depending on the grade. Right? So they don't even know ductal carcinoma is it will turn into a cancer in the future or not. And we are talking about de-escalation of treatment or no surgery at all in DCIS. Studies like the Loris and Loris trial is still available. Right? So we don't even know what that is in DCIS right now. Popularly, there are cases of invasive carcinoma being used, sometimes only around 2-3% might, but it does not depend on the ductal carcinoma in one breast. It depends on the overall risk that she has also. And it could be a second primary and not because of ductal carcinoma.
So you recommend CBI every year, once a year?
Unfortunately, yes, in women, especially between the ages of 40 and 50, although we don't have any guidelines throughout the world, the NCCN guidelines says by every 2 years. In our women, the risk is increasing so much. I see only women between 35 and 45 come to my clinic. So we suggest that every year at least from 40 to 55.
Any doubts from the audience?
It is a very good presentation, madam. As you have presented in a very short way, you have covered everything. So, I just want to highlight it's a teamwork from the doctor to diagnose. Most of the time, it's gynecologist who diagnose. From there to the oncologist, medical oncologist, surgery, and the counselor. It is a teamwork, and family history is also very important. Most of the time, see ladies. Because as I said, screening for a person who don't have a cancer or who never know that they have one. Sometimes we have seen who have no symptoms or they never experienced one. They have there is a carcinoma in the breast and they got early diagnosis and they were cured on the carcinoma. Thank you, and it was a very good presentation.
Thank you. So I have a few numbers. So we as physicians, we see people in master checkups. So people come with the reports. Most of them come with periods 2 or 3. So how frequently they have to visit again? 3 months or 6 months or 1 year? This is the common question we face. So you can miss the 3 months or 6 months. So immediately they have to go, or how long it will go? So guidelines say that any virus to be amidst all this, I have to say that the radiologists should be very trained in breast work. It's very important for them to give us the perfect analysis of the kind of margins and the bilateral score. Bilaterals too, you can keep them on a follow-up, you can just let them be annually, they can come back to the room. But bilaterals too is something that we can't leave unless they get symptomatic. Whereas bilaterals 2 is something you can leave. Whereas bilaterals 3, there are 2 options that we give the patient. You either give a 3-month follow-up or to undergo a biopsy right now to understand what the disease is, and then we can tell you what to come on the follow-up. Most of my patients opt for a biopsy if they have a lump which is 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. We just make sure it is like fibroadenoma. But I've seen surprises even there, so we keep the results. So there's one take-home message based on your question. All bilaterals need to undergo a biopsy. It's very important to understand what it is to put them on the follow-up. And if it's just a radiological diagnosis, a 3-month follow-up is absolutely imperative. If it's a bilateral 3, anything about that should undergo a biopsy.
She is bilateral 2 and has a history of breast cancer in the family.
So these women, if they don't have any other history, if it's only one patient, the mother who's like 60, etc., we give her an annual follow-up and just make sure this doesn't progress. But if it's any benign tumor, it can increase in size. So she comes back in that 1 year for assessment. But in between, we also encourage them to examine their breast. If there is any increase in size, they can come back even 6 weeks from when it's right? So they have to give a follow-up, and I think adequate counseling is very important in that.
Okay, thank you. Madam, I have a question for you.
Yes.
It's a wonderful presentation, very short and very informative. What about the pregnancy-associated breast cancer? What is the prognosis of PADs?
It's quite bad, sir.
Quite bad.
It also depends. First of all, anything that comes up in pregnancy is very, very hormone dependent, and it's very aggressive tumors. So most of the times, unfortunately, they present to us in advanced stage because they go risk as galactoseals or some sort of hormone-derived tumors, fibroadenomas, which are misdiagnosed. Most of the cases, I have per se not seen even one case that has come to me in an early stage pregnancy.
You have presented a case.
That is totally advanced. By the time it came to me, just 10 months post, understanding that there was a breast lump. Maybe she went to another doctor somewhere else, I'm not sure where. And an ultrasound scan was done, but they said it was a fibroadenoma, which is, I believe, not a radiological diagnosis, and a biopsy should have been done. And the second point there is she should have been taught to examine her breast regularly if there is a 2 centimeter and 4 centimeter lump. Even though she's post-pregnancy, she should have been told to examine her breast, which she was not. And then when she came back to the same doctor, 7 months down the lane with massive increased size of the lumps, it on ultrasound it said benign fibroid tumor. And I'm sure that the oncologist who's here, Dr. Sukar, will tell us that benign fibroid or a fibroid tumor is not a radiological diagnosis, and it is a pathological diagnosis. And thankfully, they at least referred her to a breast surgeon at that point, and she was not understood.
Even the immunological don't work for this?
Sorry?
Immunologists, biologists.
Yes.
Do they have any role in this PADs?
Yes, depending upon the hormone, depending upon the receptor status, she is getting pembrolizumab right now.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, once the surgery is done, once the wound is cured, is there any medicine they can apply on the cream or something like that just ask him to disappear?
Not really, sir. We don't have that much, but those who have like keloid tendency, etc., like they have some injections and they can, like steroid injections to reduce keloid tendency. But the other thing that we do right now is that we don't do mattress sutures, in which the scar is very, very evident because of the sutures that you take. But if we take absorbable subcuticular sutures, the scars, especially with the skin that our women have, they're barely visible. That's one thing. The second thing is we can even use glue at the end of it. That is available today, but very expensive, and half our patients unfortunately cannot afford it. With the glue, the scars are barely seen. And also, if there are certain lumps, especially benign lumps, right? We also plan cosmetic incisions in the mid-axillary line or the periocular, the inflammatory creases, etc. Of course, if it's oncologically safe, we plan those for women, especially unmarried women who are yet to, in the future. They focus a lot on cosmetics. So there are ways to do this, but there are no creams that you avoid the scars as such.
Excellent talk.
Yes.
I think you very lucidly explained the importance of screening and everything. But having said that, even when we say that the clinical breast examination, by the time we can it's already more than 2 and nothing can replace mammography, at least in terms of screening. Totally agree with the excellent charity work which you are doing. But I take this occasion, you showed one staggering data in the first slide. Every woman, I think in every 4 minutes, one woman is diagnosed with breast and one woman dies every 8 minutes. I think this is a wake-up call for everyone to take a policy decision. I think our Honorable Member of Parliament is here, past President, IMA, Dr. Jailal is here. I would just take this opportunity that at a policy level, can we make it mandatory for women for a pap smear and a mammogram for any insurance renewals and also for doling out Ayushman Bharat cards for the renewals, making it mandatory as a policy that all women should go. Because the most vulnerable, the poorest of the society coming in the late stages, very well known breast surgeon how difficult this is.
Thank you for what
I'm Dr. Harita. I'm a pathologist. I just want to take this opportunity to tell you that there is one case which came to our clinic where that's a breast mass and the surgeon was advised for an FNAC. The FNAC was done. It was given as a cyst. Okay? 2 months later, the same woman came back saying that I got a cyst and we saw malignant cells. And after aspiration, the cyst was completely and there is a small part which is still remnant. That is, as we consider, FNAC should be both diagnostic and therapeutic. So we removed maximum amount of the fluid. Then the remaining part we aspirated, the solid part. That came out as intraductal carcinoma. So how is this cyst? Will you call it an intracystic carcinoma? How are you going to treat this?
So ideally, even to begin with, in radiology, we should ideally term it as a simple cyst, complex or a complicated cyst. There are 3 different kinds of cysts, right? And I agree that biopsy results that we have are not available everywhere, so people do go ahead with FNACs. But the caveat with that is exactly what you're talking about. Unless and until this is after aspiration, we don't understand if there's any solid component in this. And if there is a solid component, the biopsy is done right away. Right? What we can do in those cases, obviously there's an element of the cyst. Right? What we do sometimes, if there is nothing left behind after, we place it if there's even need of cancer. And then we come up with that will help us as a guide for future cases. Any cancer, if it's intracystic, any cancer should be treated like a cancer under immunologies. But what you're talking about, intracystic papillary carcinoma, is something that certain patients, certain doctors think it's okay to avoid, complete cancer treatment. It completely depends on a few other aspects, such as the tumor, the grade, and the size of the tumor, the age of the patient, etc. But I do not wait. If there is a cancer, there is a cancer. There is no study that says that this cancer this can be avoided. Certain age of the patient, yes, it's got to put in hormone therapy, etc. So depending on the age, extreme old age, some people will not undergo second surgery because papillary carcinoma intracystic is not going to kill an 80 or 90 year old woman eventually. So those patients, I guess, after an extensive MEP meeting, we can put her on hormone therapy, but avoiding completely is not good. Yes, we can put every cyst. I don't advise FNAC unless you're aspirating the cyst. Yeah, of course you have to go ahead with FNAC. So first of all, before that, like I mentioned, the radiologist has to characterize the cyst. Yes. A simple cyst you can aspirate the complicated cyst you can also follow up. But a complex cyst needs a biopsy, especially if there is a solid.
Thank you.
you.
Sir. Right. Okay. ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి వస్తాయి
Now it's time to felicitate our past National Annual President, Dr. Jailal sir, now the President of the Commonwealth Medical Association. I request Dr. Kumar Delivery sir and Varma and President sir, and I also request D. Prasad Rao sir, Honorable MP, Chittoor, to come on to the stage.
Dan juga saat
Honorable Secretary,
Sir.
President of the National IMA is very difficult and very prestigious. It's an honor. He has become the President of Commonwealth of Medical Association, 54 countries in the world. Please, give a big attention. Dr. Kaila, dedicated to IMA, every inch of his body, every DNA is for IMA.
Sir.
Dr. Kumar sir, past IMA President.
Okay, good.
Now we'll head for the lunch. By 2 o'clock, we'll start the sessions.
into complex procedures such as therapy, EMDR, and complex and high-risk angioplasties. It is our honor to have your speaker today, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your kind introduction. Respected chairpersons, distinguished guests, dear IMA family members, and all the delegates, good afternoon. Today's topic is what is tagging. So, we have been hearing a lot about the tagging in recent years. So, it's recently used and making hardcore disease management very simple. So in the next few minutes, I will walk you through what is iron stenosis and when the tag is required and how we do it. So we all know that aortic stenosis is a condition where the aortic wall will become narrow and it doesn't open fully. So this reduces the blood flow from the heart into the aorta and rest of the body. So mild cases don't have symptoms, but as it progresses, slowly they will develop the symptoms. So here, if you can see, here. This is the normal aortic wall. When it opens fully, and when it closes fully, it will not allow blood to leak back, and it will allow blood from the heart and left ventricle to go into the aorta and rest of the body from there. But when it becomes stenotic, what is stenotic? Our aortic wall is a thick plastic-like thing, the walls. But when it becomes stenotic, when it becomes a little thick, so it will not open fully, and also sometimes it is associated with some leak will happen during the diastole. So that is called regurgitation. So both the things can happen in a same patient. So instead of blood will not go fully into the aorta, so it will put pressure on the heart. So heart muscle, left ventricle has to work hard to pump the blood into the aorta. So over a period of time, this heart muscle will go into failure and it will cause symptoms. So what are the main causes for aortic wall stenosis? The first and foremost thing is the calcium buildup in the form of degenerative heart wall disease. As people ages, the vasculature will become calcified. So calcium deposits will occur in the vasculature, in the walls, heart walls. So that's called a degenerative heart disease. That's called a degenerative valvular heart disease. That is the main reason, especially in the elderly. And the second one is because of the birth defects, especially because I am not a pediatric cardiologist, I am an adult cardiologist. We are talking about the tagging. So, in birth defects like bicuspid aortic wall. So, bicuspid aortic wall will degenerate rapidly and causes aortic stenosis very early in the life. So, if you look at this slide, here, see, usually we have three cusps, so that is a tricuspid. Aortic wall will have three cusps, we call it as a tricuspid. So, sometimes people will born with this only two cusps. This is called bicuspid aortic wall. So, in simple terms, this is a two-wheeler, this is a three-wheeler. So, in terms of load, carrying the load and all, three-wheeler is more stable than the two-wheeler. Two-wheeler you can carry only simple loads. It will not carry very heavy loads, whereas three-wheelers or trolleys, autos will carry much more load. Similarly, in the heart also, the heart walls, whenever there is a tricuspid wall, it carries more load, it takes more load, whereas the bicuspid wall will not take that much load, so that it will degenerate fast. So that is one of the common causes bicuspid wall, and especially in this part of the world, where we are living in Southeast Asia and India, rheumatic fever is very common. So rheumatic fever will lead to the rheumatic heart disease, and rheumatic heart disease is the leading cause of valvular heart disease in India. And sometimes in elderly patients who are having malignancies, who underwent radiation therapy, sometimes develop this as a part of radiation, post-radiation sequel. So this is how a stenotic aortic valve looks, and it will be fully, it will not open fully, it will be surrounded by calcific depots everywhere, so that it will not, those depots will not allow it to open fully. So aortic stenosis is a very prevalent disease. Prevalence increases with age. 1 in 8 patients who are over 75 years will have aortic stenosis, maybe mild, moderate, or severe depending on the severity. And this is from the US data. So aortic stenosis is the most prevalent native organ disease, and prevalence increases as it's 2% over age of 65 years, 3% in people aged over age of 75 years, and 4% in people over age of 85 years. And over 1 lakh people are diagnosed with severe aortic stenosis in US itself every year. So 1 lakh patients, more than 1 lakh patients will have severe aortic stenosis. So then, what is the interesting thing is the prevalence of aortic stenosis increases with age, as well as the comorbid conditions which are contraindicated for surgery are also increases with age. That is the main problem. So as the aortic stenosis prevalence increases, the contraindications in the surgery also increase. So this is a insidious disease, and it's a life-threatening condition, and most commonly occurs in the elderly. As we discussed earlier, it's age-related or calcification. And the characteristics are long latency period after the having severe aortic stenosis. To develop the symptoms, there will be long latency period. But once symptoms develop, the progression will be very rapid, and it carries very high mortality. That is an important thing to understand. What is aortic stenosis? And as we discussed earlier, it carries very good prognosis, and surgical aortic valve replacement has been the only option till recently, till this driver comes into the medical field. So we used to screen and we used to refer the patients irrespective of their age, their contraindication, their comorbidities to the surgeon, if the surgeons will, whether to operate or not. So like that it used to happen. But elderly patients who are having all these comorbidities like severe systemic heart failure, coronary vascular disease, coronary artery disease, peripheral vascular disease, chronic kidney disease, and chronic lung diseases, these people are very high risk, and it carries very high risk surgery. So this is how a normal aortic valve will open. It looks like that, and this is the mild stenosis with little calcific deposits around the wall, and the next is the moderate stenosis with little more calcific deposits with reduced area of valve opening, and this is how a severe aortic stenosis will look like, with a lot of calcium deposits everywhere. It will not allow the valve to open fully, and also sometimes it will not close fully. So it will have both the stenosis as well as the regurgitation. So certain factors increase the risk of developing aortic stenosis, like advanced age. There is a number one risk factor, and other risk factors like hypertension, diabetes, smoking, as well as CKD and coronary artery disease. And how to diagnose the aortic stenosis? First of all, this is the most important thing is the echocardiographic evaluation. So whatever may be your clinical examination findings and all, clinical and as well as physical examination, but the most important thing is 2D echo. Surprisingly, most of the times it will be diagnosed by routine screening 2D echo. So these are the various sections and the various 2D echo modalities where we can diagnose 2D echo angles. So first we proceed with the transthoracic echo, means across the chest we place the probe and we try to look at the valve, and we'll see whether the valve is thickened or how it's opening and all. So these are and in this you can see the 3 valves clearly here.
If it is a bicast wall, it will be clearly visible in this angle, this particular position of the transfluorescent echo. And whereas in 4-chamber, we can assess the pressure gradients and all. So by doing a comprehensive echo, we will be able to diagnose the severity as well as their functional capacity of the aortic stenosis. Suppose if transfluorescent echo is not adequate, then we will proceed with transesophageal echo because in the transesophageal echo we place a small echocardiographic probe at the end of the endoscope-like device. So we place inside the esophagus because esophagus is very close to the heart, so it will give very clear image of the heart structures, particularly the walls. So this is a 4-chamber view again in the transesophageal echo. So by doing either transthoracic or transesophageal echo, we'll assess the severity based on the peak velocity, based on the mean gradient, based on the aortic valve area. So the severity is graded into mild, moderate, and severe. So whenever the peak velocity crosses more than 4 meters per second, or mean gradient is more than 40 millimeters mercury, or valve area less than 1 centimeter square, so we call it as a severe aortic stenosis. Sometimes severe aortic stenosis may be asymptomatic. So again, we divide that into asymptomatic and symptomatic severe aortic stenosis. So here, in a given patient, both things are there. As we discussed earlier, this is the aortic stenotic jet, and this is the aortic regurgitated jet. So it is forward obstruction, and blood is leaking back. So same things can happen. So we assess individually aortic stenosis as well as regurgitated gradient and degradation, whatever is the severe based on the symptoms. So after diagnosing the severe symptomatic aortic stenosis, we will proceed with multi-slice CT scanning. So that is standard of care. So imaging is the key for decision making. So for pre-procedure planning as well as during the procedure, it will help us. So it will help us to screen the aortic through anatomy and geometry and patient selection, whether this patient is suitable for TAVI or not, and process selection. What type of process? Here we have two types of process for TAVI. One is balloon expandable valve, another is self-expandable valve. So based on the anatomy, based on the geometry, based on the calcium, various other measures, we take into consideration for selection of TAVI valve. And also it helps us for assess the access strategy from where we are taking the valve, whether from the femorals, whether from the carotids, whether from the subclavian, based on the anatomy. If it is suitable, we will go mostly from the 90% of the TAVIs nowadays we are done with the transfemoral light angioplasty. So this is the protocol of cardiac scanning and femoral scanning. I am not going to detail much about this, how they are. So these are the various measurements we take, like LVOT diameter in the LV outflow tract, annulus size, and sense of Valsalva size, and the central jaw junction. So these are all very important to understand for selection of the valve. So we will proceed with that plan, and the annulus also there are various measures, various parameters we look into that, and the LVOT and the sense of Valsalva and central jaw junction. This is a complex, what we call it as a aortic valve complex. So we will analyze each and every part of the aortic valve complex and then take the decision. And we also, as a part of the screening, we will do the entire aortic arch screening, whether that is suitable for TAVI procedure or not, if they have any aneurysm, if they have any dissection, if they are having any other issues like porcelain aorta or something like that. And another important thing doing the analyzing this coronary height. So coronary is very close to comes from the sinotubular junction. So while doing the TAVI procedure, you should not close the coronaries, so it will cause catastrophe on the table. So we will measure the coronary heights and we will select the device. So like that, each and every detail about the aortic valve complex will assess, and again we will go into calcium assessment. Where is the calcium? Whether it is symmetrically distributed or asymmetrically distributed, or whether it is extending to LVOT,
Because if calcium excels to everybody, you put the valve that compresses the conduction system and conduction system disturbances, and patients may develop, patient may require a pacemaker later. So, like that, we analyze each and every part. And if calcium patient is near the boundaries, there are chances for pulmonary occlusion and patients will acute MI on the table. So, all these things, and also CT helps us in assessing patient position, in which position we have to deploy the device and all. So this prediction of implanter's view and implanter's angle also will be built by the radiologists for the comprehensive CT. This is how finally we get, after going through all the analysis and all, finally we get these measurements about the aortic valve size, area, how much area derived and perimeter derived, all the things, and heights of the pulmonaries, and the sense of pulse are diameter and calcifications and all. And also it gives about the axis side, fibrills, how are the fibrills, whether the arterioles, calcified, something like that. So nowadays, not only nowadays, no one likes surgery of any kind. So that we have, as a human being, we have common fear, like total surgery, what will happen. So this gentleman is resisting low, is pushing hardly for surgery. The patient is resisting. So here comes the TAVR. The severe aortic stenosis, the TAVR population are old to very old. They are frail to very frail, and they have a lot of comorbidities like prior CABG, poor renal function, CKD, severe COPD, peripheral vascular disease, chronic atrial fibrillation. Sometimes in that age, cancer in remission is also one of the risk factors. But still, they are enjoying their life. Here, this granny is enjoying her 100th birthday and a century enjoying her life. So, like this, the patients who are active like this, if they have aortic stenosis, they are not the candidate for surgery. They are clearly candidate for the TAVR. So, here the man, Professor Alain Cuvier from Rouen, France. So he has done the pioneering work in the TAVR, and he has done the first implant on April 16, 2002 in a patients. So the both doctor and patients are celebrating their success in a French style in the glass of champagne in the ward. So subsequently he has done so many things, and his work has published in the circulation of American Heart Association in November 2002. From that, what he concluded, non-surgical implantation of prosthetic heart valves can be successfully achieved with immediate and mid-term hemodynamic and clinical improvement. So you will see that the next day patient will have a lot of symptomatic relief and they will start walking and doing their activities. So what is TAVI? So we have tried to cover TAVI. So we haven't discussed what is TAVI from in first place. So TAVI is nothing but transcatheter aortic valve replacement or implantation. Somebody calls it as implantation TAVI. There are two schools of thought. British school, they thought it's a TAVI, and American they thought it's a TAVR. So both are same. Transcatheter aortic valve replacement or implantation, which is a minimal invasive surgery, minimal invasive beating heart procedure, commonly performed as I discussed, transcatheter release most common. So we place a small incision like a angioplasty in the groin, and we take that TAVI system to the valve, and we precisely place that across the native aortic valve. Then TAVI valve is expanded within the native valve, and it immediately starts working. So that's how the TAVI is done. So what are the benefits of TAVI? As I discussed, it's very low complications rate. It's probably less than 5% complications rate, and faster recovery versus surgery, and better quality of life. So they don't have major chest scar or open chest, so that their quality of life will be better, and symptom relief will be immediate, and extended life expectancy, and it has got a durable solution for that. This is the old data, 2018. So it has been the gold standard treatment for patients with severe symptomatic, but now not only severe, even intermediate, even low risk patients nowadays they are going for the TAVR. But we have data in 2019 FDA approved for even low risk patients. So this is how we decide after analyzing everything. We go for the STS score. This is a Society of Thoracic Surgeons score. So based on the operability and all, whether the patient is having risk, mild risk, moderate, severe risk. So the STS score, if STS score is less than 4, the patients can go for either SAVR or TAVR. But if STS score is more than 4 to 10%, that is an intermediate dose, then probably TAVR is forced over the sagittal wall replacement. But if it is high risk, 10 to 15% or extreme risk, 15 to 50% risk, then TAVR, probably that is the only option. So most surgeons will come forward to operate on such a high risk patients. And if the score is, STS score is more than 50%, then probably both options are not very much useful to that patient. Probably we can simply do a balloon valvuloplasty and we can give the patient. That's how we have to. But still we have something internally. Even though this patient sometimes may not be a suitable candidate for surgery because of other contraindications. And nowadays, because TAVR is increasing, the other way also it happens. Though they are very high risk for the surgery, they are not the candidates for TAVR also because of anatomical factors. So we have discussed this about the aggregation characteristics. And one important, one beautiful thing in cardiology happened after the TAVR is the concept of heart team approach. So earlier days, in the era of coronary interventions, surgeons used to do their bypass surgeries, we used to do our own straightening angiography and all. We never used to cross talk each other what happened to the patient and all. But this TAVR brought us together. And in decision making, both the surgeon, interventional cardiologist, the TAVR coordinator, imaging specialist, anesthetist, nurse, everybody should be there for decision making. So we have to sit together, we have to analyze all the available parameters, then only we will decide whether this patient is suitable for TAVR or surgery. So that is the beautiful concept of heart team approach. So both surgeons and cardiologists together and decide. So this is the workflow, how this flow goes, like pre-screening review of hepatitis, clinical evaluation, CT angiography, if required, right and left heart calculation, coronary angiography, their functional state assessment, whether really these patients are functionally active. If they are very frail or bedridden, then no point in doing either TAVR or surgery. And then comes the reverse score as they score further. Then it will go to the heart rate. So like that, this is the pathway, and this context is there are so many things. Even for low risk patients, if the portion aorta is there, no surgeon will touch the aorta. So they will not do arterial replacement with portion aorta. If the patient has chest wall deformity, hyposcoliosis and all, then again we need to refer to surgeon. And if they are having oxygen dependent lung condition, they are very frail. So all these patients are not a candidate, even though they are low risk for the surgery. So here, both the ladies, same age, 90 years old, with almost a high risk score, 12% STS score. But if you look at the both, you will definitely take this procedure, take this lady to the procedure. Probably you may not offer any procedure for this because she is very sick and almost bedridden. So that's important. IMA testing is important. And also we have other measures how to take the frail elderly ladies. But honestly, in India, we are not treating this type of patients still. So this is for American surgeons where they are. So this is a very important slide. If you can understand this, we have long latent period, and once symptoms develops, it dips like anything. So the symptoms, once symptoms develop, it will have rapid progression and it leads to death in next 2 years in most of the 50% of the patients. So So last suggestion, so we should have discussed this earlier. So this is the first thing actually where we can pick up the heart murmurs and we can screen the patients to look for various murmurs and all. So we are not going detail various sounds are there. And other after examination, then we'll go to the VCG, blood pressure, our BMS, physical examination and all. So here we have the identifier developed this wall. You know most of this lifetime this wall. So this is the sapient 3 wall, how it looks. So it replaces the native wall, and it looks like this. And it's very simple and low profile and easier to implant like a angioplasty procedure, and it's will have predictable outcomes, and it's proven in various studies. And what are the various alternative approach to the femoral? We have carotid, we have subclavian, we have direct carotid approach. Sometimes trans-septate also will open the chest and will take the wall, and this is the most common. Transfemoral is the most common. So here, this is the transfemoral. From femoral we are taking the wall, and this is the trans-septate. So from the apex, we open the chest and open the heart from the apex and we'll place the wall. And this is the trans-aortic. So we open the chest and we'll open the aorta and we'll go like that. And these are the surgical routines. This is the standard surgical procedure, this is the minimum. So like that we'll do. And this is the design of procedure, T-wall. So very simple design, and we have cobalt chromium alloy for strength. And this low pain mind, we will a lot of benefits. And when it will look like this on the balloon, the shape will take like that, and will procedure will place the wall like this, will go like this, and across the aorta will place the wall and will hit on with the balloon in less than half minute. So this is a beautiful video. So far we discussed so much about the diagram, but this will give you the simple idea what is diagram and how the procedure will be. So first we will place the sheath in the femoral artery. This is the sheath. We will go. Which is really a large sheet, not like the angioplasty, it will be really bigger sheet. That's why we measure the sizes of the femoral. Then through the sheet we place the wire into the heart and crossing the aortic wall. Then this is the balloon. So initially it is very calcium vessel, it will not open even with the tablet. So first we have to open with the balloon. So we'll open that with the balloon under rapid pacing. And if we allow the wall to open freely, then finally we take this is the tablet wall print on the balloon. So initially they will drink separately, and then they will bring back the balloon in this particular system. So then we will take that across the aortic wall. Here a lot of engineering is that we can flex it, we can rotate it, all those things. So now we are flexing that with the rotation of the blade. And then we precisely place that under the fluoroscopy with the camera. Then after adjusting the implantation depth, here we are just
pushing to just adjusting the implementation rate. So again, rapid pacing started, and the wall is just like it's a few seconds to go down. And so the wall is again now fully functional. So it's like a native word. It's like and we know that it's very machine. Immediately it started functioning. So that's how it opened with each heartbeat, and from the top, if you look at through the heart, it will look like that. And many people are approached on this, what is the promising, we are very good advantage. It's a lifetime management. So usually the durability of the animal is 5%, even surgical one is around 10 years. So this is the bottom of the pyramid, and I am not going into detail trials and all. So it has proved that it's only 1% death and disability is at 1 year. At 1 year, only 1% is death. And only PHU 90% survival with 5 years. And again, if this wall degenerates, you can place another wall into this. Now that is how it's happening. Wall with wall. So you can place another wall in a entire wall. So these are the various advantages compared to surgery. So death, stroke, reaspiration at 5 years. At home is 1 year. So surgery carries very high mortality. This is all parameters compared to surgery better with the health. And strokes, reaspirations, ratings are stable for a period of time. And where person or failure or degeneration are better than the surgical wall. Reinfections are less. And this is the only wall approved by FDA for wall in wall. So this is how there are various versions of the safety wall. Even in female patients, this has shown consistent levels. Usually female subset have, because of their low height, they have narrow coronary and narrow sinuses, all those things. Even in them, it has clearly proved that it's beneficial in female subset. So I had a great opportunity to share the eyes with a great person, Alan Premier. When he visited Hyderabad wards in 2022, I was sharing the stage with him and thank you very much. If you have any questions, I will take two questions. If you have any questions,
Dr. has presented very well, sir. Your presentation is so nice that every presentation we have to, sir. How the IIT is manifested at what age, and till 8 years or 9 years, so we can manage the symptomatology itself presents in the doctor. So what are the procedures, diagnostic procedures, so what are the operative procedures? In detail you have explained, sir. The last time is very excellent, sir, presentation. So I don't think any doubts, but any queries are there, one or two queries can be asked.
I have a question for you. Does it have any impact on the coronary circulation when you apply the ball?
That's what I said. We'll analyze that very clearly in the study.
Even then it can happen sometimes.
Even then it can happen. Still, this can go wrong, but if we suspect that there is a high coronary occlusion risk, we go ahead and replace the wire and stent in the coronaries to prevent sudden events. Sometimes, based on sometimes it will be in the border. Some cases are very near. We are told that coronaries are far away from your wall. They will not occlude. But sometimes in the borderline, suppose if it is coronary height is less than 10 millimeters,
from the annulus, there are chances. So in that case, we have various therapies to deploy the down, or when we place the coronary wire and stent ready, if at all coronary occlusion occurs to bail out, we have various bailout strategies.
Once you deploy the wall there, you have the option to reposition it.
Yeah, in a self-expandable valve we have that option, not in the balloon expandable valve. Balloon expandable valve, one more. So you deploy and that's all. So whatever happens there. So whereas in self-expandable, there is another technology called self-expandable. We slowly release the valve and see the position and all. If we are not satisfied with that position, we again recapture that valve. We can do 3-4 times like that. We can sometimes in a patient because the anatomy of calcium is there. Sometimes we do not allow you to feel open or something like that. So we can recapture and we can again go and do
we need to do before doing this travel or having?
Yeah, we do everything. Usually, TAVI procedure, the 90% is done before surgery office, before taking the procedure. 90% of work, whether the patient is suitable or not, how the body. That's why there are very meticulous protocol to study each and every structure in the article. So that only thing is what we are doing there is only following what we observed in the study. Where to deploy, how much depth, all the things will take. The wall size, the balloon size, everything will be meticulously planned. So that most of the times we'll go and prepare the stand and come.
This life is only 10 years, right? 10 years is the life for this
usual average. It's not for a given case.
You can maximum 20 hours and
they come less, little less also, depending on the anatomy, lifestyle. Usually surgical walls, biopsy walls. In walls there are tissue walls and mechanical walls. Tissue walls like average is 10 years.
What is the cost of this procedure?
Yeah, cost again depends on the this Edwards wall being a 5-layer development. So there the cost is around 20 lakhs, the wall cost. Whereas we have Indian walls, the cost is around 12 lakhs. But nowadays, because a lot of companies are coming into this field, so bigger competition, price is coming in.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very good and insightful talk. Okay, regarding again the cause, what will be the difference between this conventional article replacement cause and this new?
Just for in normal low-risk patients, young patients, outside. So if they are candidate for surgery, still in our part of the world, in India, still a lot of people will go for surgery because of financial reasons. So because it is costly, only this is developed as an alternative for high-risk patients. But because it's showing very good results with less mortality, it's picking up and it's going even for the low-risk patients. So they are available. This is the better alternative.
Thank you very much. I feel honored to share the dance with Ramul Garu, and once upon a time my favorite hero, Manush Kumar Garu. And this is all possible because of one person. Prabhu స్నేహానికి ప్రాధాన్యత ఇస్తాడు. అంతేకాదు ప్రభు కళాపోషకుడు. అందుకోసమే కళలో కవిత్వంలో అన్నిటికీ ప్రతినిధి అయిన డాక్టర్ దామరరావులు ఎండి ఫిజిషియన్ గారిని ఎక్కడో మెడికల్ నుంచి మమ్మల్ని పిలిపించారు. నేను డాక్టర్ ఎం ప్రభాకర్ రావు నిర్మల్, డాక్టర్ దామరరావు గారు
వెజిటబుల్ కవి. తో నేను ప్రభు గారు మళ్ళీ ఒక్కసారి మన దేశానికి పట్టుకొమ్మలైన పల్లెటూరు వాళ్ళని పిలిపించి మమ్మల్ని ఇట్లా గౌరవిస్తున్నందుకు ధన్యవాదాలు. అయితే రాము గారి గురించి అందరికీ తెలిసే ఉంటుంది. ఆయన ప్రజల యొక్క గళాన్ని, తర్వాత ఏవైతే అన్యాయంకు గురవుతారో వాళ్ళ గళాన్ని విప్పిస్తూ ఎన్నెన్నో కవితలు రాశారు. వారి కవితలను రాములు గారిని మీరు దీంట్లో కూడా నెట్లో కూడా చూడొచ్చు. అయితే అప్పుడప్పుడు నేను రాములు గారిని పొగుడుతుంటాను. నీ కవితలే చాలు రామా, నీ కవితలే మాకు కనుదిప్పు, నీ రచనే చాలు రామా.
ఫ్లాష్ వేసుకున్నాను పెట్టుకుని బాగా నాకు అర్థం ఫ్లాష్. సార్ ఓకే సార్ ఫ్లాష్ పెట్టాలా, గొడవ పెట్టాలా? ఫ్లాష్ ఉన్నాయి, ఫ్లాష్ పెట్టుకోవాలి. పెట్టుకోమని మంచిగా ఉంటుంది సార్. అలాగే సార్ ఓకే డాడీ ఓకే. ఓకే ఓకే వేసుకుంటాం ఫ్లాష్. మన సిగరెట్ ఏం లేవు కొంచెం ఒకసారి చూడండి సార్. కదా ఇంకా బాగుంటాయి. ఒక ఫ్లాష్ పెడితే ఇంకా బాగుంటుంది. చెప్తే విన్నారు ఆయన. బాగుంటుంది. గోడెక్స్ పైన పెట్టాను. గోడెక్స్ పైన ఫ్లాష్ మోయిస్ బ్యాగ్ ఉంటుంది, లాస్ట్లో బ్యాగ్ ఉంటుంది.
By the speaker, Dr. Rahul Reddy, sir. He is a consultant microsurgical andrologist and director of Andrology Institute. For this session to chair, I request Dr. Lalkumar, sir, to come on to the stage. And I request Dr. Jishnu, sir, Telangana Medical Council member, to come on to the stage. Dr. Vasant Rao, sir, IMA past president, to come on to the stage.
పైకి టాప్ బోర్డు నువ్వు ట్రై చేయి. ఒక గంట వాయిస్ బ్యాగ్ ఉంది.
Dr. Shivraj, sir. Thank you. Our speaker, Dr. Rahul Reddy, sir, is a renowned andrologist and he completed his MBBS from MR Medical College, Bangalore. And he did his Master of Surgery from Bangalore and a DMT super specialty in Apollo Jubilees. And presently he is working as a director and consultant andrologist from Androcare Andrology Institute, Jubilees. I request Dr. Rahul Reddy, sir, to start the presentation.
విజయనా
Good afternoon, doctor. This is an interesting topic for both medical fraternity and non-medical fraternity. I think many people will be interested in knowing what is happening in Andrology. So, coming to the topic, erectile dysfunction is not a single word. So basically we call it as sexual dysfunction. So erectile dysfunction alone is not the symptom. Sometimes it can coexist with premature ejaculation. So we have to categorize sexual dysfunction into two parts. One is erectile dysfunction, second one is ejaculatory dysfunction. In erectile dysfunction you have hormonal, different types of erectile dysfunction, hormonal, psychogenic, situational, vascular, neurogenic, and ejaculatory dysfunction, situational and ejaculation, retrograde, premature ejaculation is the common type of ejaculatory dysfunction. But many people they confuse premature ejaculation with erectile dysfunction. But if you notice here, probably 20 years ago, when we thought of erectile dysfunction, the only word we used to hear is impotency. That word is not here. The reason for that is basically there is no impotency. Now there is only erectile dysfunction, sexual dysfunction, and infertility. So what that means? So any type of erectile dysfunction, there are 5 types of erectile dysfunction. All these can be treated. Either with medical treatment, counseling, or surgery, all these, there is a solution for everything. So that is why the term impotency is outdated. And who can treat this? Do you need a neurologist? Andrologist? No. Any doctor, any MBBS doctor can treat. Any MBBS doctor can treat. That is it. But what is happening? This is what happening. They are our computers. If you see the first letter, don't request me immediately if you have done any mistake in childhood. This is the fear. This was induced into the youngsters' minds in last 20-25 years. Okay, 20 years ago, we didn't have any treatment till the Viagra, Silina came into picture. So till then, we used to depend on all those herbal medications. Then there was treatment. Now what we say? Don't take Viagra, you get married. Now they are starting inducing fear in a different way. Now, if you see the first letter, if you have done any mistake in childhood, basically they are telling about masturbation. So even now, I get a patient of 60 years age, he comes to me with erectile dysfunction and says, "Doctor, I did lot of things in childhood, that is why I got erectile dysfunction." When I ask him, since when you are having erectile dysfunction, he says, "1 year." He must be having diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, but he thinks that his childhood masturbation caused this erectile dysfunction at the age of 60 years. So that is our present status. Now why this pattern is happening? Only reason is, all of us, we don't have enough time to document. So do you think erectile dysfunction, for erectile dysfunction, only treatment is giving sildenafil and tadalafil? No, it's not that. Only thing what we have to invest is time. Basically, they need counseling. So now there are only few drugs. Tadalafil, sildenafil, udenafil, verdenafil. These are only drugs. Normally, patient goes to doctors, he takes all those drugs, then comes back, and then we give same drugs, probably with a different name, brand name. But he comes back and says, "Doctor, it's working well." Only thing is we have to invest our time. So now, for all those doctors
who wants to retire, who wants to stop their practice, my suggestion is, before retiring, at least spend 2 years in treating these patients. Now, our services, so I request IMA federally to improve or educate doctors in sexual counseling so that they will help these unmarried males who are worried about their future erectile dysfunction or worried about divorce after marriage or marital conflict. So only thing what you have to do is you have to counsel them. The best example for this is my father. He was an MBBS doctor. He was practicing in a village for almost 35 years. So when my practice was busy, I called him to assist me. He said, there are so many people struggling in village. How can I stop your practice and come here and help you? Then I said, I need somebody to help. You can spend time with your grandchildren. That is the thing. I said, then finally he came. After coming here, what I told him is only one thing. Don't spend anything. Don't worry about financials. Don't worry about anything. You talk to patients. What you need is time pass. You talk to my patients. Counsel them. What happened is, after a couple of days, he came to me and said, I think this is where medical system is lagging. There are so many people who don't have proper counseling in this field. So he used to enjoy that, but after COVID, he passed away because of COVID, but he enjoyed the 2 to 3 years what he has spent with my patients. And even today, because I am in a busy position, I am not able to spend my time, but most of my patients who are coming to my clinic repeatedly, they always ask about my father. Because that is the impact what a physician can create on these patients. Coming to the topic, now why erectile dysfunction is important, treatment of erectile dysfunction is important. We had a cardiologist who said about cardiovascular issues. Now, any patient who has future cardiac risk, can you diagnose? No. Unless there is a symptom, or if he goes for regular health checkup, probably we can diagnose. Here what happens? If I go back to my slide, hormonal, psychogenic situation, and these are the common types of erectile dysfunction where we see in 70% of patients, this is the situation and any doctor can treat. Basically what they need is counseling and Sri Lanka or PDA. If it is a vascular erectile dysfunction, then the future cardiac risk will come in. Because the risk factors for vasculogenic ED and cardiovascular problem, both are same. Now, ED is associated with diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, medications, depression, psychological factors and stress. First 4 and the last one again, they are risk factors for cardiovascular disease. Now, previously what we used to do, when a patient suffers with erectile dysfunction, what we used to do? We used to take history, physical examination, we used to evaluate, then we used to find out what kind of erectile dysfunction is having, and then we used to treat it. But now things have changed. If it is a vascular cause, if it is a vasculogenic ED, if it is not psychogenic or hormonal type of erectile dysfunction, after history physical examination, if you think that this is a vasculogenic ED, then you have to look for his cardiovascular risk. Send them to a cardiologist or physician, then start treating erectile dysfunction. ED is strongly associated with cardiovascular diseases. So now that is why we say penis is the barometer of endothelial health. Erectile dysfunction is a mirror of cardiovascular disease. So this is not a statement to create fear. So I am not talking about the take-home point is this is not for a patient who is having a psychogenic ED or fear of performance. If medications are not working, if canine doctor shows some problem in the penis, vascular disease, this implies fear. So erectile dysfunction is an indicator of vascular health, particularly endothelial function. ED may be the first presenting symptom in unidentified cardiovascular disease. ED may act as a marker for cardiovascular disease progression. In presence of cardiovascular disease, always screen for erectile dysfunction. In presence of erectile dysfunction, always screen for underlying cardiovascular disease. If risk factors are actively managed with erectile dysfunction, the risk of subsequent cardiac event may be reduced. So 57% of men who had bypass surgery had prior history of erectile dysfunction. 64% of men hospitalized for MI had high history of erectile dysfunction. What this means? That means if erectile dysfunction could have been evaluated properly, we would have avoided this disease. So these are the common risk factors for erectile dysfunction and cardiovascular disease: increasing age, male, hypertension, diabetes, obesity, smoking, dyslipidemia, sedentary lifestyle. Erectile dysfunction and cardiovascular disease often coexist. So now, coming to the evaluation part, these are the tests we do. These are the only tests we do. Why I say this is, if the patient ends up with any quack, he will come out with a package of 30,000 or 40,000. This is our present state of this. Now, we had people commenting on doctors. Now, the IT community, they used to say, doctors are doing this, doctors are doing that. 4 years ago, I met with a IIT graduate. He came to me and said, "Sir, I am starting a online platform which treats erectile dysfunction." I said, "It's a good initiative." So then he started the platform. He took my help. Then he says, initially before starting, he used to say, this will help, most of them are free of cost, and no referrals, no kickbacks. Okay, I said, it's a good initiative. So you know what is happening now? The moment patient enters their website, he gets calls, and once the patient goes to them, the minimum package is 10,000 rupees per month. So that is fixed practice. You basically, apart from that level, whatever is giving, we know what is, whether it's working or not. I asked him, see, you don't know the disease. How can you decide the package? It's a revenue generation. So this is the way they have to generate the revenue. So that is the sad state of our this one. So now these are the only tests to be done. Thyroid profile, testosterone, prolactin, vitamin B, B12, homocysteine, HbA1c. And at the end, if the patient is not responding with any medications, then we do delayed doctor. So, this vitamin deficiency category, now we are seeing so many patients, youngsters, with vitamin deficiency induced erectile dysfunction. So, vitamin B12 and vitamin D are the commonest causes of, it's not testosterone. We always used to think of testosterone causes erectile dysfunction. Testosterone deficiency will never cause erectile dysfunction. They can decrease the libido, but these are the vitamin deficiencies are important. Now, coming to the main part, treatment of erectile dysfunction. Is it safe for all? No. We have to treat an unmarried male in a different way. We have to counsel them properly. This is the commonest category what we see now. All these males, they have a fear of performance, fear of failure. If there is an incident of one divorce in the family or village, because the reason is erectile dysfunction, then that fear is there every youth who is in that place. Always he thinks, what if I fail? Because the trauma, the mental trauma, the moment man fails, the trauma created by the relatives and the wife side relatives and the surrounding people is very difficult. It's a difficult thing to come out. No male is immune for this fear. So what we have to understand is, if a female partner says or comments, nowadays we are seeing this trend in some religions. What happens is, the woman always says, whatever male does, woman always says he's not happy, she is not happy. then it is done. He can't perform. If a female questions the male's performance, then he can't even try. He won't even have courage to start sexual intercourse. So now most of the people, most of the youngsters are IT community. If you ask them how many times they are having intercourse, they are having weekly once, weekly twice, once in 15 days, once in a month, or sometimes they say, doctor, we are only trying for kids. So we have intercourse only on the day of unfertile days. When gynecologist says this is the day you have to have intercourse, those days they are taking medications and they are trying to have intercourse. Basically, we call it as they are timing their intercourse. Their natural desire is gone. It's only they want to try for kids, they are trying. Or else they have to take a pill and they have to try their intercourse. Now I have a patient. Why this is important is one IT guy he came to me. He came to me with a laptop. He said, "Sir, I have some questions. So generally I Google everything. So do you allow me to open my laptop here?" I said, "Okay, go ahead." So then he started asking me questions. For every test, he was asking me questions. The moment it came to treatment, then he said, "Sir, Tendafiil is having side effects. Sildenafil is having side effects. Give me some herbal drugs which can cure my problem." I said, "Okay. If you want to take, you can try Ashwagandha. I don't have to prescribe. It's all there in the Amazon and the other websites. You can try Shilajit, you can try Ashwagandha." So after 3 months, this is an interesting story. He came back to me. So he was shifted to Pune. So he came back and said, "Sir, I spent almost 1.5 lakh on my treatment. Now I am tired. Now you give me your treatment. Whatever your treatment is there, I will follow." So I asked him only one thing: where did you spend this 1.5 lakh? He works for the biggest multinational company. You won't believe that he spent this money with a Jadibuti store. What I showed in the beginning. He went to a Jadibuti store. He said, the first guy said, "No, your problem is critical." He has checked his pulse and said, "Your problem is very serious. I can't treat this. One of my seniors is there," and he took him there. And that guy said, "I have to get special herbs from Himalayas, which can cure your problem." And they took 50,000. First, give medications, it's not working. Then again, next month, they charge him 150,000. So this is the state of our sexual medicine practically in our country. But now he's happy. Now he started, now he's not opening Google, he's not asking me any questions. Actually, one way is better. Second scenario, why this slide is important is, I have one more boy who went to a practice. What he said is, he has simple premature ejaculation. He is unmarried, he never had intercourse, he had simple premature ejaculation. So when he was discussing with his friends, he said, I perform for half an hour. So then when he was masturbating, he thought, I had some problem. He went to a quack, he's from Hyderabad. Quack said, you have a major issue. You can't marry. The treatment will cost at least 1 lakh per month. So others totally it may take 6 months or it may take 1 year also. Then this boy was working with a car servicing company. He stopped working. He stopped coming out of his room. He developed suicidal tendencies. Luckily for his brother, we did circumcision. So his brother, when he tried to ask him what is happening, he said, no, I think I lost everything. The brother had some doubt and he got me. After counseling for 40 minutes, he was not in a position to believe that there is no problem. He was only under the impression that, no, sir, doctor said, I'm useless. I'm not supposed to marry. So, after giving meditations, after in spite of that, every time he used to say, he came to me for almost 1 year. Every time he used to ask only one question. Sir, do you really think I should marry? every time he comes, he used to go, he used to sit, ask me that question, he used to get up, ask me that question, again he used to go and open the door and again come back. Sir, are you sure that I can come back? I can get mine. So this is the state. And you all must have heard of a recent incident which happened in Vijayawada. One guy was forced to marry by his parents. He was having doubts on his performance. After marriage, he was supposed to have first night in Vijayawada. So he went there and committed suicide only because of the fear of performance. Has committed suicide. He came to newspapers. So here, problems is most of these people, they don't know who to contact. Most of them, they end up with facts. And facts, they will try to exploit them and say, you are not fit for facts. That is where our problem is. So, now coming to this one, unmarried males, problem is, you can't, see now they want some treatment. Just giving Viagra is not treatment for hepatitis. Because there is fear of Viagra. They say, sir, Viagra, because if you give me Viagra, you get heart attack or heart-related issues. Why you are giving me Viagra? So there is fear of Viagra. Now, how to treat them? And second issue is they don't have a partner. If they have a partner, we can use some drug, we can ask them to perform. But they don't have a partner now. Now how to treat them? How to take them forward? This is a difficult field to treat. They need a lot of counseling. We have to spend some time with them and counsel them, and we have to prepare them and push for marriage. Then how my way of treating is, I tell them, see, since you don't have a partner, I can't treat you, but I can get you very good early morning erections. Probably you should get confidence by seeing good early morning erections. You masturbate, you check how you are getting your erection, then come back to me before marriage. My assurance to you is, I will make sure that you won't fail during your first time. Then only they will listen. Coming to second category, married men with cooperative partner. This is easiest category to treat. Just give them some drug, they are very happy. Whether it's Sildenafil, they are very happy. And third scenario, married men with marital conflict are complaining why most difficult thing to treat. Most of them, they will end up with anemia. Because sometimes, in spite of taking medications, that fear of failure or fear of partner that will dominate the action of drug. I have a 60-year-old professor who was planning to marry his student. First wife divorced. So he came to me and said, sir, give me some regular kind of prescription. I said, so for what? I said, I'm planning to marry again. I wanted that. I have given medication. Then after 3 weeks, he came to me. Said, I was about to die. Luckily, I came back to your clinic. Not because of medication. He said, sir, I went with my partner. So I took 100 milligrams. It didn't work. So I took another 100 milligrams. It didn't work. Then he took another 100. So finally he has taken 300 milligrams of Viagra. So it didn't work. Then he has taken Depaverin. He has taken Depaverin injection into his legs. So finally, all together, he was almost had a cardiac issue, then admitted in ICU, then came back. So only thing is, this category is very difficult to treat. Then mostly it's better for them to have an implant or proper consultation, or the partner should be treated, counseling partner. And last one, 55 plus age group with or without comorbidities, it is also easy. You don't have to cure them. Most of them they come in 60 plus age group. They ask me, sir, doctor, is there any permanent solution? I say 55 plus or 60 plus. Why you want a permanent solution? You take a pill, you perform. Unless you want to have intercourse on a daily basis. So coming to treatment options, we have counseling, non-pharmacological treatment, pharmacological treatment, non-invasive, minimally invasive, invasive treatments. treatment options are medical, PDE5 inhibitors, nutraceuticals, hormonal treatment, injection therapy, vacuum constriction device, shockwave therapy, and surgical management. In non-pharmacological treatment options, lifestyle modifications, reduce fat and cholesterol in diet, decrease or limit alcohol consumption, eliminate tobacco usage and substance abuse, weight loss, regular exercise, and vitamin deficiency. This is what I think this is an important thing. First thing is whenever you see erectile dysfunction patient, do vitamin D people, correct them, most of them. If it is vitamin deficiency induced erectile dysfunction, most of them will take. So treatment options, we have PDE5 inhibitors like sildenafil, tadalafil, udenafil, vardenafil, avonafil. Udenafil is expensive. Tadalafil is cheapest option. You can start with 2.5 5 mg. And out of all these medications, only advantage in tadalafil is it can be given as a daily basis. Whether they want to have intercourse or not, they can use tadalafil. For unmarried guys, this works wonderfully because what happens? The moment they start taking tadalafil, they start seeing good early morning erections. That will boost their confidence. But all other drugs are time-based drugs. Whenever on-demand drugs, we call them as on-demand drugs. How to start is, if a unmarried guy comes to you and says he is having erectile dysfunction, start with lowest doses. He is worried about side effects. He is not worried about the improvement. You tell him that it may take some time. So start with lowest doses. He is very happy. So next month he will come back and say, doctor, I am getting good erection, but I want better erections, then you can increase the doses. But if you put him on high doses medication, as sildenafil 100 milligrams, tadalafil 20 milligrams, he will come back with side effects. And then he is scared to take your medications. Then he won't even try. If he has side effects with 100 milligrams of 20 milligrams of tadalafil, he won't even take 2.5 milligrams. That is why counsel them, start with low dose. These are the side effects with these drugs. It's better to counsel them that they are having this. These are the possible side effects. Common side effects are headache. Myalgia is common with tadalafil. Back pain is also common with tadalafil. Visual disturbances are common only with sildenafil. So there are so many nutraceuticals in erectile dysfunction management, but most of them help in increasing their testosterone levels. So if it is a vascular cause, they may not help. Sometimes L-arginine definitely helps in treating these people. So now injections nowadays we are not giving. Hormonal therapy. This is for physicians again. This is very important. If an young male comes to you with low testosterone or low libido, don't start them on testosterone injections. Any form of testosterone is contraindicated, whether it is tablet form, injection form. Basically, if you know the brand names like Sepsis, all these things are contraindicated unless they complete their family. Don't put them on these injections. So, clomiphene citrate, these are the treatment options for low testosterone. Clomiphene citrate works well. Letrozole and anastrozole, if it is an obese patient, letrozole or anastrozole will work. Sometimes you can put them on blood proteins. Testosterone treatment is the last one. Once they complete their family, then you can put them on testosterone injections. So now, what if all these medications are not working? Then there is shockwave therapy. Shockwave therapy works in at least 60% of patients if carefully you select the patient carefully. But now even this produces angiogenesis. It's a weekly once therapy. Once in a week, patient has to take for 6 sessions. It works in at least 70%, 60 to 70% of patients. There are two categories. If an young male who has very mild vascular disease, it cures very well, it works very well. But 15 plus with comorbidities, already vascular damage, severe vascular damage is there, then it may not cure their problem. But where sildenafil is not working, after this therapy the tablet may start working. But this has become a problem again. Now, there are so many centers who are using again shockwave therapy. Even the shockwave therapy which is available for physiotherapists, they are using for respiratory dysfunction. All these faculty people they are starting shockwave therapy on a daily basis. So in the end, we have penile processes. Nothing is working. We can do penile processes. These are the implants, penile implants. We have this is an Indian penile implant. These are all manual implants. This is how the implant looks. This is made of silicone, and the inside there is an alloy core. This is a 3-piece implant with a balloon. Who don't want a permanent erection, you can put this. This is like a balloon. This pump is placed in the scrotum. Whenever they want an erection, they can press it. Yeah, this is how a penile implant. The video is not the same. After the penile implant, malleable implant, this is how it looks. Always they will have erection. This is one more malleable implant, but you can actually bend it. Whichever position they want to keep, they can keep. Yes. Thank you, doctor.
One of the sensitive, stigmatic, most needed subject we are regulated because in medical council also we are seeing a lot of anti-bacteria going on in this section medicine. We have a lot of stigma and a lot of aphrodisiacs going on. We need more of this awareness among the medical professionals also because a patient comes to you, a pediatrician, a patient comes to you and says, sir, wherever you go, immediately he says, sir, I am your patient, but not your patient. You meet any of your patient, he doesn't come to you and say, sir, I am your patient in any of the social functions also. So that's a stigma going on. So we need more of such kind of awareness going on so that a lot of these social problems also can be solved because of this, and simple procedures and better awareness keeps this quackery in the social in sexual medicine also to the minimum. Thank you, doctor. Thank you for delivering.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul Reddy. As rightly pointed out by your interesting topic, a very good insight into it. And as rightly said by Dr. Seshwanath, the only answer to this erectile dysfunction is written as the impression they have among the quackery part of it. So there's a need to go forward, covering that and removing that need. And how about any particular profession to find more vulnerable to this problem? Any particular profession?
Nothing. IT community, because most of them are into night shift, they are more prone, but it's not for everyone.
So the take-home message is more of counseling. I mean, apart from this neurovascular hormonal causes, the psychogenic factors, the more proper counseling is the key factor in treating the patients.
Yes. And we are actually working with, we are starting training programs for doctors. This is not an andrology course. This is basic training program for MBBS doctors, and we are actually developing small kits, therapeutic kits, where MBBS doctor don't have to worry about seeing doctor. Most of the physicians, I think, the major risk what they see is the moment they put them on cisplatin, they are worried about side effects. The patient is not worried. Most of the doctors are worried about the possible side effects. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to make some kits medication is like package level 1 package, level 2 package for erectile dysfunction, level 1 package for premature ejaculation, combination kits for erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation. So we are trying to treat any MBBS doctor who is interested in this practice. Then we help them in starting their practice and we train them, and we are actually planning to take IMA help for this.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience?
Continuous lab tap, or they are keeping at the lab, or does it have?
Now that awareness is already come, sir. Most of them are not using that.
But there is a
Yes. Heat impact is there. So testicular, that will increase the testicular temperature. Increase in testicular temperature will decrease sperm production and testosterone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar Sir, members of the Dignitary Panchayat. Thank you.
For the informative and excellent talk for the physicians. I request chairpersons to follow the speaker with the nominal. Dr. Prabhu Kumar sir, Srinivas sir, KSMC Vice Chairman. Dr. Ravindra Reddy sir, Dr. Ramana sir, Dr. Srinivas sir, I request Dr. Srinivas sir to hand over the mementos to chairpersons. The next topic is on deep brain stimulation. The speaker is Dr. Syed Nabi Bhatia sir. He is a senior consultant neurosurgeon and clinical director at Redova Institute of Neurological Sciences, Hyderabad. And also he is the chairman of PAN Research Foundation on stem cell research. And I request Dr. Srinivas sir to come on to the stage as the chairperson. Dr. Jayanti Reddy ma'am, senior obstetrician and gynecologist, Hyderabad, to come on to the stage. Dr. Ashok Gulari sir, senior consultant ophthalmologist, to come on to the stage. Dr. Syed Ali Bhatia sir completed his MBBS from Kurnool Medical College, MCA from Nizam Institute of Medical Sciences, and sir has a great interest in research field, and he has over 38 research publications, and he has patented over 10 products which were related to cryopreservation, biomedical endocrine organs, and nanoparticles. Okay. I request speakers to start the presentation. I request Dr. Reginald Lam to chair the session. Thank you for the kind words.
Good afternoon, respected chairpersons, and good afternoon, all the delegates. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Prabhu and IMA for giving me this opportunity to talk on this August gathering. I congratulate Dr. Rahul for having the attention of all the delegates. I think I will be able to carry on that attention for the remainder of this. My talk is on deep brain stimulation. Deep brain stimulation is stimulating the deeper parts of the brain, particularly specific nuclei in the brain, to achieve a purpose. I'll be going into the depths of that. This is a very simple surgery. Anybody can do this surgery. But precision is very important in this surgery. That is where the skill lies. This is the whole team which is required for this particular wonderful surgery. Neurophysician plays a major role. The neuroradiologist gives us an idea about where to place these electrodes. And the neuropsychologist tells us whether they are going to have any side effects of this stimulation. And then the neurosurgeon, who is the key part in this, will be the workhorse of the entire program. And the neurotechnologists, and the neuroanesthetists, the nursing staff, and the technical staff in the OR, they are specially trained for this particular procedure. This is the basic equipment which is required for performing this surgery. A stereotactic frame is required. It can be an XL frame, CRW frame, or Lumet frame, and there are 7 other new frames which are coming in the market nowadays. And then the CT and the MRI is essential in this. The MRI which is essential is minimum 1.5 Tesla MRI. But there are the latest protocols based on the 3 Tesla and the 7 Tesla MRI. I will tell you more details about it. And then the navigation system is very crucial in this. That is where we will be able to identify through which area in the brain we are passing through and what is our target, whether we are nearer to the target or we are at the target or we are beyond our target. All those things will be decided through this planning station. And then the star drive and the electrodes are the components of this procedure. And the microelectrode recording machine plays a very important role. Nowadays, people are trying to bypass this microelectrode recording machine. I always feel that plays a very important role in being precise and giving the best results possible in the rehabilitation surgery. And CM may or may not be required with the new frames and the new devices. The CM is not required. But in the older frames and the older planning stations, CM was essential to identify the depth of the electrode once it is placed and taking that as a reference to place the electrode on the other side. We make small wormholes on either side of the midline, and because the skull caps of this DGS system are designed in the capsule, that's why you need a 14 mm wormhole on either side. And then, if you look at this procedure, there is a patient's point of view, there is a physician's perspective, and there is some management perspective. From the patient's point of view, if you look at this procedure, this brings a remarkable change in the quality of life of the patient. And the physicians always they hope for that change in the quality of life of the patient. So either bring a cure to the disease or to bring a remarkable change in the quality of life of the patient. But this procedure is a very long procedure. Usually it takes almost like more than 12 to 13 hours to complete the procedure. Once you start this procedure, I usually start it early in the morning like 6 o'clock. And by the time I complete my procedure, it will be 6 o'clock in the evening. Most of this procedure is done under local anesthesia where the patient is away. And then a part of that is done under general anesthesia where the battery placement is done. If you look at this entire procedure from the management's perspective, it is loss of revenue for them because you are occupying one theatre for the whole day, where you could have easily performed 5 to 6 surgeries and the revenue generation would be definitely more what you can generate with a single procedure of that particular day. But it is physician satisfaction and patients like favor. So I always encourage these procedures because it brings a great amount of satisfaction to you. And the surgical flow, as I said, we start early in the morning and then we finish it by evening. There will be pre-operative worker where we will be doing the on-drug assessment of this particular patients, and then you do the UPDRS scoring of the patient to identify a proper patient, like whether the surgery is going to really be helpful to that particular patient or not. And then you do a lot of pre-operative MRI pictures. There are certain protocols which I will be going into details of that. And then you fix the stereotactic frame early in the morning, do a CT scan, and then merge the CT pictures with the previous MRI pictures. And then on the planning station, you plan your target, your trajectory, and the position of the curve hole, and plan that you don't come across any wedges when you are placing the electrode, and you have to avoid the ventricles. So all this planning will be done on the planning station. That can also be done one day prior, and then you can superimpose the CT pictures on that planning station plan. And then you will go for the lead implantation under local anesthesia, and then the pulse generator placement will be done under general anesthesia, and the programming can be done subsequently over a time. If you look at what are the real indications for this procedure, US FDA has approved in 1997. It was an unconditional approval for drugs associated with Parkinson's disease or essential drugs. And then it was again unconditional approval for Parkinson's disease in 2002. And on humanitarian grounds, the approval was given for dystonia and OCD. And finally, they came out with a proposal that the disease duration should be at least 4 years, and there should be some motor fluctuations of 4 months duration. That was the essential criteria for some patient to go on for this delayed stimulation procedure. So this is the inclusion criteria, like they should be diagnosed with idiopathic Parkinson's disorder, they should be responsive to L-DOPA, and there should be some associated motor complications associated with L-DOPA despite optimal management, and there should not be any dementia, psychological and psychiatric illnesses in this particular patient. Nowadays there is a change in the last indication. Some of the dementias and some of the psychiatric illnesses are also becoming the future indications for delayed stimulation surgery. And atypical Parkinsonism, no response to L-DOPA, and then associated dementia and psychiatric illnesses are in the exclusion criteria of this particular procedure. So finally, these are the indications. The disease duration should be at least more than 5 years. The age should be less than 70 years. And then the UPDRS assessment should show at least 30 to 50% improvement in that particular patient. So now, if you go into the details of the procedure, like how do we identify the targets in the brain, where to place the electrode, which area is very important. You can visualize the different nuclei in the brain using the MRI pictures. 1.5 Tesla MRI is very essential. If you have 3 Tesla MRI and 7 Tesla MRI, it will be a move to this surgical procedure because the anatomy and the target visualization will be very clear. Suppose you have only 1.5 Tesla MRI and you have no way to identify the structures very clearly because of the age and some other atrophic changes in the brain. There are different calculating methods to identify these targets. I'll be telling those calculations also. And intraoperatively also we use microelectrode recording. When we are placing the microelectrode in the brain, the microelectrode recording will show which area you are passing through. To just elaborate on that, I will just give an example. Like you are traveling from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. When you are traveling down the south, the area you pass through, you can look at the people, their way of dressing, their way of talking. You can identify that you are in this state. And like that, when our electrode is passing through the brain, you can identify with the sound and the recording the area you are crossing through. And then you can stimulate those particular areas and make a recording and make a sound. Even with closed eyes also, you will be able to identify this is the area where I am. So I was telling you, this is the minimum criteria for the MRI. You have to have T2 axial images minimum 30 slices, T2 coronal minimum 30 slices, and T1 axial from heart palate to top of the head sections with a double dose contrast to visualize the vessels in the sulci and in the striatum, not to damage them when we are passing the electrode into the deeper brain structures. This is the minimum MRI specification. It should be a continuous imaging. There should not be any overlapping slices. There should not be any gap in between the slices. The slice thickness it should be as minimum as possible. There should not be any obliquity of the slices. And the square image matrix should match with the CT matrix also, so that merging of the images becomes easier. And double dose gadolinium contrast is essential to visualize the vascular structures. And the field of vision should include the entire targets and the fiducials of the frame, so that it should be minimum 24 to 28 centimeters and covering the front fiducials and the back fiducials also of the frame. And as I was telling you, I will show you the better picture. See, on the MRI, suppose the MRI is not clearly showing you the structural anatomy clearly because of some problems like the acquisition problem or the atrophic changes in the brain, then you can identify these structures with a minimum calculation method. Like you have to identify the anterior commission and the posterior commission, as I showed you here. This is the anterior commission, there is the posterior commission here. Then you draw an ACBC line and then mid-commissural point, and from that particular point you can calculate the important targets. The most important targets in the image stimulation is like subthalamic nucleus, globus pallidus interna, and the anterointermediate nucleus of the thalamus. When you have to take the mid-commissural point, and the subthalamic nucleus and the GPI will be lying 4 millimeters frontal to this ACBC plane, and the subthalamic nucleus will be 2 millimeters posterior and 10 to 12 millimeters lateral to the this mid-commissural reference. And then the GPI will be 2 millimeters anterior, and it will be like 19 to 22 millimeters away from the mid-commissural point. And when you look at the frontal intermediate nucleus of the thalamus, it will be in the plane of the ACBC plane. It will be like 5 millimeters behind the mid-commissural point. It will be around 30 to 15 millimeters lateral to the mid-commissural point. So this is the calculation method where you can, if you are failing to identify the structure, blindly you can place your target there. But you have to try to be very precise, try to identify the structures. The more precautions you take, the better will be the result in the deep stimulation procedure. I was telling you how to calculate these things. And once you fix the targets, then you have to identify the entry point. According to the entry point, you'll be making the holes on either side of the midline. And the trajectory you take will be usually, when you compare with the ACBC plane, it will be around 60 degrees. When you compare with the mid-sagittal plane, for the subthalamic nucleus, it will be around 5 to 15 degrees. And for the GPA, it will be 0 to 5 degrees. So this is the minimum angulation where the targets will be easily reached, avoiding major structures like the ventricles and the vessels in the striatum. But the individual anatomies, they vary, and we have to make some changes to make a tailor-made trajectory to reach the particular target in individual patients. So if you look at the mechanism, how this stimulation of the deeper structures achieve the target, it is a debated hypothesis. They say that there is some downstream regulation of the thalamocortical networks, where some networks are jammed and some networks are released. And there are some postulations that it brings in some change in the neurotransmitter transmission itself, bringing about the desired therapeutic effect. This is how we do it. As I was telling you, we start early in the morning and then we give a scalp block and then we keep this frame here. When we are applying this frame, you have to take utmost precautions. Try to just hold on to the midline. Try to orient everything to the midline and to the orbitomeatal plane. The more precautions you take, will be more precise. So here you will have to stick to the midline, and on the side you will have to stick to the orbitomeatal plane. And when you are taking the CT scan also, you have to orient these markers which are available in every CT scan on the lateral side and on the sagittal plane also, the coronal plane and the sagittal plane also. This is how you merge the CT picture with the MRI picture. See, this is the CT picture here, and this is the previous MRI. You try to merge this and identify the bony landmarks, whether they are passing properly or not. You can even identify the cisternal spaces, you can identify the vasculature markings here, and you can even identify the ventricular markings so that there is utmost precision in the merging of these pictures. See, this is how we calculate the I think I'm not able to play this video. Yeah. See, you can see how our trajectory is planned. This corner gives a probe eye appearance. You can visualize literally the tip of the probe, tip of the electrode which is passing through the structures. And you can see where you are landing, how you are avoiding the sulcus, how you are avoiding the vasculature, what structures you are passing through, minimizing the risk to the vein and the vasculature. See, this is how we keep the patient on the table with proper support system, because patient is awake most of the time. You have to give them comfort so that they are not caused any inconvenience. Because we keep interacting with the patient repeatedly. Sometimes if they are not comfortable in their positioning, they get irritated and they won't cooperate with us. Because these patients, there will be some amount of irritability because of the disease itself. So we have to comfort the patient as much as possible. And then we fix the star electrode and then the microdrive system. And then we try to place the micro electrodes through the pulse into the brain here. So on either side, we will be putting almost 5 micro electrodes into the target. And on each micro electrode, we will be testing 5 times minimum, which depth, what of the target is suitable and which is bringing the best therapeutic effect. And we try to stimulate these targets again and test again another 5 times, so that to visualize which amount of electricity is bringing the desired therapeutic effect and which electrode proximity is there to the adjacent structures and causing the side effects of the stimulation. So on either side, almost minimum 25 to 50 times you test. So it is you are interacting with the patient almost minimum 50 to 100 times repeatedly. Sometimes they get irritated. Then you have to hold on, give them little sedation, and then bring them back, wake them up, and then you carry on your procedure. That's how it takes longer time. So when you open the dura, you have to take utmost precaution to avoid any CSF leak, because you are putting bubble on one side, carrying on the procedure on that side, and then next you will be going on to the other side, because you have fixed your targets beforehand. If you allow a lot of CSF leak, then there will be brain shift and the target may also shift. So you have to take a lot of precaution to avoid CSF leak. I personally prefer not to open the dura, just puncture the dura with the microelectrode itself after making a small opening with a cable. But some people make just a cruciate incision in the dura and then they try to place in the microelectrode. That will give a scope for the CSF leak and then the shift of the targets also. So as I was telling you, the goal is to identify the target. Whatever you are doing, whether you are doing MRI, you are visualizing the target, or you are calculating and identifying the target, or putting the microelectrodes and then the microelectrode recording and then identifying the target. So that is very important. As I was telling you, when we are passing the electrode through different structures in the brain, this is the wave pattern in different structures. This is in the striatum, this is in the dorsal thalamus, this is the subthalamic nucleus, this is in the substantia nigra. Every structure, every neuron in different areas has a different kind of recording on the microelectrode recording system. Just to make you familiarize with this thing, see, this is how when we are passing the microelectrode, this is the trajectory. As you are passing through different structures, different recordings will be there. As I showed you the analogy, like when you are coming from north to the south, you can identify the dressing, the language and all. You can identify which area you are passing through. And then familiarizing here, see, this is the subthalamic nucleus here. This is the subthalamic nucleus. This is the border. You are in the subthalamic nucleus. You are crossing the subthalamic nucleus here. When you are in the border, this is the microelectrode recording wave pattern, and you can also listen to the sound here. Can you give a little sound to this? Yeah. When you are in the STM, are you able to play that? Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But if you hear the sound, with closed eyes, you can pick up like with that sound, whether you are nearing the STM, you are in the STM, you are out of the STM, you can make out very clearly. You get tuned to that sound. Looking at the wave pattern and listening to that sound, both are important in deciding whether you are nearing the target or not. So this is the wave pattern. As I was telling you, there will be 5 microelectrodes on either side. It will be like the central, anterior, posterior, medial and lateral. These 3 microelectrodes are clearly showing that we are in the STM here. These 2 microelectrodes are not in the STM. This recording is typical of STM recording and the other recording is not very clear. So now, when you know that 3 alcohols are in the HTM, you have to decide which is the best, which is causing desired therapeutic effect, which is not causing side effects. That will be the most suitable target for the microelectrode placement. Can you remove this one? Yeah. So now, see, this is the patient on the table with the microelectrodes in the subthalamic nucleus. You can see that before stimulation and after stimulation. The stimulation stops the tremor immediately. The moment you stop stimulation, again the tremor will appear back. Now the stimulation is off, the tremor has started again. So this is how you can see the desired therapeutic effect on the table itself. You can decide which is the best target and which is the best placement and which is the best current to control this tremors. See, this is the post-operative CT scan review and then the merge that software onto the existing planning station. And you can ensure that you have followed your trajectory, you are perfectly in the target, and there are no complications like bleeding. So then, once this procedure is over, you anesthetize the patient fully. Under the anesthesia, we place the pulse generator, preferably on the left side, so that we can train that particular patient to program himself with his right hand if he is right-handed. For left-handed people, you can place it on the right axis also. And programming, there are different timings for different patients. When you create the lesion in the subthalamic nucleus or any other nucleus, that will have lesioning effect for quite some time. And some patients it may last even for a few months, some patients it will be a few weeks. Depending upon the meaning of that lesioning effect, we can start programming them. When we program, we adjust the amplitude of the current and the volume of the current and then the pulse and then the frequency to give the best programming to control that particular symptom. Can you please play this video? See, this is the preoperative video. See the post-operative video. This patient had a lot of inhibition. He was not able to come out of his home, never able to attend any family gatherings and functions and all. Because of the tremor, he had a lot of social inhibition. But after the procedure, the control was so much effective that he was able to attend each and every function, going out in a shopping mall or a movie theater. It was quite easy for him. The complications associated with deep brain stimulation, like any other surgical procedure, it has minimum amount of complications like bleeding, infection, implant associated problems. But if you look at the percentage, none of them are more than 3 to 4%. So that's a quite acceptable complication ratio we can accept. And if you look at the outcomes in different series, in the UPDRS change, it was varying from 26% to 61%, and the dyskinesia reduction was varying from 30% to 90%, and the L-DOPA dose reduction was from 15% to almost 80%. So this is the maximum benefit we can give to this particular patients, and we can bring a tremendous change in the quality of life of this particular patient group. And if you look at the efficacy with the DBS therapy, the on time is like phenomenally increasing here, and it is well sustained. Compare this with before DBS, this is the after DBS impact. And then the control of the tremor, rigidity and akinesia are well sustained even after 5 years here. See the ratios here, the percentage here, it is well sustained effect. So apart from what are approved right now, there are several emerging indications, and the Chinese people are already practicing several other indications which are not FDA approved, but they are very, very effective. Particularly in OCD and other psychiatric illnesses, and other indications like the progressive supranuclear palsy, spinocerebellar ataxia, dystonia, obesity, addiction. There are several indications which are coming up now. DBS is going to be the surgery for several indications in neurological disorders, including epilepsy. Already Mayo Clinic is doing a big trial on epilepsy, and FDA approval is awaited for that. Now, if you look at the emerging trends, we are all doing DBS with the frame now, but there are several other centers which are doing frameless DBS, and they are identifying newer targets which are like the pre-mortem, pediclo-mortem nucleus, for particularly posture instability and gait disorders, and MR-guided STM placement without even microelectrode recording is also being practiced to minimize the theatre time so that the revenue generation and the corporate issues are sorted out. And real-time international MRI-guided lead placement under general anesthesia is also being done without even testing that 50 to 100 times repeatedly, not to irritate the patient further. So, in the implant technology, there is a closed-loop DBS system which will be like on-demand stimulation, off-demand you can preserve the battery life, and then switching from voltage control stimulation to constant current control stimulation. And apart from 4 contact leads, now the 8 contact leads are also available. With active tip contact is also there. There is horizontal steering of the electrical field, and directional lead is also available. Suppose with a lot of difficulty you could place an electrode, but with simulation there is a lot of disturbance in the because of the stimulation of the unwanted areas. You can steer that with a directional lead to a particular area of the target to achieve the maximum therapeutic effect. So these are the directional DBS leads. So concluding my remark, this can be done by anybody, but precedent is very important. And sticking to the protocol is very important to achieve the best therapeutic effect, to bring a phenomenal change in the quality of life of this particular patient. Thank you.
Inside this is simple, because 80% is simple. When that is entered back more, it is simple. So if you talk about orals and practice meditation, or the audience please.
So mobile times in education undergo such
what are the recovery?
To get the cure, like you have any number of times they are undergoing this particular procedure, only one time.
It depends upon the implant what you are choosing. Like implant placement, the hardware of like electrode and then the wiring doesn't change. It depends upon the pulse generator. In the pulse generator there are 2 types. Particularly in Medtronic, there are 2 types, like one is rechargeable, one is replaceable. The rechargeable battery will work for almost like 15 years, whereas the replaceable one will work for only 5 to 7 years. So if somebody has replaceable battery, we need to replace it in at least 7 years. You can try to preserve the life of the battery, like how we preserve the life of our mobile battery. You can put it off when you are asleep, so that instead of like 5 years, it can work for 8 to 9 years. There are other companies like Boston Scientific, they have a device which will work for 25 years.
So good insight, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Master, for taking us through this incredible journey. And the most important thing which was so awesome was the patient is cooperating with you from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Yes.
And that was something you have to see your things to believe.
When these patients walk into my office, I always tell them, I have patients to do this surgery. Do you have patients to get it done?
That's true.
This is the thing first I ask.
It's a striking thing and it needs a lot of passion and patience. Thank you. Both of the surgeons as well as the patients. Thank you very much. And we are just looking inside for all of that such things are being done and hope that the patients will have all these things. I really support. Thank you very much for that presentation.
The role of, sir, is there the role of EPS in MDT? Many activities.
These are all the evolving indications. Evolving indications. Right now, it is not approved. I showed you the list of upcoming indications. Everything possible is becoming an indication for AVS in the future.
Does it cause any seizures with the deep brain stimulation and all? Is there any hazard of seizures, provoking the seizures?
So we do give them anti-epileptic prophylaxis
before the TDS.
During the procedure.
During the procedure. And with the anti-seizure medication, you do the TDS, right?
Yes. And we discontinue them within a very short time. Unless you are planning to do it for seizures, you need to continue anti-seizure medication.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. To congratulate Dr. Prabhu for his great achievements and a lot of work just from here. To congratulate the IMA Andrology and all.
I request Dr. Ravindra Reddy sir to join. National Vice President. I request Dr. Ravindra Reddy sir to felicitate the chairperson. A case-based approach by Dr. K. Somasekar, past Vice President for the IMA, and I request Dr. Pechulaya sir to chair this session. I request Dr. Harichandran sir to chair this session. Dr. Somasekar sir completed his MBBS from Andhra Medical College, MD from Karnataka, and super specialty DM from SRLC Chennai. He worked as a consultant gastroenterologist and hepatologist at Apollo Hospitals, and he has performed over 30,000 endoscopic procedures and was honored as the best doctor in gastroenterology by the Time Group in 2021. And he is a recognized trained teacher, and he is also a founder of a non-profit organization called Save the Liver Foundation. Now presently sir is working at Yashoda Hospitals, high-tech city. I request Dr. Somasinghe sir to start the talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank Andrology for giving me this opportunity, sir. So this is the topic of my interest. I could have talked something about liver transplantation and all those things, but I thought everybody of us should be able to treat viral hepatitis because this is numerous in the specialty. There are lots of cases of viral hepatitis in our country which we need to address and treat. So I thought I will make my discussion case-based actually. Today we are going to discuss about acute viral hepatitis, chronic viral hepatitis and special situations also. So after the end, at the end of this topic, I would like everybody in this auditorium to be able to treat any viral hepatitis. So that is my intention. We'll start with acute viral hepatitis. Acute hepatitis A, most of the time all of you know it's a self-limited and treatment only consists of supportive care. So only thing where we need to be worried is few of them can progress to fulminant hepatic failure which will require aggressive supportive treatment and maybe they may require liver transplantation, but it's a very rare case. How do we recognize this? Acute liver failure is diagnosed by demonstrating all of the following. There should be altered mental status, hepatic encephalopathy, and INR more than 1.5 in the background of setting of acute viral hepatitis. So this is when we are little worried. Otherwise, most of the time it is self-limiting, and all of us should be very confident. In less than 8 weeks, the LFTs will become absolutely normal. It starts from 2 weeks, and in less than 8 weeks, things will be normal. Hepatitis E, this is rising nowadays. Most important here is again it is supportive treatment. Fulminant hepatic failure requiring liver transplantation is a possibility even with hepatitis E, and we need to be more cautious in pregnant females. Fulminant hepatic failure is more common in pregnant females who have acute hepatitis E infection. And chronic HCV occurs exclusively in immunocompromised patients, and we give ribavirin for these people. And ribavirin is contraindicated in pregnant females. So coming to the actual topic, we will discuss about two important viruses, hepatitis B and hepatitis C, which are chronic viruses, and the burden of hepatitis is very high. At least 50 million people in India are infected either with hepatitis B or hepatitis C, and it is world's 11th leading cause of death. Most of us actually ignore or don't even test for hepatitis B and C in many of our patients. So ideally, lots and lots of people in the community have hepatitis B and hepatitis C who are unrecognized, and they have been transmitting these viruses to other people and perpetuating this infection. If at all of us come together, screen every patient who comes to us, and because these are all potentially treatable hepatitis nowadays, so we will be able to decrease the burden of viral load and the burden of hepatitis in the community. So that's the aim of my talk here. So the first case is a 56-year-old female. All of us regularly see this. She was incidentally detected to have anti-HCV reactive when she was planned for a hysterectomy, and then she was referred to us for clearance for surgery and further management. So any patient who has anti-HCV positive, we need to evaluate them. Anti-HCV positivity means two things. It can be a past infection which was already treated, or it can be a past infection which has come and the virus has disappeared because of the immunity of the patient, or the patient is having active infection. These three things we need to differentiate whenever we see anti-HCV. So we do these tests, CBC, LFT,
PPNR, renal function test, HCV, RNA, and an ultrasound in all these patients. So here the reports are simple. Hemoglobin is 11, which is good. BMC 4,100 and platelets are 1.3 lakhs. Less than 1.5 lakhs have some suspicion always. Total bilirubin was 1.2, SGOT was 36, SGPT was 27, albumin 3.4, INR 1.32. Everything appears to be normal. But I want you to just concentrate on SGOT is more than SGPT. It is not normal. There we have seen platelets low and SGOT is more than SGPT. Already we know that this patient has HCV. Creatinine is normal and HCV RNA is 22,430 international units. Definitely we need to treat this patient. And HCV treatment is very simple today. It's a combination of two medications for a period of 12 weeks. But what is important here is ultrasound is showing only grade 1 fatty liver and a bulky uterus. Why I am talking about this here is fibroscan will be able to identify fibrosis stage, early cirrhosis stage before we find it out on an ultrasound. This patient had an ultrasound which showed just grade 1 fatty liver, but when we do a fibroscan in this patient, we have seen something which is more than a normal level. So whenever we see a fibroscan, this is how the report shows. It shows it has two simple values. One is CAT score. CAT score is the quantification of fat. Grade 1 fatty liver doesn't say anything. The severity of the fatty liver is seen by CAT score here. And the second one, most important thing is the KPS score or the fibrosis score. So whenever we need to know the stiffness in the liver or early damage in the liver, we will do a fibroscan where KPS score is seen. Why is this important? Any patient who has early fibrosis or early cirrhosis, we will be able to reverse the cirrhosis when we are able to identify the cause of cirrhosis. So that plays a very, very important role in management also. So just to brief you, fibroscan, whenever the CAT score is between 238 to 260, it is called S1 cirrhosis. That means the amount of fat is somewhere around 11 to 33% on the liver. S2 is the values are 260 to 290 and the amount of fat is 34 to 66%. And higher than 290 we call it as S3 cirrhosis. That means the liver has 67% or more of fat on it. The fibrosis score need not remember all these things, but one simple thing I can say, less than 8 is always normal. Anything between 8 to 14 is fibrosis. It can be F1, F2, F3 fibrosis. And anything more than 14 is F4 fibrosis or cirrhosis. So we have the value up to 75 where in cirrhosis with complications we see something more than 40. So this can be read by a fibroscan score. So we have done a fibroscan in this patient and the fibroscan values mean CAP was 542 and KPA was 15.1, which says there is a definite amount of definite fibrosis, F4 fibrosis or early cirrhosis. This was not detected by a simple ultrasound. So how does this affect the treatment? Yeah, treatment doesn't change in a patient who has fibrosis or no fibrosis. As of now, Sepsis valproatal is readily available in India, a combination drug, single drug, and for a duration of 12 weeks we treat our patients. So this particular patient was started on Sepsis and valproatal for 12 weeks, and we need to follow them up. 95 to 99% of your patients, they respond very well to these medications. But we may miss 1 to 4% or 1 to 4% may not respond to your treatment. So we need to evaluate these patients after the treatment. After 12 weeks of treatment, see the investigations. The platelets have increased from 1.3 to 1.5. INR was 1.32, it came down to 1.2. And fibroscan, the median KPA was 15.4, it came down to 6.6. This itself says we were able to reverse fibrosis or early cirrhosis in this case. And HCV RNA was undetectable. This is the target of treatment. Even after treating, anti-HCV can be possible, but HCV RNA less than detectable limit is the target of treatment in all our patients. So this is called end of treatment response, which we have achieved very nicely. So we follow them after 12 more weeks. We completely stop the treatment after 12 weeks and follow them up without treatment after 12 more weeks. So we do a HCV RNA in these patients, and if at that point of time HCV RNA is less than detectable limit, we call this as sustained virological response. Once we achieve SVR, it is almost equal to cure in hepatitis C. So with the available medications, we will be able to cure 95 to 99% of hepatitis C patients. So only thing what was very important here is, because this patient had fibrosis before treatment, there is always a possibility of HCC in these patients. It's a lifelong risk. So we need to do a surveillance at least once in a year for HCC. That is the only importance what we were achieving in this patient, but by doing a fibrosis test. But if the patient has more severe cirrhosis, they may be having complications of cirrhosis, decompensation, if the treatment was not given. With the treatment, the chances of decompensation, the chances of HCC all come down. So I will stop HCV from here. Next case would be about hepatitis C. Hepatitis B, sorry. This is a 36-year-old male who was incidentally detected to be HPSAG. So a lot of us will be seeing a lot of hepatitis B, HPSAG positive cases. How do we evaluate them? How do we treat them? And what about its family members? These are the things what we need to discuss here. And one question every patient asks you once they come with HPSAG positive is, will I get completely negative? So only thing at this point of time with the available treatment, there is only 10% chance of HPSAG becoming negative in any of your patients. Please be frank enough to talk to them and tell them about it. So there are multiple claims by multiple other people I know that I think you should ignore them. As of now, HPSAG clearance is only 10%. It can be spontaneous or it can be with your medications also. But we can't guarantee it. There is a lot of research going on for curative injection for hepatitis B. So maybe in near future, maybe next 5 years, we may have some injections which are being in phase 2 trials. So we may see them. Okay. So any patient with hepatitis B, we divide into two groups: HPEAG positive, HPEAG negative. And in these two groups, we divide them as chronic infection or chronic hepatitis. So previously the terminology was completely different. Inactive hepatitis B, active hepatitis B was what we were talking. Now the terminology has completely changed. It is only HPEAG positive chronic infection, HPEAG positive chronic hepatitis. HPEAG chronic infection, negative chronic infection, HPEAG negative chronic hepatitis. These are the things. These are the four things what we see, and we have to place our patients by doing some tests in any four of this. This will differentiate, let us know whether we need to treat them or not. It's a simple thing. So for every patient who comes to you, we need to do HPEAG, we need to do HPV DNA quantitative, we need to do a liver function test where SGOT and SGBT plays a very important role, and we need to do an ultrasound abdomen, and if necessary, if there is a suspicion, we need to do a fibroscopy. So our patient here, SGOT was 68, SGBT was 112, HPSAG is positive, HPEAG is positive, anti-HB was negative, viral load was 1,10,000. So ultrasound abdomen was showing normal. Okay, do we treat them? Is the question. So obviously SGBT was very high. So here we place this patient HPEAG positive, viral load is high, SGOT, SGPT was elevated. So HPEAG positive chronic hepatitis. We need to place this patient here because his ALT was elevated. And in these patients, the liver disease, if we do a liver biopsy or a fibro scan, we will see a lot of liver disease, and we definitely have to treat this patient. So this patient falls in that category where we need to treat. So as of now, we have only 3 effective medications for treatment of hepatitis B: antiviral, tenofovir, and tenofovir alpha. So previously there was lanolin, adiprovir and all. Please note we are not recommending that the treatment for hepatitis B at this point of time. Once we start them on this treatment, it's simple. You start them on any one of them. You can say antiviral, it can be tenofovir or tenofovir alpha. There are few advantages of tenofovir alpha over tenofovir. Long-term side effects are less in tenofovir alpha. So follow these patients. Once patient is started on hepatitis B treatment, you need to follow them initially at least in first 3 months. What are we looking in them? One is normalization of SGOT, SGPT. Viral load should be down at least by 1 log. That means previously if you have seen 60,000, you expect it to be less than 6,000 at least. That is when we know that patient is responding to our treatment. Subsequent follow-up will be once in 3 to 6 months. And ultimate goal of treatment would be HPV DNA less than detectable. In a patient with HPEAG positive, HPEAG will become negative. So target or endpoint of treatment in a patient with HPEAG positive would be HPEAG becoming negative and anti-HPEAG becoming positive, viral load less than detectable, and liver function test normal. In spite of all this treatment, we need to screen all our patients for HCC. There is always a risk of HCC in hepatitis B even after the viral load has come down to less than detectable limit. But the risk when compared to patients who have high viral load is less. But the DNA gets integrated with the liver DNA called cccDNA, and there is always a risk of HCC. Second scenario, here we are seeing HPEAG positive and HPA negative. Viral load is 22,000. Liver function test SGOT and SGPT are absolutely normal, in a normal way. Do we treat this patient? Definitely don't treat this patient. This is an young male who is in the initial stage. I showed you, if you see here, he is in this HPAG is positive, viral load is very high, but ALT is normal. This is just HPAG positive chronic infection. And if you do a liver biopsy, there is no liver fibrosis or activity. So here we do not treat this patient. Third one, a 46-year-old male who has indefatigability and tiredness. He underwent a comprehensive health check found to have HPAG positive. Here, bilirubin is normal, SGOT is 79, SGPT is 64. Platelets are 1.1 lakhs. And again, ultrasound here shows normal liver and mild sphenomegaly. This again is, there should be a lot of suspicion here. Here we did the further testing. Here again, the fibro scan shows median KPI of 18.3. I have shown 2 examples where ultrasound was normal, but the liver is already cirrhotic. So please be careful in evaluating your patients and saying that liver is normal just by an ultrasound. So we may miss a lot of fibrosis or early cirrhosis if we are just looking at the ultrasound. Here there is a hint at least that there is mild sphenomegaly. But the previous case there was nothing like that. So fibro scan definitely helps in identifying our patients. So this patient is already a cirrhotic and there is no hesitation whether we need to treat him or not. He requires lifelong antiviral. There is no endpoint for stopping antivirals in this patient. So as I told you, antiviral, tenofovir and tenofovir alpha are available for treatment of hepatitis B. So initially for first 3 months. Further follow-up will be after 3 to 6 months. And LSD, alpha protein every 6 months, and HPV viral load and ultrasound abdomen to look for any HCC is follow-up, regular follow-up. So this patient, after 1.5 years of follow-up, his platelets have improved to 1.8 lakhs. SGOT and SGPT have come to normal limit, and his fibroscan again shows reversal. Still, because he had cirrhosis at some point of time, which we diagnosed, we can't stop treatment in these cases. So, last one, I would like to talk about this very important thing. 28-year-old highly gravida, who was 26-year-old, 26 years, which was HPSAG positive. How do we evaluate this patient and how do we prevent transmission to the baby? This is very important. Initially, whenever we see any pregnant female with HPSAG positive, two things come into our mind. One is, most important is transmission to the baby. How do we avoid this transmission? It's a very, very important goal. And second thing is, how is the liver? These are the two things what we need to evaluate. So CBC, LSD, HPAC, anti-HPE, viral load and ultrasound abdomen, as we evaluate any other patient, we need to do this test. So, I think you know, everybody will be screened in the first trimester for HPSAG. So once we see, we need to know all these things. So any patient who has high viral load may transmit to the child. So whenever necessary, we start antivirals in the last trimester. And at this point of time, only Enofogal is safe during pregnancy. It is proven. Previously we used to have Telangana, but it is no longer used. We use Enofogal, which is safe. And most important, hepatitis B vaccination and immunoglobulin to the child. This is very, very important. So, whom do we treat? HPSAG, pregnant carrier, viral load more than 2 lakhs, high risk of maternal to child transmission. You start them on Enofogal, but Telangana is not there in the last trimester. Viral load less than 2 lakhs, lower risk of maternal child transmission. You need to administer hepatitis B immunoglobulin and first dose of hepatitis B vaccine to the infant within 12 hours of delivery. Even if you start Telangana in our patients, all the children who are born to hepatitis B positive mothers should be vaccinated with the two vaccines, active and passive immunization. Last one, I would like all of us to know, because all of us are in medical practice, we may have any unprecedented freaks and all. How do we take care of ourselves? So first and foremost thing, all of us should be vaccinated with 3 doses. As of now, before we get any freak or accidental freaks, let us check our hepatitis B immunoglobulin. If hepatitis B immunoglobulin's value is more than 100, you don't need any booster dose. If hepatitis B vaccine, HPSAG titers, anti-HPS titers are 10 to 100, take 1 booster dose. If it is less than 10, take 3 doses again. So, if you are when you have an accidental freak, whether we require HPAG, if 100 units, if anti-HPS are more than 100 units, there is no hepatitis B immunoglobulin required here. If it is 10 to 100, you may have to take hepatitis B immunoglobulin 0.6 ml per kg within 72 hours. If it is less than 10, then definitely you need to get vaccinated and hepatitis B immunoglobulin. Remember this. So I think I started my talk with saying this, but I will conclude also by saying the same thing. Hepatitis is world's 7th leading cause of death. It is killing more people than HIV, malaria or tuberculosis. But we talk about it very, very less. So together, if you can improve the awareness of these viruses in general public and voluntarily asking them to get tested is the best way to identify lots and lots of missing millions who are who don't even know that they are carrying this virus. So that is the greatest challenge now. I think together we will be able to eliminate hepatitis B. So through my foundation, I do a lot of hepatitis B awareness and screening camps. So I have been doing this for the last 7 years, and I've done around 50,000 screenings till date, and I've been educating people wherever I go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the speaker for delivering an insightful talk on the management of hepatitis, the nuanced perspective on evaluating each case from self-limiting infections to those requiring targeted treatment was enlightening. Your emphasis on the early diagnosis, personalized care, and preventive measures highlights the importance of a balanced approach in managing this widespread condition. Such knowledge is invaluable in improving patient outcomes and guiding clinical decisions. We are grateful for your expertise and dedication to this critical subject. Thank you. And meanwhile, I would like to explain.
Hepatitis B virus. What I could remember is hepatitis B IgM, that is acute viral hepatitis markers. But you have mentioned in under chronic category.
Yes, sir.
Need some clarification.
So IgM anti-HBC is for acute hepatitis B there. But HBeAg anti-HBe is in chronic hepatitis B. We need to evaluate in all the patients about HBeAg and anti-HBe also. IgM anti-HBC is not necessary.
What are the markers of acute viral hepatitis B?
IgM anti-HBC. IgM HBC.
And another slide is hepatitis C infection actually. So that is new today only. SGOT, SGPT, both of them are liver transplantations. They produced by the liver parenchyma. So you have mentioned SGOT is more important than SGPT.
No, sir. SGOT, whenever it is normally in a normal liver, SGPT should be more than SGOT. Whenever there is SGOT more than SGPT, it is either there is a cardiac source of SGOT which is being produced, or the liver has gone into cirrhosis, or in a patient with someone who is taking alcohol, SGOT will be more than SGPT. So anytime when you see SGOT more than SGPT, it is abnormal. So there is abnormality somewhere. So suspect, what I am trying to say here is, just with an ultrasound, don't give your patient saying it is normal liver. You may have to go for fibroscan in these patients where there is suspicion. All your fatty liver patients, please get a fibroscan. That is only when we know whether they are going into fibrosis. We are seeing a lot of non-alcoholic hepatitis going into cirrhosis nowadays. So fibroscan definitely will help in identifying these patients early and reversal. I am actually talking about reversal of cirrhosis.
Nowadays, we only see SGOT, HBP levels in viral hepatitis. That is what treating the one as well.
Enough, sir. Whatever you see, conservative management is enough. Then we know there is an acute source of infection, acute viral hepatitis. Obviously, we are seeing recently dengue and all dengue hepatitis. So just treat dengue, things will settle down in 2 weeks to 6 weeks.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Any questions from audience, please?
Thank you for the presentation. I have a small doubt. How to treat a person? There is one person who came voluntarily for blood donation, and apparently after donating and before also when we checked, the test became positive. We've run ELISA, HBsAg positive, and he's a 22-year-old person working as a surgical clerk. So my question is, he started becoming fine. He never know, and the stigma I got in US, HBsAg is worse than AIDS. I'm going to die. So when I studied with my little limitations, then I thought we should know the viral load. For which quantitative, qualitative essay?
Quantitative.
Quantitative.
Quantitative is important. Don't do qualitative for anybody. Quantitative. Definitely yes. And along with that, LFT, liver function.
Liver function test for normal.
Absolutely normal.
Normal.
Even if his viral load is very high, we call it as EAG disease. Previously, we used to talk about a phase called immune tolerant phase. So those words are obsolete now. We are not using those words. That means this patient had hepatitis maybe since his childhood. So virus load may be very high in this person, but his liver function test will be absolutely normal. That is, your immunity is fighting with the virus. Even if the viral load is high, it is not allowing it to affect your liver. So we don't treat them, but we follow them closely.
Is he contagious? Can he marry, sir? That's the question he asked.
Yeah,
how?
Definitely. Someone who has high viral load is always contagious. So, but we don't stop them from marrying. 3 doses of vaccination to the wife, and then they can be normal. So, if you have more suspicion, whatever I was talking about us, anti-HBV status more than 100 is 100% protective after the 3 doses of vaccination. So, he will not be transmitting the virus to his wife.
Chances of his children.
If the wife is not infected, it will not be transmitted to the child. So, next thing is, people who are family members, they have a lot of suspicion. Most of the time, it is the wife who should be very careful and the vaccination. But all the family members should be vaccinated, 3 doses, and their anti-HBV status should be checked. So, you can't keep on changing the plates and all. It's a taboo. It is not necessary at all. If family members are vaccinated properly, and whenever necessary, the patient is being treated, and we are lowering the viral load, the transmission rates are almost zero.
Is there any place where we can go because he's from a very low socioeconomic status? Quantitative essay, we asked, it is asked 11,000.
There are a lot of labs here. I can get it done for 2,000 rupees.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
I request chairpersons to honor the speaker. I request Dr. Laukumar sir and Varma sir to felicitate our chairperson.
Ready, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, friends. We have come to the evening session now, and this program goes with the Media Connect. Program now. I request the stage to be organized for the Media Connect, and this Media Connect we discuss. I will Media Connect we discuss about a lot of challenges, key challenges faced by doctors and medical profession, and strategies to strengthen public primary health care. So these sessions will be taken up by media We have some media persons waiting for us in the morning. I really appreciate their patience. And these things we make some minutes of this day. And these minutes will be in proposal given to the government officials later on. So, whoever want a cup of tea, coffee, you can help yourselves. Tea and coffee are available outside. Whoever wants can have a cup of tea and coffee and join back in sessions. And these sessions you can give your advices. If anything you want to tell in this meeting, you can give your advices. And in this later we will continue with the next session of programs. We have next evening speaker speaker is coming as chief guest, and then special guest, the PCC president is going to come in the evening and address us. And also I would like to ask the organizers, the event managers to take care for the evening dinner session as well as the energy drinks program. Yeah. So after long day, you all need a refreshment in the evening, in the night, in the evening session. So that will be taken care of. Now I request Dr. Seshu Madhav. I'll start with the media so that they can come and see. PV Raman Kumar from News 18. Tulasi Raj Total, IMA Legal Cell. I request PV Raman Kumar to moderate the session. Tulasi Raj Total, IMA Legal Cell Council. Tulasi Raj Total. Ashok Big News. Ashok Big News. Ramana Pujari, past President Ghana, Telangana State. I request the Vice Chairman of Telangana State Medical Council, Mr. G. Srinivas, to come to the guys. Dr. D. Lavkumar Reddy. Dr. D. Lavkumar Reddy. B. Ashok. G. Srinivas. Unifies.
This has in market just opinion say
संदीप तुला
స్టేజ్ మీద
and Kali Prasad, Indian Fast IMA Telangana State, and Ravkumar Reddy, Past President IMA State, and Kapudi Ashok, Honorary Secretary to IMA State, and Srinivas, Vice Chairman TGMC State Member, and Sheshmadhav, and Tulsiraj Gokul, IMA US Council, and Ashok Vedlapalli, Big News, and Ravana Pujari, Past President Varma.
ఫ్లాగ్ మధ్యలో కదా ఇదే చాలా ఫ్లాగ్ అదొకటే కదా ఫుల్ ఫ్లాగ్
Nowadays, we are witnessing a lot of attacks in the doctors, especially our doctors, because the country and especially in Andhra. And I request Ramon to come on to the So here we are discussing about how to prevent the attacks on the doctors and how to streamline and what kind of action should be taken on the accused who is attacking the doctors. Just I start from So, మనం చూస్తాం everyday మీడియాలో వస్తూనే ఉంటాయి. సో డాక్టర్స్ పైన చాలా చేశారు, డాక్టర్స్ నెగ్లిజెన్స్ రకరకాలుగా వస్తూ ఉంటాయి. బట్ మీరందరూ కూడా ప్రొఫెషనల్ డాక్టర్స్, ప్రొఫెషనల్గా ఉన్నటువంటి డాక్టర్స్. మీ పైన జరుగుతున్నటువంటి దాడులు ఏవైతే ఉంటాయో వాటిని ఎట్లా చూడాలి, వాటికి సంబంధించి ఇప్పుడు డాక్టర్స్ మనం చూస్తూ ఉంటాం, తెలుగు స్టేట్స్ లో డైలీ చూస్తూనే ఉంటాం. ఎక్కడో ఊరన్న డాక్టర్ ఒక ప్రాబ్లమ్ పేషెంట్ చనిపోయాడు, పేషెంట్ రకరకాలైనటువంటి ఇన్సిడెంట్స్ మనం చూస్తాం. సో డాక్టర్ల పైన కాదు వేరే నిజంగా ఆపే లైవ్ అంటే డాక్టర్ బాధ్యత ఎంతవరకు సంబంధించిన
డాక్టర్ పై దాడులను అసలు వాళ్ళకి ఎవరిని చాలాసార్లు అవగాహన ఉంది. అంటే కరెక్ట్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ జరిగిన తర్వాత కూడా పెట్టలేకపోతే కూడా ప్లస్ డాక్టర్ ఎవరైనా పేషెంట్స్ అడ్మిట్ చేసుకొని తప్పించి వేరే కూడా ట్రై చేస్తారు. కానీ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ద్వారా పేషెంట్ ఏదో కావాలని ఎవరు కోరుకో అంతే వైద్య వృత్తి కదా. ఎంత పేషెంట్ అయిపోతే మాకు అంత పేరు వస్తుంది. మీరు సక్సెస్ఫుల్ ఇది వాళ్ళకి అవగాహన రైతము. తర్వాత ఎవరో పేషెంట్ బాగానే ఉంటాడు, పేషెంట్ బాకీ ఎవరో బంధువులు లీడర్లు వచ్చి
మేమెట్లా ఎదుగులో అవుతాం, మేమెట్లా దానికి మా పైన దాడి చేయడానికి సంబంధించిన మేము కావాలని పేషెంట్స్ కంటే మేము మన మీద శిక్షించాలి, శిక్షించాలని ఉద్దేశం. సో చాలా సందర్భాల్లో కూడా మెడికల్ నెగ్లిజెన్స్ కేసులు కూడా మనం చాలా చూస్తాం. అటువంటి సందర్భాల్లో పేషెంట్ చనిపోయేటువంటి సందర్భాలు, పేషెంట్ చనిపోయేటువంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ మనం చూస్తాం. సో అట్లాంటి వాటిలో పర్వత మూమెంట్ విక్టిమ్స్ వాళ్ళ రిలేటివ్స్ వాళ్ళు దాడి చేశారు, పర్వత మూమెంట్ చేసే సిచ్యువేషన్ దానిపైన
పేషెంట్ చనిపోయినప్పుడు మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది టైమ్స్ న్యూస్పేపర్స్ అవుతా ఉంటాము. డాక్టర్ల నిర్లక్ష్యం అనేది ఈవెన్ ప్రైమా ఫేసి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కాకపోతే నిర్లక్ష్యం వాడాలి. దాంతో చాలా ఇష్యూస్ క్లియర్ అవుతుంది. అది నెంబర్ 1. నెంబర్ 2, మీరనే అసలు వైలెన్స్ కు అని ఈ మోడర్న్ ఏజ్ లో ఆస్కారం ఉందా, ప్లేస్ ఉందా అనేది బిగ్ క్వశ్చన్. డాక్టర్లు, హెల్త్ కేర్ ప్రొఫెషనల్స్ మీద, హాస్పిటల్స్ మీద దాడి అనేది కాగ్నిటివ్ అఫెన్స్ గా ట్రీట్ చేయబడాలా? ఇట్ షుడ్ బి సెక్యూర్ ప్లేస్. జనరల్లీ హెల్తీ అట్మాస్ఫియర్ లో పనిచేయగలుగుతాం.
హెల్తీ అట్మాస్ఫియర్ అంటున్నారు. మనం ఉన్నటువంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ చాలా సందర్భాల్లో ఇప్పుడు ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్స్ లో ప్రైవేట్ మేజర్ గా వచ్చేది ఏంటంటే బిల్లు ఎక్కువగా వేశారు, ఇష్టానుసారంగా బిల్లు వచ్చింది, అయినప్పటికీ పేషెంట్ చేస్తారు, 10 లక్షలు 10 లక్షలు వేశారు. సో అయినప్పటికీ కావాలి మా బాడీ పే చేసే సిచ్యువేషన్. సో అట్లా సిచ్యువేషన్ మనం చాలా వేసి చేసిన సందర్భాలు.
అన్ఫార్చునేట్ సిచ్యువేషన్. బిల్ విల్ నాట్ సేవ్ ది పేషెంట్. బిల్లు డబ్బు కట్టాక మాత్రం సేవ్ చేయాలని లేదు. బిల్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఈ కార్పొరేట్ హాస్పిటల్స్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత naturally the cost of treatment has gone up because of the various factors. Because the technology involved, the infrastructure involved, దాన్ని మీటప్ చేయాలంటే they have to go for a higher billing. ఓన్లీ మన బ్రేక్ ఈవెంట్ వచ్చే ఛాన్స్ ఉంది. ఎస్టర్డేస్ లో
ఇక్కడే వస్తుంది. బ్రేక్ ఈవెన్ వైద్యం అనేటువంటి పూర్తి స్థాయిలో వ్యాపారీకరణ జరిగింది, వైద్యం అనేటువంటి పూర్తిగా కమర్షియల్ అయిపోయింది. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ బ్రేక్ ఈవెన్ పాయింట్ ఏదైతే అతను ఎక్స్పెండిచర్ ఇక్కడ అవుతుంది, దాంట్లో ఎక్స్పెండిచర్
కొంచెం డిఫరెంట్. ఇప్పుడు ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ అవసరం ఉన్న వాళ్ళు, సెకండరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ అవసరం ఉన్న వాళ్ళు టెర్షియరీ కేర్ హాస్పిటల్స్ పోయి మాకు బిల్ ఎక్కువ ఇస్తారు అంటే ఇట్ కాజెస్ అన్ ఎంబారసింగ్ సిచ్యువేషన్. అందరూ ఇప్పుడు ఆల్ ఇండియా ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ మెడికల్ సైన్సెస్ పోతే రోజు ఒక అవుట్ పేషెంట్ నెంబర్ 10,000 కాదు. ఇస్ ఇట్ నెసెసరీ? ఇక్కడ బికాస్ ది ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ ఇస్ బీయింగ్ నెగ్లెక్టెడ్ బై ది గవర్నమెంట్. ఇక్కడ ప్రాబ్లం ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ కానీ సెకండరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ కానీ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ డెవలప్ చేసి ప్రాపర్ డాక్టర్స్ అండ్ నర్సింగ్ స్టాఫ్ అడిక్యువేట్ గా ఉంచినట్టయితే, విలేజ్ కూడా ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ పెట్టినట్టయితే ఈ స్తోమత ఉండదు. వీళ్ళు కార్పొరేట్ హాస్పిటల్ పరిగెత్తడం అవసరం ఉండదు. సపోజ్ టు టేక్ ది టెర్షియరీ కేర్ పేషెంట్స్. మరి వీళ్ళందరూ పోయారు, అందరికీ కేర్ కావాలి, అందరికీ ఏజీ కావాలి, అందరికీ ఏజీలో హాస్పిటల్ కావాలంటే యాక్చువల్లీ కాస్ట్ వాళ్ళు అది జస్టిఫైబుల్ కాదు. గవర్నమెంట్ హ్యాస్ టు ప్లే ఇట్స్ ఓన్ రోల్. అండ్ ప్రజలకు అవగాహన కల్పించాలా. ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ డెవలప్ చేసి గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ప్రైవేట్ హెల్త్ కేర్ డెవలప్ చేసినప్పుడు ఈ సమస్యలు అన్నీ
మళ్ళీ అక్కడే వస్తుంది. అది ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ సెంటర్స్ పెట్టాలి, ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ కి ఇప్పుడు డాక్టర్స్ అందరూ ఉండాలి. బట్ నో వన్ ఇస్ కమింగ్ ఫార్వర్డ్ టు అక్కడ సర్వ్ చేయడానికి. నో వన్ ఇస్ కమింగ్ ఫార్వర్డ్ టు సర్వ్ ద టూరెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద పీపుల్. దే ఆర్ నాట్ కమింగ్ ఫార్వర్డ్ టు సర్వ్ ద రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ అనేటువంటి అలిగేషన్ బి బట్ డాక్టర్ డాక్టర్
సారీ ఇప్పుడు కాదు, ఇప్పుడు ఎవ్రీబడి రెడీ టు గో టు ది విలేజెస్ అండ్ సర్వ్.
చెప్పండి
సార్. రిగార్డింగ్ ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ సంబంధించి తెలంగాణ స్టేట్ లో కూడా ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ సబ్ సెంటర్స్, హైదరాబాద్ ప్రైవేట్ సబ్ సెంటర్స్ విలేజ్ లెవెల్ లో కూడా there is ప్రైమరీ ఇవ్వడానికి అంగన్వాడీ వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, తర్వాత ఆశా వర్కర్స్ ఉన్నారు. ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ సబ్సిడీ 5,500, ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ పిఎస్సి ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ సెంటర్స్ తెలంగాణ స్టేట్ 30% డెఫిసిట్ రీసెంట్ వచ్చినటువంటి సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ స్టాండర్డ్స్ ప్రకారంగా 30% ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ సెంటర్ తక్కువ ఉన్నది, 40% కమ్యూనిటీ హెల్త్ సెంటర్ సంఖ్య తక్కువ ఉన్నది. తర్వాత పనిచేసిన డాక్టర్స్ అందరూ కూడా కాంట్రాక్ట్ డాక్టర్స్ ఉన్నారు, ఇక్కడ రెగ్యులర్ లేకపోవడం ద్వారా. సో ఇది మెయిన్ అంటే ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ స్ట్రెంథన్ చేయాలంటే కనుక ప్రభుత్వం ఉన్నటువంటి ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ 5,500 సబ్ సెంటర్స్ లోపల పిఎస్సీ లోపల రెగ్యులర్ డాక్టర్స్ 24/7 డాక్టర్స్ అందుబాటులో గదులు లాంటి మోడల్ మనం తీసుకొస్తే కనుక గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతంలో ప్రజలు కూడా రెగ్యులర్ మంచి వైద్యం అందించే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. దట్ ఆల్సో అనేది ఎరాడికేషన్ ఆఫ్ బ్లాడర్. సో దిస్ వన్ నాట్ ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ టీచింగ్ హాస్పిటల్స్ ఏంటంటే గవర్నమెంట్ వైపు ఇస్తా ఉంది. ఎట్లా ప్రాపర్ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ లేకుండా ఉన్నటువంటి ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ ఏరియాస్ 300 బెడ్స్ కి 50 సీట్స్ ఎన్ఎఫ్సి ఇస్తుంది. సో ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే ఇక్కడ కూడా చాలా ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ ఉన్నటువంటి డాక్టర్ కూడా ఎంతో సంఖ్యలో కొత్త పేరు డాక్టర్స్ ఉన్నారు. సో మెయిన్ డాక్టర్లపై గత 5 జిల్లాల నుంచి గత 15 years గా every 3 months ఒకసారి, every 6 months ఒకసారి ఉస్మానియాలో, గాంధీలో, గిరఫోలో ఇలాంటి రిగార్డింగ్ డాక్టర్ అటాక్ సంబంధించి 2008 లోపల డాక్టర్స్ కూడా 2008 నిలబడే సంఘటన జరిగిందో దానికి సంబంధించి అక్కడ కంటిన్యూస్ స్టడీ చేసిన 45 days దాంట్లో యాక్ట్ ఏమైనా 2008 వైఎస్ఆర్ టైంలో వచ్చింది. యాక్ట్ 2008 ఏం చెప్తుందంటే డాక్టర్ పై హెల్త్ కేర్ ప్రొవైడర్ ఎవరు అటాక్ చేసినా కూడా దాని మినిమం 3 years ఆఫ్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ 50,000 ఆఫ్ ఫైన్, 4,000 వారెంట్. అది ఇంప్లిమెంట్ అయ్యింది, ఇంప్లిమెంట్ అయింది. బట్ అయినప్పటికీ కూడా ఇంతవరకు హెల్త్ కేర్ ప్రొవైడర్స్ పై అటాక్ చేయడానికి కూడా ఇంకా ఒకసారి నిలబడిన సంఘటన మాత్రమే శిక్ష పడింది. తర్వాత కేసు ఫైల్ అయింది.
డాక్టర్ల పైన చాలా జరిగినట్టు సందర్భంలో గాంధీ గారు, ఉస్మానియా గారు సందర్భాల్లో కూడా ప్రత్యేకంగా ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు. సేఫ్టీ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్, సేఫ్టీగా మీకు పనిచేయడం అవకాశం కల్పించండి, సెక్యూరిటీ కల్పించండి, సెటప్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ యాక్ట్ ఇవ్వమని చెప్పేసి 6 years స్టార్ట్ చేశారు. బట్ దానికి సంబంధించి సుప్రీం కోర్టు కూడా సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ నేషనల్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ చేసింది. వాళ్ళు ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ ఏం చేశారు, సిపిఐ యాక్ట్ అవసరం అని చెప్పేసి అందరి ఆశల పైన లేదు. అందరూ బికాస్ సిపిఐ యాక్ట్ అవసరం అని చెప్పి ఏం చెప్పింది. బట్ ఆల్ ఓవర్ డాక్టర్స్ డిమాండింగ్ సెంట్రల్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ యాక్ట్ అమలు కావాలి, వచ్చి 4,000 లెఫెన్స్ వస్తేనే డాక్టర్ పై అటాక్ అని చెప్పేసి అందరూ చెప్పాము. సో మళ్ళీ దానికి సుప్రీం కోర్టు ద్వారా నేషనల్ లీడర్స్ సుప్రీం కోర్టు ద్వారా మనం ఫాలో చేసుకొని సిపిఐ యాక్ట్ వచ్చేటప్పుడు కూడా మనం ఫైట్ చేయాలి. సిపిఐ కావాలి, డాక్టర్ సేఫ్టీ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ పనిచేసేటువంటి అవకాశం మాకు కల్పించారు. అదే మా మెయిన్
సార్. మీరు ఏమన్నా అంటే డాక్టర్లు విలేజ్లో రావడం లేదు, డాక్టర్లు రావడం లేదా, గవర్నమెంట్ బుకింగ్ వేయడం లేదా? మీరు ప్రైవేట్ ప్రాక్టీషనర్ క్వశ్చన్ చేస్తున్నారా? గవర్నమెంట్
మొత్తం మెడికల్ సిస్టమ్
ఎక్కడైనా లా ఎన్ఫోర్స్మెంట్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఎన్ఫోర్స్మెంట్ కరెక్ట్ ఉండాలి కదా, గవర్నమెంట్ కోచింగ్ లేదా? ఫస్ట్ కోచింగ్ మీరు ప్రైవేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ సిస్టమ్ క్వశ్చన్
అవకాశం లేదు కదా. రీసెంట్ గా 3 months 600 పోస్టులకు రిక్రూట్మెంట్ నోటిఫికేషన్ ఇచ్చారు. ప్రైమరీ సెంటర్ 6,000 మంది అప్లై చేశారు. సో 1 post కి 10 members పోటీ ఉంటుంది. డాక్టర్ పోతా రెడీ ఉండడం, పోతా రెడీ లేదా. సో ఎక్కువ మంది అప్లై చేసినట్టే రెడీ ఫర్ గవర్నమెంట్ బడ్జెట్, గవర్నమెంట్ రిక్రూట్మెంట్ పెంచుకోవాలి. రెగ్యులర్ రిక్రూట్మెంట్ కూడా తెలంగాణ ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ పిఎస్సీలో పనిచేసే డాక్టర్లు ఉస్మానియాలో వచ్చినట్టు దాని గురించి అక్కడ వేకెన్సీ అవుతుంది. ఎవరీ 3 months 6 months తెలంగాణ రిక్రూట్ ఆల్రెడీ ఉంది. ఎవరీ 6 months రివ్యూ చేస్తూ వేకెన్సీలు లేని ఎంతమంది కార్యాలయాలు ఎప్పుడైనా రిక్రూట్ చేస్తే ఎక్కడ ఆ డిసిషన్ పోతుంది. ప్రైమరీ లెవెల్ మనం క్లియర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో డాక్టర్ కూడా సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నారు. పాస్ ప్రజల కూడా తీసేయండి. డాక్టర్స్ రెడీ టు గో టు
జనరల్గా ప్రజల్లో ఉండే ఒక అవగాహన ఒక ఏంటంటే డాక్టర్లు ఎవరు ముందు రావాలి, ముందు రావాలి. అందుకే
వాళ్ళ థింకింగ్ తప్పు, మన క్వశ్చనింగ్ తప్పు, మన ప్రాసెస్ తప్పు. రేసెస్ ఇష్యూకి అంటే రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ సర్వ్ చేయడానికి డాక్టర్స్ విముఖత చూపిస్తున్నారనే ఒక అది అపవాదు, అది లేదు. రిక్వైర్మెంట్ రేషియోలో పీపుల్ అప్లై అంటున్నారు. సో అది వాస్తవానికి విధంగా చెప్పారంటే గవర్నమెంట్ యొక్క పొలిటికల్ విల్ అండి, గవర్నమెంట్ యొక్క విల్ మనం తప్పదు. ఇప్పుడు ఆర్టికల్ 21 కింద పబ్లిక్ యొక్క లైఫ్ సేఫ్టీ, వాళ్ళ లైఫ్ ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేసే బాధ్యత కాన్స్టిట్యూషనల్ స్టేట్ రైట్ టు లివ్, రైట్ టు లైఫ్, రైట్ టు లైఫ్, రైట్ టు లివిడిటీ, రైట్ టు ఎమర్జెన్సీ హెల్త్ కేర్ కి ఎవ్రీబడి ఇట్స్ ఫండమెంటల్ రైట్ రికగ్నైజ్ బై కాన్స్టిట్యూషన్. ఆ ఫండమెంటల్ రైట్ ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేసే క్రమంలో గవర్నమెంట్స్ పొలిటికల్ విల్స్ రికర్ చేశారు. ఇప్పుడు రూరల్ హెల్త్ కేర్ సెంటర్స్, రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ డాక్టర్స్ అంటే యువర్ రిక్రూట్మెంట్ యూ షుడ్ ఫైండ్ ఫాట్ with your own recruitment procedure, with your own recruitment steps which you are taking. You are not on pace with that of the requirement of the medical healthcare system. మీరు గవర్నమెంట్ యొక్క మెడికల్ హెల్త్కేర్ సిస్టమ్ మీరు ఈ ఇన్ఎఫిషియెంట్గా డెఫిషియెంట్గా పెట్టి ప్రైవేట్ మెడికల్ హెల్త్కేర్ సిస్టమ్ ర్యాపిడ్గా వెళ్తున్నప్పుడు ఆబ్వియస్లీ పెద్ద డిస్పారిటీ కనబడుతుంది. ఆ డిస్పారిటీ నుండి ఎంతో అండర్స్ వస్తుంది, ఆ అండర్స్ నుంచి వైలెన్స్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. సో ఈ బ్యాలెన్స్ ఎలా చేయాలంటే ఈ బ్యాలెన్స్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇప్పుడు మీకు సెంట్రల్ యాక్ట్ తీసుకురావాలి. డాక్టర్స్ మీద వైలెన్స్ చేయడం అనేది ఐ థింక్ ఇట్ ఈస్ వెరీ కండెమబుల్ యాక్ట్. వీ హ్యావ్ టు కండెమ్ ఇట్ కంఫర్ట్. సో అది కండెమ్ చేస్తూ యాక్ట్ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ 2008 కదండి, 2008 యాక్ట్ అది ఇన్ఎఫెక్టివ్ యాక్ట్. దాని మీద ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్ ఇలాంటి స్టెప్స్ లేవు, దాని మీద అసలు ప్రచారం లేదు, దాని గురించి ఎవరు పట్టించలేదు. ఇప్పుడు వచ్చినట్టు లేటెస్ట్ ఇష్యూ ఐ ఓపెనర్ నేషన్ ఆ ఇష్యూ వచ్చినప్పుడు మళ్ళీ సేమ్ క్వశ్చన్ ఇస్తాము బిఫోర్ దిస్ మిషన్. సో ఈవెన్ పార్లమెంట్ సెంట్రల్ యాక్ట్ రావాలి. ఆ సెంట్రల్ యాక్ట్ అక్కడ ఎట్లా ఉండాలంటే ఇప్పుడు మెడికల్ కానీ పారామెడికల్ స్టాఫ్ వాళ్ళ మీద వైలెన్స్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళ మీద మీరు వైలెన్స్ చేస్తే అటెండ్ శిక్ష ఉంటుంది. ఆ ట్రయల్ కానీ ఆ ట్రయల్ పీరియడ్ కూడా ఆ ఎవిడెన్స్ కూడా నిర్వహించి కదా డయాగ్నోస్ చేసి ఇమీడియట్ గా 6 months శిక్ష పడేటట్టు ఉండాలి. అది అఫెన్స్ కూడా సీరియస్ చేయాలి. అప్పుడు అట్లాంటి మనం చేయట్లేదు. ఎక్కడో ఐపీసీ సెక్షన్ లో పెట్టుకున్నాము, ఐపీసీ సెక్షన్ లో పెట్టుకున్నాము. ఐపీసీ సెక్షన్ లో పెట్టి మామూలుగా ఏదైతే రెగ్యులర్ ఇన్వెస్టిగేషన్ రెగ్యులర్ ప్రొసీజర్ ఏదైతే ఉందో అదే ఫాలో చేస్తున్నాం. దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుంది,
డాక్టర్లపై దాడులు అనేది అసలు డాక్టర్లే నేను ఒక సీరియస్ తీసుకుంటాను. ప్రకృతే పర్వాలేదు, లేకపోతే నేను కలుగుతుంటే నేను తీసుకుంటాను. సింపుల్ కామన్ సెన్స్. 1980 I started my practice. 84 ఏ చనిపోయే కేసు అయినా పోతుంది 5 నిమిషాలలో అంటే కూడా మీరు టేకెడ్ ఇస్ ఛాలెంజ్. స్పిరిట్ నా పెద్ద చాలా మంది నేను కూడా ప్రాక్టీస్ 43 years సెంటెన్స్ కేసు. ఇప్పుడు అదే కేసు వస్తే తీసుకోవాలా వద్దా, ఎందుకు వద్దని తెలిస్తే ఎక్కడికి పంపించాలి, ఈ ఆలోచన మాకు ఎందుకు వస్తుంది? మీకు అర్థం మేము ఆయన చేయట్లేదు. రీజన్ ఇప్పుడు ప్రతి కేసు నేను నిజామాబాద్ హైదరాబాద్ ఉంటే అక్కడ ఒక 20,000 తీసుకెళ్ళి ఎవరు లాస్ అవుతున్నారు? ఇది సమాన్ మీరు మీడియా బయటకు చెప్పారండి, నేను చెప్పాను దయచేసి చెప్తున్నాయి. అండ్ గివస్ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ఇప్పుడు కూడా నాయకులు మంత్రులు ఎక్కడైనా గివస్ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ట్రీట్ సీరియస్ కేసెస్ గివస్ ప్రొటెక్షన్. ఇప్పుడు కూడా చట్టమైంది. డాక్టర్ అంటే దాడి చేస్తే 3 ఏళ్ళు జైలు శిక్ష. ఎవరికి చేసిన అటెండెన్స్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ అటాక్ అవుతుంది, థ్రెటనింగ్, అబ్స్ట్రక్టింగ్ మై స్టాఫ్ మై సెల్ఫ్ 3 years. అది అప్పుడు ప్రాసెస్ ఎప్పుడు 2008 రాజశేఖర్ గారు ముఖ్యమంత్రి, నేను వేరే రాష్ట్రాలే ఉన్నప్పుడైతే కాంగ్రెస్ అంటే దట్ ఇస్ ఆన్ పార్ విత్ కిడ్నాప్, రేప్ అండ్ మర్డర్ కాంగ్రెస్. ఇప్పుడు కాదు, ఆ 3 years సుప్రీంకోర్టు 7 years చేసింది. ఇప్పుడు శిక్షకు 7 years ఉంటేనే కాంగ్రెస్ అయింది. ఈ 3 years కనుక కాంగ్రెస్ అయితే లేదు, స్టేషన్ లేదు వస్తుంది. దాన్ని 7 years చేయాలి అని ఇప్పుడు మా ఇంకొక డిమాండ్
డాక్టర్స్ పెట్టాలనేటువంటి డిమాండ్ కూడా
ఎందుకంటే డాక్టర్స్ ఉంటారు కనుక మా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అర్థం చేసుకున్నాం. అయినా టెక్నికల్ ఇంజనీరింగ్, మెడిసిన్ ఇవన్నీ టెక్నికల్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ అంటే జనరల్ ఆఫీసర్ కెనాట్ డూ జస్టిస్. నేను పీరియాడిక్ కార్యాలయం చేయలేదు, కార్యాలయం పీరియాడిక్ చేయలేదు, గైనకాలజిస్ట్ కార్యాలయం చేయలేదు. ఇవన్నీ వాళ్ళకి ఉంది.
సమాజంలో ఇంత ఈ రకాలైనటువంటి ఒక డాక్టర్స్ అంటే కొంచెం వ్యతిరేక భావం రావడానికి పర్టికులర్ గా ఒక పేషెంట్ మామూలుగా నాకు వదిలి వచ్చినట్లయితే ఒక ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్ ఉంటే ఒక 5,000 రూపాయలు చేసుకుంటే లేకపోయింది అనేటువంటి ఒక సమయంలో ఓపెన్ గా ఒక అభిప్రాయం. దానికి సంబంధించి అంటే ఇట్లాంటి వాటి వల్లనే కదా డాక్టర్లు అంటే ఒక రకమైనటువంటి భావము, డాక్టర్లు అంటే ఒక రకమైనటువంటి ఏకీభావం అంత పెద్ద మాట పడుతుంది. నెగిటివ్ ఫీలింగ్ కావడానికి కారణం
సార్. యాక్చువల్లీ మీకు ఇప్పుడు మీరే అన్నారు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్తే 5,000 అవుతుంది, అయినా ఇందులో మందికి వస్తున్నారు. బికాస్ లేకపోతే అక్కడ సర్వీస్ దొరుకుతుంది. అదే సర్వీస్ ఏం కాస్ట్ లేకుండా గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయగలిగితే గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్కి వస్తారా, ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్కి వస్తారా? గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్కి వస్తారు. నేను అనేది ఏంటంటే సార్, ఆ డైరెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ క్వశ్చన్ తప్పండి. అంటే నేను అనేది కార్పొరేట్ హాస్పిటల్స్ బిల్ చేస్తున్నాయి, కార్పొరేట్ హాస్పిటల్ బిల్ చేస్తారు. అది అడగాల్సిన ఎవరిని? వాళ్ళ వీలుగా ప్రొవైడ్ చేయాల్సింది గవర్నమెంట్. సో మనం క్వశ్చన్ చేయాల్సింది గవర్నమెంట్ అండి. అంతేగాని వేరే వాళ్ళకు ఇది ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే ఇంతకు చూస్తే మీడియాలో నేను ఎంబీబీఎస్ చేసే టైంలో సిపిఆర్ చేస్తాను. అంటే లాస్ట్ ఓకే, పేషెంట్ యొక్క బంధువులు డాక్టర్ గుండె మీద బాధి చంపాడని చెప్పి అన్నారు, ఆరోపించారు అని చెప్పి ఇచ్చారు. అంటే సిపిఆర్ కూడా గుండె మీద బాధి చంపేస్తారన్నా కూడా మీడియాలో యాజ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ రాసేస్తారు. లేదా ఒకవేళ ఒక మీద ఏదైనా ఇన్సిడెంట్ జరిగిందనుకోండి, వెంటనే ఏం చేస్తారు, పేషెంట్ వాళ్ళు ఇది ఆరోపించారు అని రాస్తారు. అది ఆరోపించారు అనేది కూడా ఒక నిమిషం ఆగి ఆ డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి యాక్చువల్ గా ఏమైందని అడిగి ఆ ఫ్యాక్ట్ కూడా అక్కడ రాస్తే బాగుంటుందని నా ఒపీనియన్. ఇంకోటి సార్, మనము వైలెన్స్ అని బాగా మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నాం కదా, మీరు చూస్తే కనుక 100 ఇన్సిడెంట్స్ జరిగితే దాదాపు 70 to 80% ఆఫ్ దీస్ ఇన్సిడెంట్స్ గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్స్ లోనే జరుగుతాయి, లేదా పెరిఫరీ సెంటర్స్ లో ఎక్కువ జరుగుతాయి. కార్పొరేట్స్ ఆఫ్ హైదరాబాద్ లో జరిగే సంఖ్య ఉంటుంది, కానీ మీరు నంబర్స్ తీసుకుంటే చాలా తక్కువ ఉంటుంది. అంటే గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్ ఏమైందంటే డాక్టర్ పేషెంట్ రేషియో ఆర్ ఎనీ అదర్ మిగతా వాళ్ళ రేషియో తక్కువ ఉంటుంది. సో వాళ్ళకి వాళ్ళు ఏమనుకుంటారంటే ఇంతమంది అంటే నేను ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను చేసిన దగ్గర ఏంటంటే డైలీ 100 మంది 150 మంది ఓపీ చూసేటప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి ఆ సివియారిటీ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేసే టైము ప్రైవేట్ నేను 45 నిమిషాలు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయగలిగితే గవర్నమెంట్ సెక్టర్ వచ్చేసరికి కేవలం 5 నుంచి 6 నిమిషాలు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయాలి. జనరల్లీ వాళ్ళకి ఏముంటుందంటే లోపల అంటే ఆ టైంలో వాళ్ళకి ఏముంటుంది, నా మొత్తం ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయలేదు, నాకంటే ఏదో జరగలేదు అన్న భావన కూడా డెఫినెట్లీ ఉంటుంది వాళ్ళ సైడ్ నుంచి ఆలోచిస్తుంది. సో ఇది ఒకవేళ మనం రేషియో కరెక్ట్ చేస్తేనే ఇది తగ్గుతుంది, కానీ అది కానంత వరకు అవ్వదని
నేను దాదాపు 30-40 years నుంచి మెడికల్ ప్రొఫెషన్ చూస్తున్నాను. నేను ఏంటంటే ఒకప్పుడు డాక్టర్ను దేవుళ్ళ కలిశారు, వైద్యులు నారాయణ గారు. కానీ ఈరోజు మాత్రం ఆ పరిస్థితి ఎందుకనేది మనం ఆలోచించాల్సిన అవసరం. 30-40 years ముందు హాస్పిటల్ మేము రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చేసుకునేవాళ్ళు కాదు, ఎంబీబీఎస్ అయిపోయి పోయి ప్రాక్టీస్ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం. కానీ ఇప్పుడు హాస్పిటల్ స్టార్ట్ చేయాలంటే కనీసం 15 డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ నుంచి పర్మిషన్ తీసుకుంటాం. 15 డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ నుంచి పర్మిషన్ తీసుకుంటే దాని మెయింటెనెన్స్, రూల్స్, రెగ్యులేషన్స్, సెంట్రలైజేషన్స్ ఉంటాయని ఈ రకరకాల రూల్స్ రెగ్యులేషన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇన్నిటిని మెయింటైన్ చేయాలంటే ఖర్చు పెరుగుతుంది. రెండోది ఈ కన్సూమర్స్ ఫోటో కూడా వచ్చింది. ఇప్పుడు అందరూ కన్సూమర్ యాక్ట్ దాని లేదు, అప్పుడు లేదు సార్, అప్పటికి 35 years లేదు. అంటే ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు ఈ టెస్ట్ చేయకపోతే ఎందుకు చేయలేదని చెప్పి దాన్ని ఫైన్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు డాక్టర్స్ స్కిల్ చేయడానికి చెప్పడానికి రకరకాల టెస్ట్ చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది. అంతకుముందు డాక్టర్ చేసి చూసాడు, పంపించాడు. ఇప్పుడు టెస్ట్ చేయకుండా బయట పంపించే పరిస్థితి ఎందుకు వచ్చింది? వాళ్ళ స్కిల్ సేవ్ చేసుకోవడం. డాక్టర్లు ఒక్కొక్క మీకు మెడిసిన్ జాయిన్ అవుతూ 1 lakh members మెడిసిన్ జాయిన్ అయితే 50 ఇంజనీరింగ్ జాయిన్ అవుతారు. ఇప్పుడు సీట్ అంతా రివర్స్ అయ్యారు, మెడిసిన్ వైపు ఎవరు. ఇంకొకటి చూసినట్టయితే పర్టికులర్ గా మెడిసిన్ దాదాపు మా టైంలో 30% రిజర్వేషన్ పెడితేనే అమ్మాయిలు వచ్చింది. అమ్మాయిలు రిలేట్ అవుతుంది, అప్పటికి కూడా 30%. ఇప్పుడు 80% అమ్మాయిలు.
పెరిఫెరీ పోటీ అంటున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు 80% 90% అమ్మాయిలు డాక్టర్స్ చేయకూడదు. పెరిఫెరీలో పోయి ఎక్కడ ప్రొటెక్షన్ పెద్ద పెద్ద కలకత్తా సిటీలోనే సేవ్ చేసి మాట్లాడే పరిస్థితి ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు విలేజ్లో వాతావరణం లీడర్స్ రకరకాల ప్రతి ఒక్కరు పొలిటికల్ లీడర్ కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే ఎంపీటీస్ ప్రతి ఒక్కరు క్వశ్చన్ చేస్తుండే ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఉండవు, క్వశ్చన్ చేస్తారు. పోయి అక్కడ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయడం రెడీ చేస్తారు. ఇంకొకటి మీరు అన్నట్టు మన ఇప్పుడు ఉన్న పరిస్థితి గవర్నమెంట్ మీద హెల్త్ అనేది స్టేట్ సబ్జెక్ట్ అంటారు, స్టేట్ సబ్జెక్ట్ అంటారు. కానీ ఇప్పుడు గవర్నమెంట్ అంటే సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీ అవుతుంది 1 నేషన్ 1 రూరల్. అన్ని యాక్ట్స్ అయినా కూడా సెంట్రల్ వీళ్ళని స్టేట్ అడిగితేనేమో మాకు స్టేట్ అన్నాడు. సెంట్రల్ కనీసం డాక్టర్స్ కానీ డాక్టర్స్ రిప్రజెంటేటివ్స్ కానీ ఐఎంఏ కానీ నారాయణ కానీ ఎవరైనా ఏదైనా యాక్ట్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు కనీసం రిప్రజెంటేషన్ తీసుకునేది. మేము సంవత్సరం తిరిగి స్ట్రైక్ చేసినప్పుడు పట్టించుకునే పరిస్థితి. అంటే వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిందంతా ఎప్పుడు కూడా అధికారం కావాలి. అంటే డాక్టర్స్ ఇప్పుడు ఇంత మంచి అంటే మన డాక్టర్స్ అమెరికాలో మనకు కూర్చుంటారు. అమెరికాలో మన డాక్టర్స్ చేసినట్టు ఇక్కడ అమెరికాలో చేసి మంచి చదవలేదు. ఇక్కడ విలేజ్ పోతారంటే ఎక్కడ పోతారంటే ఎక్కడ చేస్తున్నాయి. అందువల్ల కావాల్సింటే గవర్నమెంట్ కనీసం చెప్పే పరిస్థితి ప్రిన్సిపల్ సెక్రటరీ ఐఏఎస్ కనీసం ఐఏఎస్ లో కానీ లీడర్లకు కానీ డాక్టర్స్ కానీ డాక్టర్స్ అసోసియేషన్ చూస్తే పురుగులను చూసుకొస్తారు. కనీసం కూర్చోమనే పరిస్థితి అవసరం లేదు సార్. ఎందుకు వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సింది పబ్లిక్ కావాలి, కోర్టు కావాలి. అంతేగాని డాక్టర్స్ మేధావులు ఇంతమంది మేధావులు అంతమంది అంత డాక్టర్స్ ప్రొఫెషన్ నెంబర్ 1 ప్రొఫెషన్ ఉండే ఇప్పుడు ఎవరు రావడానికి ముందు కావట్లేదు. ముందు ఈ పరిస్థితి మెడికల్ ప్రొఫెషన్ అంతకుముందు మంచి ఇంజనీర్స్ అంతా డాక్టర్స్ అయ్యారు. అంతా ఇంజనీరింగ్ చేసినప్పుడు డాక్టర్స్ వాళ్ళకి లీడర్స్ యాక్ట్ చేసుకోవడం లీడర్స్ కూడా వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సింది లీడర్స్ ఏమో కొట్టు కావాలి, ఆర్ఎంపీలు కావాలి. ఇప్పుడు మన టీజీఎంసీ వాళ్ళు బాగా కష్టపడి మెడికల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇన్ని రూల్స్ మా మీద పెట్టింది. ఏ డిగ్రీ లేకుండా ఎక్కడ పడితే అక్కడ ప్రాక్టీస్ సిటీలో కూడా చేసినప్పుడు ఎందుకు దానికి సెలక్షన్ ఇస్తున్నాడు. అదే హాస్పిటల్స్ ఇన్ని రూల్స్ పెట్టారు. ప్రతి దానికి సర్వే ఉంటాడు, వాడు వచ్చేసి మన ఇన్స్పెక్షన్ ఉంటాడు. లంచం లేకుండా నడుస్తారు గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్. ఇన్ని రూల్స్ పెట్టి మమ్మల్ని సహాయిస్తారు. ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళు ఎంత యాక్షన్ తీసుకోండి. ఇప్పుడు మీకు దాదాపు
ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తాను సార్. సదీప్ గారు మాట్లాడారు యాంటీబయాటిక్ గురించి.
ఇప్పటికి సార్ తెలంగాణ స్టేట్ మెడికల్ కౌన్సిల్ ద్వారా తెలంగాణలో యాంటీబయాటిక్ రెవల్యూషన్ అనేది తెలంగాణలో స్టార్ట్ అయింది. ఇప్పటికి దాదాపు 150 ఎకరాలు అవ్వదని మన డిఫరెన్స్ మంత్రులు అర్థమవుతా ఉన్నాయి. ఎన్ఎంసీ యాక్ట్ 34 యాక్ట్ ఎంత బాగుంటుందంటే ఇంకోటి ఎక్విప్మెంట్ లేకుండా గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రాక్టీస్ మెడికల్ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయడానికి 54 ఏంటంటే ఇక్కడ అపాయింట్ విజిలెన్స్ ఆఫీసర్ ఏదైతే మనము తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర యొక్క 13 జిల్లాలో కూడా తెలంగాణ మెడికల్ మెంబర్స్ యాంటీబయాటిక్ లీగల్ కమిటీస్ ఫామ్ చేశారు. సో మా మెంబర్స్ అన్ని జిల్లాలో ఇస్తారు. సో ఇంకా మనము ఆ యాంటీబయాటిక్ మెంబర్స్ ఎవరైతే ఆ జిల్లాలో వెళ్ళి అక్కడ ఇన్స్పెక్షన్ చేస్తాం. అంటే మినిమం క్వాలిఫై అయ్యేటువంటి మినిమం 10th క్లాస్ బీఎస్సీ బీజేపీ ఇట్లాంటి వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా మోటివేషన్ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తారు. వాళ్ళు ఐవీ ఫ్లూయిడ్స్ చేయడం, రిలేషన్ ఆఫ్ యాంటీబయాటిక్స్, రిలేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్టికల్ స్టెరాయిడ్స్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ అవసరం. ట్రీట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు ఇస్తారు. జీరో according to NFC Act 34 వితౌట్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్ డిగ్రీ లేనటువంటి వాళ్ళు మినిమం గా రిస్ట్రిక్షన్ అనేది లేదు. ఆర్థరైజేషన్ పరిషత్ 1 year implemented 5 lakhs fine. This is NFC Act. And state act is Telangana Medical Practitioner Registration Act. Very prevent degree level చేసిన స్టేట్ యాక్ట్ లో 6 months like NFC Act లో 1 year implemented ఉంది. If I
approves it, sir. Whatever program practice is our approves it, sir.
మరి నకిలీ వైద్యులు ఎట్లా
పోలీస్ స్టేషన్ నకిలీ పోలీస్ నకిలీ లాయర్స్ కదా, నకిలీ జడ్జెస్ కదా.
కోర్టు
గవర్నమెంట్ అందరూ కూర్చుంటారా? అన్ని కూర్చుంటాలి. పైన సర్వీస్ ఉండాలి. ఏమైనా సర్టిఫికేట్ కావాలా, టీసీపీ సర్టిఫికేట్ కావాలా, ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ దానికి పర్మిషన్ తీసుకోవాలా, రోడ్డు బిల్డింగ్స్ మున్సిపల్ పర్మిషన్ తీసుకోవాలా. మొత్తం 35 రూల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. 35 సర్టిఫికేషన్స్ వస్తాయి. ఇప్పుడు నర్సింగ్ తీసుకోవాలి. రూల్స్ కావాలా? నది వైపు మొత్తం చేసుకుని ఊళ్ళో లేదు. నువ్వు అప్పటి సబ్జెక్ట్ మీరు ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్ క్వశ్చన్ చేస్తున్నా, గవర్నమెంట్ క్వశ్చన్ చేస్తున్నా. అక్కడ ఏమని ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్ పోలేదంటే ఇవాళ మీరు పోయి మరి మొత్తం మీ లైఫ్ అంతా పోయి మీరు అక్కడికి చేస్తారా? పత్రికా వాదం చేయగలరా? మీరు సంపాదక వాదం ఏదైతుందో మీ ప్రొఫెషనలిజం, మీ జర్నలిజం, యూ విల్ నాట్ డూ యువర్ లైఫ్ ఇన్ విలేజ్. రైట్ టు లివ్, గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రొవిజన్ ఈజ్ ద రైట్ ఆఫ్ ది పబ్లిక్. గవర్నమెంట్ మస్ట్ ప్రొవైడ్ సర్వీసెస్ రూరల్ ఏరియా. గవర్నమెంట్ ఈజ్ నాట్ ద ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్. అందుకోసం మీరు 5,000 ఇవాళ జ్వరానికి పోతే 5,000 అంటే ఒకప్పుడు ఎంత గవర్నమెంట్ చేస్తుంది.
పేషెంట్ క్యూర్ అవుతున్నారా? నువ్వు మనీ వస్తే వరేసి హోటల్ పోతున్నావు, ఒక రెస్టారెంట్ పోతున్నావు, 15,000, 12,000, 5,000, 3,000, 3,000 వాడు కంఫర్టబుల్ ఫుడ్ పెడుతున్నాడు. నువ్వు ఫుడ్ పెట్టి ఒకటే ఫుడ్ పెట్టి వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళిపోతారు. నెక్స్ట్ మన ఈవినింగ్ మనం తినవలసింది. వేరే ఒక పేషెంట్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ ఇస్తే వాళ్ళ లైఫ్ సేవ్ అయింది. లైఫ్ సేవ్ అయిందంటే ఈ లోకంలో ఉంటాడు. మాకు ఎవరైనా ఇద్దరు కాంపిటీషన్ అనేది తీసుకోపోతారు. నిలబెట్టాలి. మేము నిలబెట్టాలంటే వాడు ఏదైనా పడతాడు. ఆయన తీసుకోపోతే వాడు నవ్వుపడడు. సో మా ఇద్దరి మధ్య పేషెంట్ కొరకు మేము ఏ లెవెల్ అయినా పాసిబుల్ గా 100% సర్వీస్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కోవిడ్ ఒక డాక్టర్ ఒక ఆయన వచ్చి నాకు 15,000 అయింది, మీ డాక్టర్ అంటే నువ్వు బతికించుకోవాలి. నువ్వు బతుకుంటే ఆ 15,000 ఉండేది 50 లక్షలు ఉండేది. నువ్వు బతికింది ఇప్పుడు సేవ్ అయింది. నేను అన్నది ఎప్పుడు సేపు, ఎంతసేపు వాడు డబ్బులు తీసుకున్నాడు, డబ్బులు సంపాదించుకున్నాడు కొంచెం మాట్లాడతాను. కానీ ఒక పేషెంట్ సేవ్ అయిన ఫ్యామిలీ రెస్పాన్సిబుల్, వాడు ఫ్యామిలీతో రికవర్ అయ్యాడు. అది కూడా చాలా ప్లీజ్.
సరే ఇప్పుడు ఇంత పెద్ద ఆలోచన నాకు 1,000 రూపీస్కి ఎన్ని లక్షలు నాకు ఇక్కడ 10 రూపాయలు నాకు కావాలా మరి ఇవ్వాలా? మీరు అందరూ క్వశ్చన్ చేశారు కదా. మీరు 5,000 నాకు తీసుకుంటారు.
డాక్టర్లు కలిపి చేస్తున్నారు. ఒకవేళ ఆ విషయం మీరు అన్నట్టు ఇన్వెస్టిగేషన్ ఒకటి చేసుకుంటే మీరు నాయకులు అంటారు ఈ ఇన్వెస్టిగేషన్ ఏం చేయలేదు అని అంటారు.
కాదు, చిన్న సొల్యూషన్ చెప్తాను సార్. నాకు గవర్నమెంట్ ని అన్ని ఇన్వెస్టిగేషన్స్ అన్ని మందులు ఫ్రీ చేయమనండి. 100 రూపాయలు చూస్తున్నాం మేము. దాని గురించి ఎవరు మాట్లాడతా? దాని గురించి మీరు మాట్లాడరు. మీరు అడగాల్సింది గవర్నమెంట్ ని, పబ్లిక్ ని. ఇక్కడ మేము 100 రూపాయలకి 50 రూపాయలు
గవర్నమెంట్ సెక్టర్ లో ప్రైమరీ సెక్టర్ అని చెప్పి లక్షలాది కోట్ల బడ్జెట్ పెట్టడం.
మరి గవర్నమెంట్ సర్వీస్ అంత బాగుంది, ఎందుకు ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్ తీసుకోవాలన్నారు ఈ హైదరాబాద్ లో? అది సింపుల్ క్వశ్చన్.
ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్స్ వస్తున్నాయి కదా, అదే మళ్ళీ ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్స్ వస్తున్నాయి.
రావట్లేదంటారా?
ఇప్పుడు ఆరోగ్యశ్రీ.
అవును సార్, ఆరోగ్యశ్రీనే చెప్తారు.
గవర్నమెంట్ దగ్గర అంత ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ లేదు కాబట్టి
ఆరోగ్యశ్రీ ఖర్చు పెట్టేదాంతో 100 హాస్పిటల్ కట్టాలి. ఒక్కసారి ఉండే చేయించుకుని అందరినీ ఆలోచించుకోమనండి. ఆరోగ్యశ్రీ ప్రతి సంవత్సరం మీరు ఖర్చు పెట్టే సోపాలు ఖర్చు పెట్టే డబ్బులతో 100 పబ్లిక్ ఈ ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్ బాబు లాంటి హాస్పిటల్ కట్టాలి. అది ఆలోచించారు కదా ఎవరు? ఎవరంటే ఇక్కడ కేర్ కోర్స్ ఎవరంటే డాక్టర్స్. ఎందుకంటే మేము సైలెంట్ గా ఈ చట్నీ అని వింటున్నాం కాబట్టి ఎందుకు తిరగట్లేదు కాబట్టి కేర్ కోర్స్. మీకు కానీ గవర్నమెంట్ కానీ చేశారు డైరెక్ట్ గా మీరంటే పబ్లిక్ వీఆర్ నాట్ ద పబ్లిక్ మీకు కానీ గవర్నమెంట్ కానీ వీఆర్ ద స్టేట్ బోర్డ్స్.
80% ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్, 20% ఓన్లీ గవర్నమెంట్ సెక్టర్. అర్థమైంది. మరి ఏం చేసినా 20%, 80% డిపెండెన్స్. దీనికి ఒక నర్సింగ్ హోమ్ హాస్పిటల్ పర్మిషన్ ఇవ్వడానికి మా మిత్రుడు నర్సింగ్ హోమ్ మాజీ ప్రెసిడెంట్ చెప్పినట్టు 10 నెలలు ఇంపార్టెంట్. అది ప్రతి ఒక్కడు మమ్మల్ని ఏదో విధంగా ఇబ్బంది పెట్టి మీకు అర్థమైంది వాక్యం టెస్ట్ చేయకుంటే ఏమైనా సడన్ గా సపోజ్ నేను మెయింటైన్ చేసినాను పేషెంట్ ఏం లేదు 15 సంవత్సరాల వస్తే క్యాన్సర్ చూపిస్తాడు. తరానికి ఎప్పుడైనా సార్ క్యాన్సర్ కనబట్టే చెప్తాను. నమ్మకం డాక్టర్ పేషెంట్ నమ్మకం అనేది ఇంపార్టెంట్. దెబ్బతింది దానికి కారణం మీకు తెలుసు సమాజం ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు మా వాడు నకలి డాక్టర్ నకలి మెడికల్ అన్నట్టు చట్టాలు చేసేటప్పుడు అంటే పొలిటీషియన్స్, ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ కొన్ని చట్టాలు చూసి అమలయ్యేదా కాదని చట్టాలు చేయాలి. కూర్చున్నాం కదా నేను ఏదైనా చేస్తాను మాత్రం బయట ఇబ్బందులు ఉంటుంది. ఇది మాత్రం
ఒక విషయం ఏం పెడుతున్నారంటే ప్రెస్ కూడా మీరు కూడా ఇవ్వాల్సి నేనేమంటున్నానంటే డాక్టర్ మెడికల్ ఫ్యాకల్టీకి వాళ్ళు ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేసినటువంటి ఇన్సెక్యూర్లో ఉన్నట్టు కనిపిస్తామని. యాజ్ ప్రెస్ నేను రిక్వెస్ట్ చేసేది ఏంటంటే వై మీడియా డజంట్ కమ్ ఇన్ టు ద ఫోర్ ఫ్రంట్ అండ్ ఈ ఫ్యాకల్టీని నిర్మూలించడానికి వాళ్ళు కథనాలు ఎందుకు చేయరు, ఇన్వెస్టిగేటివ్ జర్నలిజం ఎందుకు చేయరు. డాక్టర్ వాళ్ళు చేసే బిల్డింగ్ అని నెగిటివ్ కథనాల కోసం ఎక్కువ ప్రాధాన్యత, ఇన్ఫ్లమేటరీ న్యూస్ కోసం ఎక్కువ ప్రాధాన్యత ఇస్తారు. కానీ ఇప్పుడు డాక్టర్స్ కి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ లేకుండా, ఒక క్వాలిఫికేషన్ లేకుండా, ఒక డిగ్రీ లేకుండా పల్లెటూరులో జనాలు చదువుకున్నటువంటి అన్రిజిస్టర్డ్ మెడికల్ ప్రాక్టీషనర్స్ ఫ్యాక్ట్స్ మీరు వాళ్ళని కథనాలు ఎందుకు చేయరు.
ఎవరు లేని ఊళ్ళో అంటే ఆ పాయింట్స్ నేను అన్నా కదా అనవసరమైన టెస్ట్ రాస్తున్నారని చెప్పి అది అవసరమా అనవసరమైన డిసైడ్ చేసుకోవాలి. సో మీకు తెలియదు కాబట్టి ఆ పేషెంట్ తెలియదు కాబట్టి డాక్టర్ దగ్గరకు వస్తారు, డాక్టర్ రాసింది వింటారు వెళ్తారు. మన జనరల్ మెంటాలిటీ ఎట్లుంటుందంటే మనంతా పాజిటివ్ వస్తేనేమో బాధ, నెగిటివ్ వచ్చిన పైసలు వేరేం రాదు. అర్థమైంది సార్. సో ఆ మెంటాలిటీ మీకు తెలియదు కాబట్టి అవసరమా లేదా అని తెలుసుకున్న డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు అది అనవసరం తెలుసుకొని ఎట్లా చేస్తారు. సరే ఈ మనీ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఎప్పుడైనా కూడా క్వాలిఫైడ్ డాక్టర్స్ ఎందుకు వస్తాయి, ఫ్యాక్ట్స్ ఎందుకు రాదు. ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఇద్దరు ఏమన్నారు సార్, ఒకవేళ పెరిఫరీలో కనుక రాస్తే హైదరాబాద్ లో వెళ్తున్నారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇక్కడ బందరైజ్లోనే ఉన్నారు. మా ఇదేంటి క్యాన్సర్ కూడా డైట్ తో మంచిగా చేస్తా అని చెప్పి ఆయన ఉన్నాడు. ఆయన పర్ పర్సన్ 30,000 నుంచి 50,000 వరకు చార్జ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాడు వీరమాస్మి రామకృష్ణ. మరి ఆయన గురించి మాట్లాడలేదు సార్, ఎవరు మాట్లాడలేదు. అంటే నేను అనేది ఏంటంటే సార్, మనకి ఎప్పుడైనా కూడా క్వాలిఫైడ్ వాళ్ళకి క్వశ్చన్ ఏం తప్పలేదు సార్, క్వశ్చన్ వేస్తే ఆన్సర్ ఇస్తాం. కానీ అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం అన్క్వాలిఫైడ్ వాళ్ళని క్వశ్చన్స్ వేస్తే
మనకి తీసుకున్నారు.
అంటే ఇక్కడ ఎట్లా ఇబ్బంది అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ ఏమైనా పెడితే ఏమంటారు డాక్టర్ అంటే జనాలు ఏంటంటే ఎట్లయితే డిగ్రీ చేసి వచ్చిన ఏం తెలియదు కానీ బీకామ్ పాస్ అయినప్పుడు దాంట్లో బీకామ్ ఎందుకు సపోర్ట్ లేదు. బీకామ్ లో ఎంపీఎల్ చేస్తాం కూడా అంతా పని ఎవరి వృత్తి బాగా చేస్తే ఇక్కడ చేసే
టైంలో ఇప్పుడున్నటువంటి చట్టాలు సరిపోతాయా, లేదంటే ఉన్న చట్టాలను పక్కన అమలు చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉందా, లేదంటే ఇంకా కొత్త చట్టాలు ఏమైనా కావచ్చు.
ఉన్న చట్టాలంటే చెప్పినప్పుడు వైలెన్స్, డాక్టర్లపై దాడులు సమాజానికి మంచిది కాదు. ప్రజలకు సమాజానికి పేద ప్రజలు ఇంకా బాధపడతారు. నేను చెప్పిన మీకు ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నిజామాబాద్ నేను పీడియాట్రిషియన్. నాకు ఎందుకు అనుకుంటే హైదరాబాద్ ఉంటాయి, చాలా పెద్ద హాస్పిటల్స్ ఉంటాయి, టీచర్స్ ఇక్కడ సర్వీసెస్ కూడా అట్లే ఉంటాయి, ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ ఇది కూడా అట్లే ఉంది. ఇది దాడులు పోవాలంటే నేను చెప్పిన 3 ఏళ్ళు దాడి చేస్తే 3 ఏళ్ళు చేయించాను చట్టంలో. అది 7 ఏళ్ళు సవరించాలి. సవరించి మాకేమో పేషెంట్ జైలు పెట్టాలని కాదు, వాళ్ళు కొద్ది భయపడాలి, దాడులు ఉండవని అంతవరకే. మా పేషెంట్ అంటే ట్రస్ట్ మీ దానికి అలాగే సెకండ్ టైం మంచిగా ఉంటే డాక్టర్ పోతాను అదే ఇప్పుడు తీసుకోండి, ఇప్పుడైతే నర్సింగ్ లో అడ్మిట్ చేసిన కేసు డెత్ అయ్యేదని అనుకుంటే చాలా మంది భయపడతారు. ఇది వాస్తవం. మరి ప్రతి ఒక్కరు భయపడిన తర్వాత హైదరాబాద్ వస్తే వాళ్ళకు పూర్ పేషెంట్ పొజిషన్ ఏంటారు. దీనికి చట్టాలు మారాలి, కేంద్రం నుంచి చట్టం రావాలి. చట్టం అగేన్స్ వాయిలెన్స్ ఏపీ ఇండియన్ మెడికల్ అసోసియేషన్ అన్ని అసోసియేషన్స్ కొట్లాడుతున్నాయి. చట్టం కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి రావాలి. ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ వచ్చింది బస్సు, మేము రాజశేఖర్ గారు కానీ ఇప్పుడు స్టేట్లలో బాగా
అప్పుడు దాడుల జరిగిన సందర్భంలో హాస్పిటల్ దగ్గర
So we manage special production force in our teaching also. Now 2019 DRS government even in a Varma region. So even Varma region 156 of security, sub inspector level, head constable level, constable level implement చేసుకొని జీవో ఇచ్చారు. బట్ ఇంతవరకు అది ఇంప్లిమెంట్ కాదు. అది కూడా గవర్నమెంట్ తెలిసింది. తర్వాత యాక్ట్ 2000 రాష్ట్రీయ టైంలో డాక్టర్ స్ట్రైక్, ఐఎంఎఫ్ లీడర్స్ స్ట్రైక్ తెలిసింది. దాని ప్రకారం నాలుగు చెప్పినట్టు అది 40,000 కాంపిటెన్స్. గవర్నమెంట్ 40,000 కాంపిటెన్స్. బట్ చాలా ఏమంటే ఆల్ ఓవర్ ఇండియా ఇదే డిమాండ్ కావచ్చు. ఆల్ ఓవర్ ఇండియా ఏ డిమాండ్ ఏంటంటే సెంట్రల్ ప్రొడక్షన్ యాక్ట్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయండి. From February 2024.
And RTO IMA does that.
No. Yeah, sir, from February 2024, from Delhi, we filed the FIR in all our districts. So, next time 31st MBBS degree, Telangana State Medical Council also National Commission local. Each line of our evaluation practice చేయాలి. Other than evaluation of our 1 year increment 5 lakh 500 lakh అవుతుంది. State private system increment state act అవుతుంది. So that ప్రకారం మేము ఐడియల్ కమిషన్ లేదా కమిటీ ఏర్పాటు చేసాం. వెల్కమ్ మెంబర్స్ ని అన్ని జిల్లాలో ఇన్స్పెక్ట్ చేసాం. So we are expecting to collect the data. ఎట్లా వాళ్ళు పట్టుకోబెట్టేసి ఐవి ఫ్రూట్స్ పెడతారు, మాకు పెట్టేసారు ఐవి యాంటీబయాటిక్స్, ఐవి యాంటీబయాటిక్స్, ఐవి కార్టికోస్టెరాయిడ్స్, అబార్షన్ కిట్స్, అబార్షన్ ఇంకొకటి మేము గజ్వేల్ వెళ్ళాం. గజ్వేల్ ఇన్స్పెక్షన్ పోతే ఈజ్ గివింగ్ ఇన్ఫెక్టివ్ ట్రీట్మెంట్, లాంగ్ ఓవరేటింగ్ ఏజెంట్స్ ప్రొవిజనల్ టాబ్లెట్స్ రాస్తున్నాడు. సో అది పట్టుకొచ్చినా మేము స్వతంత్రమైన ఎఫ్ఐఆర్ అవుతుంది. సో ఏంటంటే రిజిస్టర్డ్ డాక్టర్స్ మాత్రమే రెవల్యూషన్ స్టార్ట్ అయింది. చాలా రకాల ఫ్యాక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఎట్లాంటి మినిమం క్వాలిఫికేషన్ 10th క్లాస్, ఇంటర్మీడియట్, బీజేపీ ఏదైనా బైపీస్ సెంటర్ ఈ బైపీస్ కాబట్టి ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసుకుంటాను. బైపీఎస్ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తాను. చాలా రకాల ఫ్యాక్ట్స్. ఒకరేమో నెంబర్ 2 ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ అంటే హోమియో ఆయుష్ ఉంటారు, బిహెచ్ఎంఎస్, బిఏఎంఎస్ వీళ్ళు ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ యాక్చువల్ వాళ్ళ పైన మా గౌరవం, వాళ్ళ పైన వాళ్ళు చేసుకున్నాండి. హోమియో వాళ్ళు హోమియో చేయొచ్చు, ఆయుర్వేద వాళ్ళు ఆయుర్వేద చేయొచ్చు. మరి ఆయుర్వేద వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు, ఐవి వాళ్ళు ఐవి ఆయుర్వేద డెలివరీ ట్రీట్మెంట్ రాస్తుంది. చెకప్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా. మేము ఇక్కడ రామకృష్ణంటే రామాచార్య నేమ్ ఉంది. బ్యాక్టీరియా చెకప్ చేస్తుంటారు స్పెషల్. సో మా డైరెక్ట్ పడుతున్నాం, స్కాన్ చేస్తున్నాం. సో ఇట్లా డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్. ఇక నెంబర్ 3 ఏమంటే ఎఫ్ఎంఈ క్యాండిడేట్ అంటే వేరే ఇక్కడ ఎఫ్ఎంఈ ఎగ్జామ్ క్లియర్ అయింది. ఎగ్జామ్ ఎఫ్ఎంఈ ఎగ్జామ్ ఫార్మల్ గ్రాడ్యుయేట్ అది ఎగ్జామ్ క్లియర్ అవ్వడం ఇక్కడ ఇండియన్ పేపర్తో స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం. ఇది ఒక 3వ రకమైన క్రాకర్. ఇంకా 4వ అంటే అసలు ఏం చదవాలి, డైరెక్ట్ మాకు హిస్టరీ హీరో హాస్పిటల్ లోపల ఎంబీబీఎస్ ఎనస్థీషియా క్రిటికల్ కేర్ మెడిసిన్ చెప్పి అక్కడ డిగ్రీ జాయిన్ పడుతున్నాం. సో అంటే ఇట్లా ఫ్యాక్టరీ అనేది మెయిన్ థింగ్ అయిపోయింది. ఇంకా మెయిన్ ఫ్యాక్టరీ అంటే కొన్ని ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తాం ఎట్లా ఫ్యాక్టరీ ఎట్లా పబ్లికేషన్ సెట్ అవుతుంది. సో వదనపేటలో ఒక పేషెంట్ జ్వరం వచ్చిన 20 years మెయిన్ పేషెంట్ తీసుకుంటే గంట లోపల 7 8 ఇంజెక్షన్ గంట లోపల అది ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డెత్ కావాలి. సెకండ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఏంటంటే హైదరాబాద్ లోపల డైరియా వామిటింగ్స్ అంటే అతనికి ఐపీ పెట్టేసి ఆ పేషెంట్ ఇంటి బాగా ఆపి డెత్ అయిపోయింది. నెంబర్ 3 స్టేట్మెంట్ పొలాల దగ్గర ఆర్ఎం వాళ్ళ వైఫ్ ఆయననే అబార్షన్ చేసి అక్కడ పేషెంట్ డెత్ అయిపోయింది. తర్వాత నెంబర్ 4 ఏంటంటే రీసెంట్ వరంగల్ లోపల ఏం చేశాడు, అబార్షన్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ డ్యామేజ్ అయిపోయి మళ్ళీ స్టార్ట్ అయిపోయింది. అంటే ఫ్యాక్టరీ వల్ల పబ్లిక్ హెల్త్ అనేది సెట్ అవుతుంది. పబ్లిక్ హెల్త్ ఆఫ్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ ప్రజలపై కాపాడడం కోసమే తెలంగాణ మెడికల్ కౌన్సిల్ ఇది లోకల్ ఐడెంటిటీ
తర్వాత క్వాలిఫైడ్ డాక్టర్
సిస్టమ్ అది ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ లెవెల్, సీనియర్ హెల్త్, బేసిక్ హెల్త్ సిస్టమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇప్పుడు ప్రైమరీ చేయడానికి సబ్ సెంటర్స్ ఉన్నాయి, 5,000 సబ్ సెంటర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒక సబ్ సెంటర్ 2 విలేజెస్ ఉంటారు. ఆ తర్వాత విలేజ్ గ్రామీణ వైద్య కేంద్రాల గవర్నమెంట్ తీసుకొచ్చారు. అట్లా ప్రతి సబ్ సెంటర్ లో 20 స్టాఫ్ ఉంటే ఇవి కవర్ 2 విలేజెస్ కవర్ చేస్తారు. మన క్యాటర్ అవసరం లేదు. తర్వాత అంగన్వాడీ ఆశీర్వాదాల దగ్గర ప్రైమరీ కిట్స్ ఉంటాయి. అంటే మలేరియా లాంగ్వేజ్ టాబ్లెట్స్ కానీ, మినిమం డోలో టాబ్లెట్స్ కావచ్చు, తర్వాత ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ సంబంధించిన ఇన్ఫెక్షన్ కిట్స్ కానీ, ఆ ప్రైమరీ కాలేజ్ సిస్టమ్ ఉంది. సబ్ సెంటర్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ప్రైమరీ సెంటర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. తెలంగాణలో 30% ఎక్స్ట్రా పిఎస్ఎస్ అయినా తక్కువ పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళు ఒకరే డాక్టర్ పనిచేస్తున్నాడు. సో ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ స్ట్రెంథెన్ చేసుకుంటే నెక్స్ట్ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ ఏంటంటే కమ్యూనిటీ హెల్త్ సెంటర్స్ ఇంప్రూవ్ చేసుకోవాలి. తర్వాత ఏ హాస్పిటల్ ఇంప్రూవ్ చేసుకోవాలి. తర్వాత డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లెవెల్ అన్ని మెడికల్ కాలేజ్ చేస్తాయి. తర్వాత డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లెవెల్ నుంచి చూసుకునే కాదు. సో ఈ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ స్ట్రెంథెన్ చేయకుండా ప్రభుత్వం కంప్లీట్ గా ఆరోగ్య పైన డిపెండ్ కావాలంటే మంచి పద్ధతి కాదు. ఎందుకంటే పబ్లిక్ హెల్త్ డ్యామేజ్ అవుతుంది.
చట్టాలు ఏం కావాలని ఇప్పుడు లేటెస్ట్ భారత న్యాయ సంహిత 2020 లేటెస్ట్ క్రిమినల్ ప్రొసీజర్ వచ్చి ఇందులో ఏమైంది తెలుసా? ఇవాళ డాక్టర్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేస్తే మనకు సరిపోతే సెక్షన్ 304A కింద డాక్టర్కి ఏంటి మన నెగ్లిజెన్స్ ఉంటే ఇంప్రిజన్మెంట్ ఫర్ 2 years ఆర్ ఫైన్ ఆర్ బోత్ ఉంటాయి. ఇంప్రిజన్మెంట్ ఇవ్వచ్చు, ఫైన్ ఇవ్వచ్చు, 2 ఇవ్వచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు ఏంది ఇంప్రిజన్మెంట్ కంపల్సరీ. క్రిమినల్ నెగ్లిజెన్స్ ప్రూవ్డ్, యూ విల్ బి ప్రాసిక్యూటెడ్. జడ్జ్ హస్ నో సే. జడ్జ్ ఏం చెప్పడానికి లేదు. డాక్టర్ రవీంద్రెడ్డి గారు 2 ఏళ్ళు జైలు శిక్ష అని అలాంటి చట్టం వచ్చింది. మరి ఇది సవరణ లేకుంటే నేను ఒక పేషెంట్ సీరియస్ పేషెంట్ ట్రీట్ చేస్తున్నాను. సర్జన్ పేషెంట్ తప్పించడానికి ట్రీట్మెంట్ ఇచ్చింది. డెంగ్యూ షాక్ వచ్చింది లాస్ట్ టైంలో. ఈ మనం నేను గుడ్ ఫేత్ కన్సెంట్ పేషెంట్ తప్పించాలని క్రమంలో పేషెంట్ చనిపోతే నేను తేలిపోతానంటే నేను ఏ విధంగా ట్రీట్మెంట్ డాక్టర్ ఈ చట్టం మారాలంటే ఫస్ట్ వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్.
సెకండ్ పాయింట్ ఏంటంటే ఇన్ని క్వశ్చన్లు పార్లమెంట్ డాక్టర్ల మీద గవర్నమెంట్ వేస్తుంది, పొలిటికల్ వేస్తుంది, వినాయకులు ఇండియా వేస్తుంది. ఒక్కసారి మీరు అనుకోవాలి ధ్యానం అనేది చెప్పండి. మీరు ఉద్యోగం మీరు కూడా
నేను ఈ రోజు ఈ సభ నేను మిమ్మల్ని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను. మీడియా పర్సన్ కాబట్టి ఈసారి ఆయన ఇంతకు ఈ వ్యాక్సిన్ నిర్వహించడానికి ఆయన చర్యలు తీసుకుంటారు. ఎప్పుడు ఆయన లేకపోతారు. మీరు దయచేసి మీ మీడియా టీం ఆయనతో పాటిస్తారా లేదా? సో ఇట్స్ వెరీ గుడ్ థింగ్.
మీడియా కూడా అబ్జెక్షన్ వస్తాయి. మీడియా చేసింది, ప్రజలు చేసింది. మన నిజామాబాద్ లోకల్ ప్రజలే మాకు కంప్లైంట్ చేశారు. నాకు మా దగ్గర 45 వచ్చి 40 ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయమని వాళ్ళే ప్రజలే మెడికల్ కంప్లైంట్ చేస్తారు. 35 మాకు ప్రాణా ఉంటుంది, మా వైద్యం దెబ్బతింటుంది.
వాళ్ళ సపోర్ట్ ఉంటే చాలు.
ఈ ఆర్ఎంపీ అంటే మనం జనరల్ గా రిజిస్టర్డ్ మెడికల్ ప్రాక్టీస్ అంటే మనకు ఎంసీఏ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఉంది, ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయడానికి అర్హత ఉంది. మరి ఆర్ఎంపీ కోడ్ అనేది నాన్ మెడికల్ పీపుల్ క్లైమ్ చేయడంలో ఏంటి లాజిక్? హూఇస్ గివింగ్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఫర్ దెమ్? ఏం జరుగుతుంది?
జీవో రిలీజ్ చేశారు 2009 లోపల, కొంత ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చారు. 2017 లోపల తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ జీవో నెంబర్ 420 రిలీజ్ చేసింది. వాళ్ళ కొంత ట్రైనింగ్ చేసి వాళ్ళ సర్టిఫికేట్స్ వాస్తవాలు గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తున్నారు, కానేశారు. అక్కడ అప్పుడు హెచ్ఐడి కోర్టులకు వేస్తే అప్పుడు ట్రైన్ ఆగిపోయింది. 2023 లోపల ప్రైవేట్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ వెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ విలేజ్ అప్పుడు ట్రైన్ ఆగిపోయింది. సో ఇప్పటికి కూడా ఏ ఒక్క ఆర్ఎంపీ అంటే ఎవరైతే బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ అయితే గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో వాళ్ళకి ఎదిగేది సర్టిఫికేట్, నో సింగిల్ సర్టిఫికేట్ వాళ్ళు ఇస్తున్న గవర్నమెంట్. కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తున్నారంటే లోపల ఆర్ఎంపీ అసోసియేషన్ ఉంటాయి కదా, వాళ్ళ దగ్గర డబ్బులు చేసి వాళ్ళకి సర్టిఫికేట్ ఇదే మా పాలన సర్టిఫికేట్ చూపిస్తాం అనుకుంటున్నాం.
PHMS certificates కూడా some various state universities.
మీరు మీడియా సెక్టర్ ఏం చేయాలంటే ఇప్పుడు ఆర్ఎంపీ మీనింగ్ అర్థమైంది కదా, రిజిస్టర్ మెడికల్ ప్రాక్టీస్ అంటే ఒక ఎంసీఏ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఉండాలి, ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయాలంటే స్టేట్ కౌన్సిల్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఉండాలి. ఇది లేకుండా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు వీళ్ళని ఎంకరేజ్ చేసే గవర్నమెంట్ నాయకులు కావచ్చు, ఆఫీసర్స్ కావచ్చు, వాళ్ళు ఒక్కరే
ఎవరైతే ఈ ఆర్ఎంపీ వాళ్ళందరినీ కూడా ఈ ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ సెక్టర్ ఉపయోగపడతాయి. వాళ్ళందరినీ కూడా స్ట్రీమ్ లైన్ చేసి వాళ్ళందరికీ ఒక ట్రైనింగ్ సెషన్ లాగా పెడతాం. మినిమం ఎట్లా ఉండాలి మెడికేషన్ అనేటువంటి ప్రైమరీ హెల్త్ కేర్ ఎట్లా టేకప్ చేయాలంటే దానికి సంబంధించి చేసినప్పుడు బట్ ఇట్ వాస్
కమ్యూనిటీ పారామిటిక్స్ నేను పోలేదు, ఎందుకంటే పోతే కంపల్సరీగా ఒప్పిస్తారని భయపడుకోలేదు. నేను పోతే పడపడుతుంది. కమ్యూనిటీ పారామిటిక్స్ సిలబస్ పెట్టిండు, డబ్బులు శాంక్షన్ అయ్యి జీవో వచ్చింది, ఒక 6 డేస్ తీసుకున్నాం చాలా ప్లేస్. తర్వాత అది మేము కూడా బయట చేస్తున్నాం. అది వెళ్ళిపోయిన తర్వాత మన ఎలక్షన్స్ తర్వాత కమ్యూనిటీ పారామిటిక్స్ వస్తుంది. ఎలక్షన్స్ ముందు అంటే వాళ్ళు ఓట్లు కావాలి కదా, కమ్యూనిటీ పారామిటిక్స్ రెడీ వస్తుంది. మళ్ళీ మొన్న వచ్చింది, వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు ఎల్ఆర్డీ చేసిండ్రు, ఏమేమి పోయింది, అక్కడ స్టే వచ్చింది, ఆగిపోయింది. ఇప్పుడు ఏముంది వాట్ ఈస్ ద పొజిషన్, ఓట్ ఏముంది, అప్పుడు చేసిన కమిటీ తొందరగా అంటే మరి మళ్ళీ దీన్ని రీలు 4 months లో బాగా ఆలోచించి మళ్ళీ ఏమైనా చేయండి అని ఎలక్షన్స్ ఆగిపోయింది. మళ్ళీ
ఇప్పుడు మనకి సబ్స్టెన్స్ లో అంగన్వాడీ వర్కర్స్ అని మేనేజ్ బై ద గవర్నమెంట్, రైట్? అలాగా మీరు అన్నట్టు మనకి రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ లో రిక్వైర్మెంట్ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంది, నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ ఉన్నారు, మనుషులు లేరు. అలాంటప్పుడు ఇందాక సార్ చెప్పినట్టు ఒక ఎంబీబీఎస్ కాబట్టి హాస్పిటల్ గవర్నమెంట్ హెల్ప్ఫుల్ గా మీరు వాళ్ళ కింద పనిచేసేటట్టుగా వాళ్ళ ట్రైనింగ్ లో ఎంతమందికి పాపులేషన్ బట్టి ఎంతమంది అవసరం ఏమైనా పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. ది ఈజీ థింగ్ టు అప్రోచ్ టు పీపుల్ అని అక్కడ కూడా డబ్బులు ఖర్చు అవుతాయి, ఓట్లు సరిపడా రావు. సో అవన్నీ పట్టించుకోమన్నాం ప్రాబ్లం
సార్.
ఇప్పుడు మెడికల్ వెరిఫై చేస్తారు, ప్రతి జిల్లాకు మెడికల్ చేస్తే 33 మెడికల్ చేస్తే ప్రైవేట్ లా మొత్తం 60 మెడికల్ మరి ఎంతో మెంబర్స్ డివైజ్ ఆఫ్ వస్తుంది. సో ఇంతమంది కాకుండా వచ్చిన తర్వాత గ్యాస్ పాత గోకమిటీ ప్రకారం 30,000 వరకు డాక్టర్లు చెప్పేసి గోకమిటీలు ఉన్నాయి. మరి ఇప్పుడు ఆల్రెడీ మనకు
నాది ఎంతమంది కంపౌండర్లు బాగుంది, నాకు 30 కట్టాలి, నా కంపౌండర్లకి ఏం కట్టలేదు, వాళ్ళకి ఏం కట్టలేదు, వాళ్ళ గురువు కట్టాలి, గురువు చట్టాలతో బాధపడుతున్నాడు, శిశులు వినండి. అసలు చెప్పినట్టు 1:1,000 ఆల్రెడీ ప్రకారం బయటకు వచ్చేస్తున్నాం. నంబర్ 2 రూరల్ ఏరియా డాక్టర్ లేదు కాబట్టి ఇస్తున్నాం. హైదరాబాద్, వరంగల్, కరీంనగర్, నల్గొండ, పాపంలో ఎంత చేస్తారు ఫస్ట్ రూల్ చేయండి. ఇప్పుడు కల్చరల్ ఈవెంట్స్ కోసం ఏంటంటే కల్చరల్ ఈవెంట్స్ చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ కమింగ్ కల్చరల్ రవతి గారు కల్చరల్ చైర్మన్ రవతి గారు
పైన పెట్టు 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 నీ ఇష్టం, నీకు నచ్చినట్టు నచ్చినట్టు చేయాలి.
I request all of you, so that you can start
ఇంకా పైకి పెట్టుకోనా హైట్ పెట్టుకో నువ్వు చదువుకొని పైకి పెట్టుకో ఇంకా పైకి హైట్ ఎక్కువ కదా వాళ్ళు నిలబడితే హైట్ ఉంటారా క్యాష్ పడుతుంది
Ladies and gentlemen, especially all the medical professionals, so please settle down. We are going to start our cultural program. So today's cultural program is classical dance, especially Indian classical dance. We are most famous in Telangana. So today we are going to present the two stories from the presentation by Mani Sesha. So if you all say that we can start the backlight performance. So we generally are established in 2023 under the mentorship of the Balakrishna. So
So under me, 40 to 50 practical groups are there, and more than 1,000 participants students are there under their friends. So we start with Mahaganpati. So please quickly settle yourself. We are going to go to start. So I invite Manishrestha to come and perform today's dance session. So ఏ కార్యమైనా మన హిందూ సాంప్రదాయం ప్రకారం ఆ దినేశుడికి పరీక్ష చేయడం, గణేశుడికి ఆరాధన చేయడం, అన్ని విఘ్నాలు పోగొట్టే ఆ విఘ్నానికి మొదటి పూజ, మొదటి అగ్ర పూజ, అగ్రతాంబూలం ఇవ్వడం మన సాంప్రదాయం. సో ఈ రోజు కార్యక్రమం మీరు స్టార్ట్ మహాగణపతి ఎక్కువ మానిస్ట్రేషన్.
అది బంద్ చేయండి అది విజయ్ కూడా ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయి.
your system. Otherwise, this song was very good performing song. So we have started with Mahaganapati. Next song we are going to perform is Pranavaya Pahi. Sister, please come.
భయపడండి మునపడండి మునపండి ఉంది ఆ మునపడి బయట ఉంది
బ్యాగ్ పైన బయట లోపల
Next performance is Pranavaya Pahi. Same participant demonstration. So he needs a little bit break because too much energy he has spent on one song. So
ఎంత అద్భుతంగా ఉందండి మన తెలుగు అంటే అర్థం ఎక్కడ అవునా కాదా ఎంత అందంగా నృత్యం చేస్తుంది ఆ పాప. సో పొద్దు నుంచి మీ బ్రెయిన్స్ అంతా చాలా హీట్ అయిపోయింది. సో ఇప్పుడు రిలాక్స్ అవ్వండి, ఎందుకంటే ఈ 1 hour తర్వాత మళ్ళీ హీట్ ఎక్కే పనులు చాలా ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి. సో నౌ నెక్స్ట్ బృందా వైష్ణవి, 2nd class ఫ్రమ్ విద్యానగర్, డాక్టర్ ఆఫ్ అశోక్ కుమార్.
కొంచెం ముందుకు వచ్చాము సార్. చిను
Thanks for watching all classical dance performance. Next classical dance performance again by Kumari Shrestha. This is an patriotic song. Regularly we will watching in all the Protestant dances in once upon a time. So Bharat Anakya Radhe. So unity in diversity. So
participants. Jai Hind. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Next performance again our little darling coming. Come, Linda.
Thanks for watching all the classical dance performance. How is it? Once give a big round of applause.
ఆన్ చేసింది స్పీడ్ 128 30 60 ఉంటుంది అది నేను చెప్తే వస్తుంది
ఇదే అంతే 800 కన్సల్ట్ చేసి చెప్పుకోవాలి 3000
స్పీడ్ దీని స్పీడ్ లైట్ స్పీడ్ అయితే ఎక్కువ లైట్ స్పీడ్ మంచిలో నేనే పెట్టాను ఏం ఛార్జింగ్ round of applause for the beautiful performance, my little darlings. Thank you for coming and giving this performance. Now I would like to invite Jayaraman sir. Jayaraman sir onto the stage to receive the memento token of thanks from IMA Madhyan's hand. Dr. Prabhu sir, Prabhu Kumar sir, President. I am requesting Prabhu sir to give memento to Jayaraman sir. Sir, 1 second.
Through the hands of our President, Prabhu. Okay. Now I would like to invite Brinda.
Na Pavan పంపించారు Pavan Rupa.
Along with her mother.
సార్ కొంచెం సార్ వెయిట్ సార్ సార్ కొంచెం
Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome to the evening session. We are in the evening session. I think from morning to evening your brains are tired. That's the reason we had some cultural programs. Hope you enjoyed the dance of the little babies of the cultural event. The classical dances performed by the beautiful girls. Small girls are wonderful. So it was fantastic to see all these things. Now we will go with further sessions. We have the remaining part of the day. Again, we have another 20 doctors to receive the awards. Now I request Dr. Varma, past President, Indian Medical Association and Central Working Committee of Indian Medical Association National. I request Dr. Varma to come on to the dais. Please give them a big hand. Thank you. I also request V. Ashok, Honorary Secretary of Telangana State, to come on the dais, please. I also request Ram Mohan Garu, Zone 3 President, Vice President of Indian Medical Association, Senior Doctor from Mahmoodnagar, come on to the dais. I request D. Prasad Rao Garu, Honorable MP, Chittoor to come on to the dais, please. Give a big round of applause. Even though he's having a lot of work in Delhi, but he left all that and he was with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I also request the Mahidar Garu, Additional Income Tax Director of Telangana State. I request him to come on the desk. Chapatu Kotra. I also request Telangana State Vice Chairman for Medical Council to come on the desk, please. We are also expecting Virgopalchari sir in a few minutes and also the speaker to come. So, if any chairs required, I request you to put 2 more chairs on the wall. I request you to keep 2 more chairs on the dais, please. 2, 3 more chairs. And also the evening schedule to be on the dais. In the opening of this beautiful stage, I request Sri Venugopalchari, former Central Minister, very dear person for Indian Medical Association, to come on to the dais, please. Former Central Minister, well connected with all groups of people. Give him a round of applause. As we are going with further of this program, I want to tell you that Indian Medical Association, the largest professional body, the prestigious organization, running towards its centenary celebrations. My dear friends, you know that IMA Banjara Hills, established in 2021 here in Banjara Hills, on a different issues. When there is problems in Hyderabad, on quackery and lot of other issues. That's where Indian Medical Association started in Hyderabad, Banjara branch. Even though Banjara is having a prestigious name, but it doesn't have a branch called Banjara. So we thought of making Banjara branch with the evidence guidance of Dr. Kumar Reddy, the then president of state, Telangana State Indian Medical Association. It's because of sole cause of quackery happening in Hyderabad, when people are talking nonsense about medicine, when people are misguiding the community. That's where the IMA Banjara Hills was started. We fought against the anti-quackery very strongly in those days. That's where the IMA Banjara Hills started. So the Banjara Hills sprung out not just as we want to have a Banjara Hills branch of IMA, but it has started to eradicate anti-quackery in the state of Telangana, and that's the sole cause when we started IMA Banjara Hills. To that, the added people of Telangana Medical Council now who are very aggressively working and doing great job in the society. With these opening remarks, I request our Honorary Secretary, V. Ashok, to deliver a small message because we have 10 speakers to go on with and then another some 20 hours to go on with. I request V. Ashok to deliver his message in brief.
Today's deciding Prabhu Chaladani, respected leaders, Varma our beloved MP, all dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Varma, past president, Dr. Srinivas Garu, Vice Chairman, Medical Council, and our friend Dr. Ramohan and all other dignitaries on the dais. So many stalwarts from IMA, Dr. Pularo, Dr. Sridhar Rao from the Medi, and so many stalwarts from the different branches, and all members from IMA, Banjara Hills. My dear friends, ladies and cubs, welcome to this evening session. I am very happy. Dr. Kumar Sallagali really sending Sallagali to the community. He has brought out with a different name, Impact Conference. Really, it has created a different impact on the section of Indian Medical Association of this Hyderabad. Really, since the morning he conducted different scientific sessions and also Connect Media. It was a different program, a panel discussion connected to the media. It was really fantastic. The programs went on very well. He has done successfully to his credit. This is the 18th scientific session and fourth award session. Something special and a different and innovative. A mix and match of different programs. He has done. Appreciate his efforts. Really appreciate giving class. That's what he has done. Different, it's a different one. Sometimes and a mix and match of different things. He could get it here and present it to us. Really, it is tasty. This program is morning to now. This one with love and affection. He invited me to come here. He asked me to spend time since the morning. So we have a hectic schedule at Indian Medical Association building at 40 morning session. I went from there just in the afternoon. I went there for 1 hour. We attended there and came back and participated in this program. I'm very happy. I wish him all the success, whatever he has done, and come up with flying colors in the future with bright colors.
Congratulations, Prabhu, for conducting this program. Congratulations to the Indian Medical Association Major branches. You should come up. Now, actually, he has told rightly told. He was the first person in Hyderabad to fight this quackery movement. He was ferocious, actually, to speak very frankly. He just fought like anything. With that inspiration only, this branch has come out and now standing and doing so many programs. I wish you all the success. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for the booster. Thank you very much. It was really boosting as the IMA budget branch. Really inspires my words. Now I request Dr. Kumar Reddy garu, Rammohan garu. First Rammohan garu maatladante Vice President Zone 3 from Mahbub Nagar, senior ophthalmologist. He will deliver his message. Brief message.
First thanks to the organization ప్రముఖ వైద్యులు అందరికీ కలుసుకునే ఉదయం ఒక సాహిత్యంలో కానీ వైద్య రంగంలో కానీ అన్ని వర్గాల వారికి న్యాయం చేస్తూ సమాజానికి వైద్య వృత్తిలో ఒక గొప్ప అనుభూతిని మనందరికీ పంచించిన మిత్రుడు మా చల్లగాలి ఈయన కూడా అవసరం లేకుండా చల్లగా గాలి చేసింది. ఆయన పిలుపుతో మేము మామూలు నుంచి వచ్చినాము. ముఖ్యంగా ప్యాకెట్ కొరకు ఎంత గొప్ప ఆలోచనతో బంజారా హిల్స్ IMA ఫౌండర్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ గా ఉన్నందుకు వారికి నా యొక్క కృతజ్ఞతలు. ఈరోజు మన ముఖ్య అతిథి అయిన డాక్టర్ మాజీ ఎంపీ గారు వేణుగోపాల్చారి గారు మరియు మా సెక్రటరీ డైనమిక్ సెక్రటరీ డాక్టర్ అశోక్, మా పెద్దలు పూజ్యులు కుమార్ రెడ్డి గారు, వాళ్ళ సేఫ్టీని వాళ్ళ స్కిన్ కాపాడుకుంటారు అనుకున్నాడు. కానీ ఇక్కడ ప్రభు గారు ఒక సదుద్దేశంతో సైంటిఫిక్ సెషన్ ఉదయం నుంచి యాక్టివ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ మినిట్ టు మినిట్ అందరికీ మన ఈ అంటే అప్డేట్ మెడికల్ ప్రొఫెషన్ తీసుకొని వచ్చి మనందరికీ మరోసారి ఆయన పాత్ర ఎంతో గొప్పగా పోషించినందుకు వారికి నా యొక్క కృతజ్ఞతలు. ఈ సందర్భంలో నాకు ఛాన్స్ ఇచ్చినందుకు వారికి పేరు నాకు ఎక్కువ టైం తీసుకోవద్దంటే నేను బాగానే మాట్లాడతా, కానీ టైం ఇచ్చిండు. నేను రెస్పెక్ట్ పెట్టుకోవాలి. ఆయన అంటే నేను రెస్పెక్ట్ పెట్టుకో, ఆయనకు రెస్పెక్ట్ ఇచ్చి ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన పెద్దలందరికీ పేరు పేరు నా యొక్క కృతజ్ఞతలు. IMA బంజారా సక్సెస్ఫుల్ అవుతుందని నాకు తెలుసు. ఈజ్ ఎ గ్రేట్ పర్సనాలిటీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వరలా.
Thanks a lot, Ramana, for coming all the way from Mahbub Nagar. From morning he was here, chief guest, he made a wonderful session for us. He delivered a great message. All the guests were here, and now I request on Dr. Kumar Reddy, past national president, or past state president. He was with us when we started this branch. He was the president for the state. And he was an inspiring man, wonderful man, good at heart, and directs us properly what to do, what not to do. And through us, through Kumar Reddy sir and Dr. Jailal sir, we started this easily. Jailal sir was the national president at that time. Now he is Commonwealth president, Commonwealth Medical Association president. I request now Dr. Kumar Reddy to brief the gathering.
President of this vibrant branch, Hyderabad Banjara branch, Dr. Prabhu Kumar Garu, distinguished guests on the days, Member of Parliament Sri Prasad Garu, former Member of Parliament and former Minister Sri Venugopalasari Garu, our Deputy Commissioner of Income Tax Garu, our Honorary State Secretary Dr. Ashok, and Telangana State Medical Council Vice Chairman Dr. Senimas, and IMA Zone 1, Zone 3 Vice President Dr. Ramohan Garu, dear colleagues, because of service, good evening everybody. Miracles do not happen without dedication and hard work. And today, Dr. Prabhu Kumar has proved himself as a miracle maker. His passion for IMA, his passion for service knows no bounds. As rightly said, way back in the year 2021, post-COVID time, when I happened to serve, when I was serving as the president of the state IMA, we were discussing only one so-called quack who claims to was proclaimed as a healer of so many diseases, hypertension, diabetes, so on and so on, even cancer, with his keto diet. So we brought out the background of him. He worked very hard. and we brought him to book. We revealed all the misgivings in the popular TV channel and gave it a tough fight. At that time, we recognized his potential and proposed that we should have a tremendous potential to extend a new branch in Hyderabad, Banjara Hills area. He readily came forward. We were requesting only to bring 20 members. But within no time, he had just crossed the figure of 100. Such is his potential, ably guided by Dr. Haricharan, and with the help of so many vibrant and dynamic doctors, he is doing wonders. Banjara Hills branch is one of the most vibrant branches in the state. Out of the 78 branches, this is one of the most vibrant branches. With regular membership growth, regular CMEs, 18 CMEs in a span of 3 or 4 years, several need-based programs, starting from diabetes detection camps, multi-speciality camps and so on and so forth. Coming to the Indian Medical Association, it has stood the test of time, and we are heading towards the centenary celebrations in the year 2028. So, ultimately, membership is our strength. I request each and every one of you to make it much more stronger by each one at least bring one member, so that the impact as named it today will be much more relevant. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank Dr. for his wonderful statements, wonderful session. He was, morning to evening, he was the great sacrifice at time beyond keeping his age element apart, but he was sitting here. Thanks for his patience and time. Now I will request the Telangana State Vice Chairman for the Medical Council, Telangana State Medical Council, to deliver his message.
So, respected ladies on the dais, Dr. Prasad Member of Parliament, IMA State General Secretary Dr. P. Ashok Garu, Varma sir, Varma sir, and today's dynamic President of IMA Banjara Hills, Dr. Prabhu Kumar. So, hearty congratulations sir for successfully completing 4th anniversary and conducting 18 sessions since 2021. So, coming to the Telangana State Medical Council. So within 11 months of new TGMC body. So we achieved so many things. So in the 11 months we constructed a respectable, beautiful Telangana State Medical Council building in Koti area. So this is one of the greatest achievement of Telangana State Medical Council. So Dr. respect periగే విధంగా డాక్టర్ గౌరవం పెంచే విధంగా గతంలో 30 years చేసినటువంటి బిల్డింగ్ విత్ 11 months లోనే కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసి చూపించాం. So that is one of the achievement from DGMC. And for the registrations, they reduce 50% of charges. Within 1,000 rupees of your fee, you can register from online. You no need to come to our TGMC office. So everything is online, everything is transparent. For Tatkal, within 24 hours, the certificate will reach to your home. For normal certificates, it takes 7 to 9 days of time. So everything is streamlined area. That is the number 2, second achievement. And number 3, in Telangana, the anti-trafficking movement is going on. So already we discussed so many things in the evening media session. So as per NMS Act 3454 and State Telangana Medical Registration Practitioner Act. So no one can do border nursing practice without MBBS degree. So as per the sections, we are expecting in all over Telangana state. As of now, we filed more than 350 FIRs. So the వ్యాకరణ సంబంధించి పూర్తి స్థాయిలో వ్యాకరణ తెలంగాణ హైదరాబాద్ తెలంగాణ మెడికల్ కోసం పనిచేస్తుంది. సో వ్యాకరణ తెలంగాణ ఇస్ అవర్ మోటో. సో మన అచీవ్మెంట్స్ అది ఆల్రెడీ మేము కంటిన్యూ చేస్తా ఉన్నాం విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ ద ఇండియన్ మెడికల్ అసోసియేషన్స్ అండ్ HRD మెంబర్స్ అండ్ బ్యూరోక్రాట్ సపోర్ట్. సో దట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో వన్ ఆఫ్ ది అచీవ్మెంట్. అండ్ వి ఫ్రేమ్డ్ anti-trafficking guidelines. So when this movement is going on, we are going to inspections. We got a letter from NMC chairman, Dr. T. Gangadhar sir, that to frame anti-trafficking guidelines to implement in all over India. So in that letter, our TGMC chairman Dr. Mahesh Kumar is a member, and we prepared all the anti-trafficking guidelines and we have submitted to the National Medical Commission. So the draft is going to approve in Parliament. It will going to become an act and it will be implemented in all over India. So that rate will be going to Telangana State Medical Council. This is also one of the great achievement. So these are the achievements of Telangana State Medical Council. So we are approachable to everyone. If you have any doubts regarding the certificates or anything regarding the faculty or any recommendations regarding this, so you are doing అందుబాటులో ఉంటాం. So we reply from మాకు వచ్చి we reply చేయొచ్చు. So we are all accessible to you. సో ఇట్లా DGMC ఒక 11 months కాలాన్ని మనం అచీవ్ చేయగలిగాం. సో ఇంకా దాంతో పాటుగా తెలంగాణ రిక్రూట్మెంట్ బోర్డు కావచ్చు, ప్రైవేట్ కాలేజ్ ఫీజు సంబంధించి కానీ ప్రైవేట్ కాలేజ్ స్టైఫండ్ సంబంధించి కావచ్చు. రీసెంట్లీ NMC gave 25 మెడికల్ కాలేజ్ టు షోకాజ్ నోటీసెస్ బికాస్ దే ఆర్ నాట్ పేయింగ్ ద స్టైఫండ్స్. సో ఇట్లా అన్ని ఇష్యూస్ లో కూడా విత్ IMA పాటు మెడికల్ కౌన్సిల్ మెంబర్స్ కానీ HRD మెంబర్స్ కానీ బ్యూరోక్రాట్స్ అందరూ అవైలబుల్ ఉంటాం. సో అన్ని ఇష్యూస్ ఇంకా రికార్డ్ గైడెన్స్ డాక్టర్స్ మాకు ఇంతకుముందు మనం మీడియా కార్డు డిస్కస్ చేశాం. సో రిగార్డింగ్ స్టేట్ యాక్ట్ ప్యాకేజ్ 8 ప్రకారంగా క్లియర్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ 2005. సో we are demanding recent ఆర్టికల్ తర్వాత we are demanding that to implement Central Production Act. But recent National Task Force Committee వాళ్ళు డిలే చేశారు. సో అది మనకు సెట్ బ్యాక్. బట్ all associations should fight for that Central Production Act to implement 10 years of imprisonment in non-valuable conditions. This is also one of our big challenge in future. So all associations are we fight for faculty to implement to production for the doctors to work on safety environment. So all associations should fight to come together and to like a force, a single force to achieve all our issues for the betterment of Telangana Medical Fraternity. So thank you sir. So once again congratulations to our dynamic chairman Prabhupada Chalagali sir and Hancharan sir, Gopal Krishnan sir, so all the IMA Panchayat members for this greatest CME. So thank you very much.
Even the HRD fought very much for the anti-quackery, and in due course they have now become the vice chairman and chairman of HRD, and they are doing a great job now. We have to give them a grand round of applause for their great work they are doing in the society in removing the quackery. They have almost filed some 400 cases around in Telangana state, different parts of districts. They are catching hold of all those nakli doctors, all those logo. Congratulations. for all that. I request now we by the additional director for income taxes delivering the message.
Good evening, everyone. Guest on the dais, Honorable MP Garu, Professor Chari Honorable MP D. Prasad IMA President, Bangladesh branch from Cuba, and other guests on the dais, and all the guests for all the participants. I am a surprise guest of the dais. What I have heard from the sessions morning onwards, our family also started watching your scientific committees, the presentations, and it's one of the topics chosen is really alarming. Maybe it's concerning to your questions only, but we started enjoying. At least we have started awareness in the creative public. That's also very good for us. That's what from our common man onwards, from side we are requesting you on that. And it seems Prabhu Kumar is vibrant. Of course, the connection is also like that only. And we feel in the department side, medical is a charity, and whatever you are doing is also we feel like it's a charity only. And whatever incomes comes out of this also is exempted from income tax, living on income tax. Please, we encourage you, and it's our time to pay our tribute to you also. And Mr. Varma, nice to see you all. Thank you.
Thanks for your brief words, sir. Thank you very much for your inspiring message to us. Now I request Sri Venugopal Chari Garu, senior politician, wonderful person at heart, lovable man. If you go for any work, he is ready to do that on phone call immediately. మనకి ఏ పని ఉందని ఎన్ని వారు జరుగుతుందంటే 2 నిమిషాల్లో అక్కడ ఫోన్ తీసుకొని ఫోన్ కొట్టడమే ఆయన పని. అది కలెక్టర్ కానీ ఇంకొకరు కానీ ఎవరికైనా ఫోన్ చేసి లెట్స్ కంప్లీట్ దిస్ జాబ్ అని చెప్పి హీ విల్ హెల్ప్ ది పబ్లిక్ సో మచ్. సొసైటీలో despite even though he is not in position today, but his doors are always open. Whatever he can do from his hands, he never stopped to do it. Such a wonderful personality, such a gracious personality is Venugopal Chari. So I request Venugopal Chari to come on to dais. We will now deliver the message.
ఇండియన్ మెడికల్ అసోసియేషన్ బయలుదేరుతున్నారు. ఈరోజు 4th యాన్యువల్ అవార్డు సెరమనీ సందర్భంగా అదేవిధంగా సైంటిఫిక్ సెమినార్ జరిపే నేపథ్యంలో వచ్చిన మీ అందరికి కూడా మరి ఆదివారం అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఉంటే అది ఉన్నప్పటికీ కూడా క్యాన్సల్ చేసుకొని ప్రభు గారు ఫోన్ల ద్వారా పోగొట్టు ఏమవుతుందో అన్న బాధతో పోగొట్టు ఏమవుతుందో అన్న ఆలోచనతో వచ్చిన మీ అందరికీ పేరు పేరు నమస్కారాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, మరి సండే దొరకడం కూడా మీకు చాలా కష్టం. ఎందుకంటే చాలా మంది కార్పొరేట్ హాస్పిటల్లో మన ఓన్ హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నప్పటికీ కూడా ఈరోజు మరి అవార్డు తీసుకున్నామని కొందరు, అదేవిధంగా సైంటిఫిక్ సెమినార్లో పార్టిసిపేట్ అయ్యి మరింత ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ చేసుకున్నామని వచ్చిన డాక్టర్స్ అందరూ కూడా నమస్కారం తెలియజేస్తూ, ఈరోజు ఉదయం మరి ఒక మంచి కార్యక్రమం. ఎందుకంటే డాక్టర్ ప్రభు గారు IMA బ్రాంచ్ పంజాబ్ మాత్రమే ఉండాలని కోరుకున్న ఒక వ్యక్తి, వేరే ఎక్కడ ఉండవద్దని. స్టేట్ లో కూడా ఇతర IMA బ్రాంచ్ ఉండవద్దు, హైదరాబాద్ లో ఇతర ఉండవద్దు, కేవలం పంజాబ్ తోటే అన్ని నడవాలని ఒక ఆలోచనతోటి ఏది పెట్టినా గ్రాండ్ గల్లాలో పెడతాడు. పంజాబ్ శాఖ వాటెవర్ బికమ్ రాముడు గారు నిర్మల్ వచ్చారు సీనియర్ డాక్టర్. అంటే ఈ ఇన్వైట్ ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఆల్ డాక్టర్ టు అసోసియేట్ విత్ ది IMA బ్రాంచ్ and we want to make Banjara EC top in India, not only Telangana, top in India. IMA Vidwan ఆలోచనతోటి కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహిస్తున్నాడు. I think last time also 1 year back also we had one conference meeting scientific session. This year also he invited and inaugurated with the Honorable Excellency Governor Jishnu Varma ji. తర్వాత ఆ కార్యక్రమానికి మరి డైరెక్ట్ ఉమెన్ గారు రావడము, అదేవిధంగా ప్రొఫెసర్ డాక్టర్ జయలాల్ రావడము, డాక్టర్ నాగేశ్వర రెడ్డి గారు రావడము. అంటే ఇండియన్ మెడికల్ అసోసియేషన్ హైదరాబాద్ ముఖ్యంగా బంజారా బ్రాంచ్ ఎంత డెప్త్ గా పోతుంది అన్నదానికి ఇది కారణం. ఎందుకంటే డెప్త్ గా పోవడానికి కారణం 3-4 ఉన్నాయి. ఒకటేమో ఆయన PR, 2 మరి ఒకరు వినకుండా కొడతాడేమన్న భయం అన్నట్టు.
భయం కూడా దానికి కారణం కావచ్చు.
ఏదైనప్పటికీ కూడా PR helping that association made strong and stronger, and also one unity among all the doctors, important doctors, those who associate here. Anyhow, congratulate this impact Indian Medical Association Banjara is those who made success for the event. And ఈరోజు ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొంచుకుంటున్న మా తెలుగుదేశం మిత్రుడు డాక్టర్ ప్రసాద్ గారికి, అదేవిధంగా ఈరోజు ఈ కార్యక్రమం పాల్గొంచుకుంటున్న గౌరవనీయులు డాక్టర్ దావరనాథ్ రెడ్డి గారికి, మరియు డాక్టర్ కిషన్ గారికి, డాక్టర్ రవీందర్ రెడ్డి గారికి, అదేవిధంగా వేదిక మీద ఉన్న పెద్దలకు, వేదిక కింద ఉన్న పెద్దలందరికీ కూడా ఒక మంచి కార్యక్రమం. ఎందుకంటే సైంటిఫిక్ సెషన్ అనేది ఇంపార్టెంట్ నౌ డేస్, బికాస్ డైలీ మార్పులు ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా. ఆఫ్టర్ కోవిడ్ దేర్ ఆర్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఈవెంట్స్ ఆర్ అకరింగ్. ఏదొచ్చినా కూడా కోవిడ్ రూపాంతరం చెంది మళ్ళీ డిఫరెంట్ వైరసెస్ మనకు రావడం మనం చూస్తున్నాం. ఎందుకంటే కోవిడ్ తర్వాత చాలా మందికి మరి మీకు తెలుసు, ఆఫ్టర్ కోవిడ్ మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ గాట్ బ్లాక్ ఫంగస్. ఆఫ్టర్ బ్లాక్ ఫంగస్ మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ గాట్ యూరినరీ ట్రాక్ట్ ఇన్ఫెక్షన్. మరి ఇప్పుడు కోవిడ్ వచ్చిన వాళ్ళకు సెకండ్ రావడం ఎవరైతే దూరం గెటింగ్ హార్ట్ అటాక్స్ చనిపోతున్నారో ఆటోమేటిక్ గా దే హ్యాడ్ హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ ద కోవిడ్ ఉంది. మరి కోవిడ్ వ్యాక్సినేషన్ తోట, కోవిడ్ తోట ఐ డోంట్ వాంట్ టు టెల్, బట్ దోస్ హూ గాట్ కోవిడ్ మోర్ ఆఫర్ టు గెట్ హార్ట్ అటాక్స్ మాక్సిమం. ఎందుకంటే మన కన్నడలో కానీ, తమిళ అక్కడ బెంగళూరులో కానీ ఎక్కడైనా హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ ద కోవిడ్ ఇస్ ఐ థింక్ కాజింగ్ ఆల్ ద పోస్ట్ ఇంప్లికేషన్స్. ఇటువంటి సినారియో వచ్చినప్పుడు మరి మన, ఎందుకంటే హైదరాబాద్ ఇస్ ఏ హబ్ ఫర్ మెడిసిన్. ఎందుకంటే ఆల్ వ్యాక్సిన్స్ ఆర్ మేడ్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్ ఓన్లీ, దే ఎక్స్పోర్టెడ్ టు ద త్రూఅవుట్ ద వరల్డ్ థ్యాంక్స్ టు అవర్ వ్యాక్సిన్ డాక్టర్స్ అండ్ ఆల్సో కంపెనీస్ తో అసోసియేటెడ్ విత్ ద వ్యాక్సిన్ ప్రొడక్షన్. కనుక ఈ దశలో ఈరోజు ఇటువంటి సెమినార్స్ ద్వారా మరి ఈరోజు మరి డిఫరెంట్ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ ద డాక్టర్స్ నుంచి మరి మనకు రాబోయే రోజుల్లో ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేసుకునే విధంగా పెట్టినందుకు డాక్టర్ ప్రభు గారికి నా తరఫున కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, ఒక మంచి కార్యక్రమం ఎందుకంటే సైంటిఫిక్ కమిటీ ఏర్పాటు చేయడం, తర్వాత మీడియా కమిటీ దాన్ని ప్రచురణ చేసే విధంగా ఉండడం, మరి అదేవిధంగా డిఫరెంట్ కమిటీస్ తోటి ఒకరోజు మీటింగ్ అయినప్పటికీ కూడా విత్ నాలెడ్జ్ తోటి, తర్వాత సక్సెస్ కావాలన్న ఆలోచనతోటి మరి ఈరోజు హెల్త్ కేర్ మరో ఇంప్రూవ్ అయ్యే విధంగా బంజారాస్ బ్రాంచ్ నడవడం నిజంగా కూడా గర్వకారణం. మరి ప్రభు గారు కానీ, రేవతి గారు కానీ సోషల్ సర్వీస్ లోపల ఉంటూ ఎన్నో కార్యక్రమాలు లైక్ దే పార్టిసిపేటెడ్ ఇన్ ద మణిపూర్ రైడ్స్ అయిన తర్వాత పోస్ట్ రైడ్స్ అంతా పాల్గొనడము, ఇక్కడ కూడా డిఫరెంట్ క్యాంప్స్ పెట్టేసి మరి డిఫరెంట్ సేవా కార్యక్రమాలు చేయడం కూడా మంచి పరిణామం. మరి ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ప్రభు అండ్ దే కేమ్ టు విజిట్ ద ITD ఏరియాస్, because ITD areas లో మీకు ఆఫర్లీ దే ఆర్ గెటింగ్ గ్యాస్ట్రోఎంటరైటిస్ కేసెస్. వాళ్ళ మూఢనమ్మకాల వల్ల ముఖ్యంగా ట్రైబల్, మోస్ట్ ట్రైబల్ ట్రైబల్స్ బోర్డ్స్ ఆఫ్టర్ గెటింగ్ ద GE కేసు కానీ ఏ కేసు కానీ దే డోంట్ వాంట్ గో టు హాస్పిటల్. వాళ్ళు ఈవెన్ సెలైన్ కూడా, నార్మల్ సెలైన్ కూడా ఎక్కించుకోరు. ఆఫ్టర్ 3 or 4 days ఆఫ్టర్ గోయింగ్ టు టెంపుల్ ఓన్లీ దే విల్ కమ్ టు హాస్పిటల్. డ్యూ టు దట్ నేచరల్ గా ఫ్లూయిడ్ లాస్ అవుతుంది, బాడీ డ్రైనేజ్ అవుతుంది, ఆటోమేటిక్ గా ఇబ్బంది అవుతుంది కనుక అటువంటి ప్లేస్లలో రిక్వెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద డాక్టర్స్, దోస్ ఎమినెంట్ పర్సనాలిటీస్ హియర్, we'll arrange everything, including transport also we'll arrange. So at least we can camps at Bulugu and that area. The doctors are catering at RIMS hospitals, so catering needs of the people. In spite of that, వాళ్ళు మెడికల్ క్యాంప్ పెడితే ఇంకా కొన్ని కేసెస్ లైక్ క్యాన్సర్ డిటెక్షన్స్ అంటారు. Nowadays with small M20 cancer detection చేసుకోవచ్చు. Most of the people will come to our approach to cancer hospital, that is still 4th stage because lack of knowledge. మామూలుగా లుకోరియా వస్తుంది, దే గెటింగ్ టెంపరేచర్. వాళ్ళు ఏమనుకుంటారంటే వర్క్ తోటి టెంపరేచర్ వస్తుంది అన్న ఆలోచన వాళ్ళు ఉంటారు. బట్ 3rd stage, 4th stage ఆఫ్టర్ డయాగ్నోసిస్ దే కమ్ టు క్యాన్సర్ హాస్పిటల్. మరి ఆంకాలజీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్తారు. అప్పుడు ఇబ్బంది అవుతుంది కనుక అట్లీస్ట్ క్యాన్సర్ సెంటర్స్ కానీ టీబీ పోయినప్పటికీ కూడా టీబీ అక్కడక్కడ మరి వస్తుంది దాని కొరకు కానీ కనుక అటువంటి క్యాంపులు నిర్వహిస్తే తప్పకుండా లోకల్ డిఎంహెచ్ ఉంటారు, లోకల్ మా డాక్టర్స్ ఉంటారు, మరి అదేవిధంగా ఐటీడీ పిఓస్ ఉంటారు, వీళ్ళు అసోసియేట్ ఆదరే డాక్టర్స్ అండ్ విల్ సీ దట్ క్యాంప్ షుడ్ బి రన్ సక్సెస్ఫుల్లీ. అటువంటి ఆలోచన దయచేసి హైదరాబాద్ IMA బ్రాంచ్ చేయాలని చెప్పి కోరుతూ మరొకసారి కార్యక్రమం వచ్చిన వివిధ ప్రదేశాలు వచ్చిన డాక్టర్స్ అందరినీ కూడా నా తరఫున నా ప్రసాద్ వ్యవస్థ స్పీకర్ తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వం కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ ఒక మంచి కార్యక్రమం ఆహ్వానించడం, ఆ కార్యక్రమంలో మీ అందరూ కూడా మరి పాల్గొనడం, ముఖ్యంగా జీవిస్ అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీ అంతా కూడా డాక్టర్స్. అదేవిధంగా అందరు డాక్టర్స్ అందరూ కూడా చెప్పిన పర్సన్స్ వచ్చేసి ఈరోజు కోరడం మరి పార్టిసిపేట్ కావడం నిజంగా కూడా శుభపరిణామం చేస్తూ అందరికీ మరి ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ వస్తే చేసినందుకు నా తరఫున కూడా కాంగ్రాట్స్ చెప్తూ సెలవు తీసుకుంటాను.
ప్రిపేర్ అయినా ప్రిపేర్ కాకపోయినా నోట్లో స్పీకర్ తోటి వేణుగోపాల్ గారు మాట్లాడుతూనే ఉంటారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. 40 years seniority, 40 years for doctor basic, and he is then become a politician and serving the society in a large scale. So I thank Venugopal for coming here and delivering a wonderful message. The Indian Medical Association, I request Honorable MP Garu to look into certain issues like violence on doctors. Every day there is violence on doctors, sir. Ekkado chota. Suppose if I take a case like I have also my mother who suffered, as you all know that we have already suffered. Even my mother suffered from a second time cancer, not first and second time. She went into a very tough stage, into a critical stage, and she survived after that, after 2 months of vigorous efforts by all the doctors' team. So recently, just 3-4 days back, I suppose, in Chennai, a doctor, a oncology specialist, was brutally killed. He was cut at his wrong. We don't say that patients are doing against doctors, but it is something that out of their emotional imbalance and outbreak of the emotion, we call it as. But that is causing, killing of another doctor. When another doctor, to create a doctor, or whether the government funds or whatever it is, generally government spends almost 5 crores for a doctor to become a specialist like a medical oncologist. For just completing medicine, the government spends 1 crore rupees upon each doctor. To become a doctor, 1 crore is the government's money. That's the reason as I got a free medical seat, I served the country with 5,000 medical camps free of cost. I have conducted 5,000 medical camps and 2,000 television talks or the awareness programs, diabetes detection programs. That's what my father was believed in. And he is always interested in doing service to the society. My mother is also the same. They love to serve the society. So, government in the doctor తయారు చేస్తే ఒక దుండగుడు ఒక పేషెంట్ వాళ్ళకి ఇంట్లో న్యాయం జరిగిందని చెప్పేస్తారు. ఈవెన్ మై మదర్ వాజ్ ఎట్ ఆఫ్ స్టేజ్, మై మదర్ వాజ్ ఇల్, మై మదర్ వాజ్ సిక్, వి ట్రీటెడ్ హర్ కంటిన్యూస్లీ. We did what we best can be done. I thank the Dr. Madhavi, Dr. Vidya, who is oncologist, Dr. Dattatreya, Dr. Kola, he was a critical care specialist. There are a group of doctors who helped me. Chandrasekhar is there, R&D helps my children on phone. There are a lot of doctors which we communicated. No doctor wanted to kill anyone. No doctor wanted to kill any other patient. So it even creates a damage upon the reputation of the doctor. So this is one important aspect where we need to look at it. That we need to support the doctors should be supported. The doctors should be taken care of. This is what we are very much interested in. Doctors, violence of doctors, there should be zero violence of doctors. Anti-violence should be curbed completely. And then different ranks, Central Protection Act should be implemented. And at different ranks, police should be given in the security areas, in the ICUs, in the emergency areas, where these critical cases are seen. So I kindly request MP Garu to look into this matter and also Venugopal Garu, a senior politician, to look into this matter and help us. I request them to protect doctors. This is my humble request to the Honorable MP Garu. We want protection in each place. We want some minimum facilities in each hospital, like washrooms and all, needed washrooms at the hospitals and all. So we are looking at all these things. So kindly I request Honorable MP Garu to look into this matter and help us. Honorable MP Garu is not only a member of parliament, but also he is chairman for Radha Constructions. He is a wonderful man at heart and he does a lot of service to the society. He conducts a lot of medical work also in his home places at different parts. He sponsored our program also today with his handful greatness. And also, Radha Constructions, they are trustworthy people. They have their, like chairman, Jagabala Prasad Rao Garu. He being a chairman of this company, they carry a lot of trust in the society and I endorse their complete work going on here in Hyderabad around. And he is also deputy leader, TDP Lok Sabha Parliamentary Party. Even in Chupta, we Samasya Toti, Prasad Rao Garu, he loves doctors. I have been associated with him from past 50 years. So he loves doctors, his family, they have doctors also. He is deputy leader because he holds a position in the parliament also. Not only this assembly, but he is also having a position. And he is also member for parliamentary standing committee on chemicals and fertilizers. He is also parliamentary committee on member of parliament committee on welfare of SC/ST. Consultative committee for the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. So he is member for 3 more departments at the central level. Anyone is having any issue, especially doctors, kindly take. We are anyway surely taking with our team of people, with our IMA state president and the IMA officials. We will give a representation on the minutes which had happened today, because we conducted a media connect also, where we have brought a lot of issues of doctors. File is made up on that. All these things we will take it to the level where we can achieve something. We want to create some impact in the society. That's what it is impact on. So morning we had, as I said, we had the Honorable Governor as chief guest, and now we have a lot of special guests and Venugopal sir and Prasad Rao Garu, and also our other chief guest is about to arrive in a few minutes, I think so. Yeah, he's just about to arrive. So I just try to keep you engaged. Yeah. So he is arriving. After that, after this, our MP will address the gathering. After that, our chief guest also will address the gathering. So this is the plan which I made. As then I'm trying to keep you engaged by my words and talks. Yeah. So this is what we are doing. So మనం కంపల్సరీగా ఈ యాక్టివిటీస్ మీద IMA రిప్రజెంటేషన్ ఎవరికైతే మన వసంతరావు గారు డిఎంఎస్ గారు కానీ తర్వాత మన పెంచలయ్య గారు కానీ థ్యాంక్స్ ఫర్ కమింగ్. పొద్దున బాలరాజు గారు వచ్చారు, మన పుల్లారావు గారు వచ్చారు ఫ్రమ్ ఆల్ ద వే ఫ్రమ్ నల్గొండ. సీనియర్ డాక్టర్ పుల్లారావు గారు, హీ సర్వ్స్ నల్గొండ టు హిస్ బెస్ట్ పాసిబిలిటీస్. మార్నింగ్ టు ఈవినింగ్ ఏదో ఒక సర్వీస్ తోటి పుల్లారావు గారు నల్గొండలో 24 గంటలు కనపడతారంట. ఎక్సెప్ట్ ఆ నైట్ అవుతుంటారు తెలియదు కదా. పొద్దున్న నుంచి మాత్రం రాత్రి వరకు పొద్దున అన్నదాన కార్యక్రమాలు మొదలుపెట్టి లైఫ్ స్టైల్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ మొదలుపెట్టి గంట ఆపరేషన్ రోజు 30 చేసేస్తా ఉంటారు. ఫ్రీ సర్వీస్, గవర్నమెంట్ in that place. So he is carrying a lot worthy things. So IMA is not just like sitting and talking and going, but IMA is on action. IMA is always an action. Srinivasa Katty is IMA president. We got all presidents of all districts. We got the eminent personalities of Rajit Garu, senior most sex specialist. When there is a big stigma about HIV and sex, Dr. Garu, he is the first person to open, Rajit Garu is the first person to open hospital in Ibrahimapatnam and serve the whole state. People used to come from other states to Hyderabad to get treated for HIV. Dr. Rajit Garu was a place other Mohun sir. Namaskaram, big award is Dr. Rajit Garu is a wonderful man. KVR Park నుంచి వాళ్ళకైతే పొద్దున కంపల్సరీ కనిపిస్తూ ఉంటారు. రోజు గంట KVR Park లో వాకింగ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. So when there is a big stigma about HIV, he was treating lot of cases. అటువంటి కేసు ఈ రోజు కూడా he is still treating, even though there is a stigma on HIV and sexual diseases or VRL or sexually transmitted STDs కూడా he is treating from past 45 years more than I think so. So that's such a wonderful person. So IMA is doing a lot of activities, but still doctors are beaten, doctors are given trouble, doctors are under violence. So I request this to be taken into a very serious, considered as a serious offense upon doctors. And see, if you are a doctor, you are qualified. If you are a judge, you are also passing through examinations. Or if you are a policeman, you are writing your exams and you are performing your ground and all. That's the way you are becoming a policeman or a judge or whatever you are. You are because what you are educated. But especially medicine is practiced as they want. That's what is quackery. So that's also we want to curb that quackery. Even IMA want to do that. Even medical council is on the same job. They are doing a brilliant work on that. We have Dr. Somashekar Garu, brilliant hepatologist. He was here from morning. He was giving a wonderful lecture about how to treat viral hepatitis, how to stop these hepatic diseases. And all these things are being done with great effort from day and night. It's not only me who you are seeing on the front. Our secretary, honorary secretary, Harichal is working on the back. Dr. Sravanti, scientific chairman, cultural chairman, she is working. And Jakati Gopal Krishna is working. Srinivasa Ranganayalu is working. Dr. Shishir is working. So lot of our IMA Banjaragans branch guys are working a lot to do an impact, for this, to make this impact conference a grand success. They have worked continuously from past 1 week, 15 days they are on this job. So I thank all of them for all these things, and I will see that now Prasad Rao will deliver his message. Sir. We welcome with a big grand round of applause. A grand round of applause. We welcome our chief guest, Kaddam Prasad Garu, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, onto the dais, please. I request all the people to sit down, grab your chairs and sit down. We warmly welcome, wholeheartedly welcome the Honorable Speaker of Telangana State. We welcome
अरे ब्लैक शीट भैया भैया ब्लैक शीट इसको
the chief guest arrived which we are waiting. I thank you all for your patience time from morning to evening. I think you are really good, very good people from on a Saturday. You are keeping your time for us. I request all of you people to sit down, grab your chairs, don't disturb the meeting. I request all of you to sit in your chairs, please. All of you sit, don't make noise. Yeah? It's a time that our main guest will deliver the message. In the morning, we had vibrant sessions, scientific sessions. We received humbly our Honorable Governor in the morning, who gave a wonderful message and blessed the doctors. Now I request D. Prasad Rao Garu, Honorable MP, Chittoor, to deliver his message.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ఒకసారి కొంత మాట్లాడారు మీతో. ఆనరబుల్ స్పీకర్ తెలంగాణ వేణుగోపాల్ గారు, డాక్టర్ రవికుమార్ గారు, అశోక్ గారు, లవ్ కుమార్ రెడ్డి గారు, అండ్ మైకల్ గారు, వీరందరికీ సిట్టింగ్ బిఫోర్ ద డయాస్ మరొకసారి నమస్కారం. Whatever I wanted to speak, I spoke in the morning. Since I have come again, I think two serious issues have been raised, which I have observed. Morning, one of the doctors, while watching the session on breast cancer, one of the doctors raised a good question there, which was important thing. Why it is, so we have been listening to this breast cancer for the last few decades. And we are not able to control it totally, not in percentage wise. So this is because the lack of advertisement we give to that disease, particularly among the women, semi-urban and rural. The disease is not, they are not women, they are not able to identify what it is. And they are approaching the doctor by the time it is at the stage of 4. So this I will take up with the Ministry of Health at the central level, so that where we can give advertisement all over India, across India, in rural and semi-urban. Urban anyway people are educated, urban anyway they are able to identify this. So I will make a representation to the Ministry of Health Department and the Health also. And again, one more thing, the serious issue that was raised by Dr. Kumar Garu, that are attacks on doctors. So this has become a prevalent now. People are not able to withhold their emotions. See, this is not only in urban, it is there everywhere in India and also rural also. So this also lack of advertisement, lack of awareness only. So once people take up this awareness program all over India or at the rural level, and mostly it happens people who come from the rural and semi-urban, they only lose their tempers, not the urban people. So we make advertisement, we make awareness programs like this. Then they will understand what is the importance of this, why it is happening. And we all know that the medical issue is running on commercial lines at certain levels. That is it, that what we see is not even a 5%. 90% of the people are receiving genuine medicine, genuine treatment now. And rural it is miserable. Rural it is really miserable. I don't know, infrastructure, medical infrastructure is not available, and you don't even find a stand to hang the what do you call this saline. So and beds, leave the beds, and the doctors, you will not find a changing room there, and for the sisters and paramedics, you don't find any room there to changing, and the living conditions in the mandal level where cases are located is miserable. And the government says you come, you have to stay here. It is a 12 hours duty. So they are also facing a lot of problems. We are all taking up these issues to develop the infrastructure, at least to provide them to stay tonight and give them some privacy to change their dresses at least and to go to the toilets and all. So we are taking up this infrastructure, medical infrastructure issue also. So with this, I think these two issues and this the third issue also will take up at the present before the Ministry of Health. We will see how best they will take up with it. Thank you very much. Regarding the IMA, I have this book in the morning session, and that's once again to Dr. Kumar Garu and the awardees and all doctors and the IMA Banjara Hills branch. Thank you very much.
Wait. May there, huh?
Good evening, one and all, and a hearty welcome to all our today's chief guest, Speaker Sri Prasad Garu, and the other guests, and my dear doctors. It is my pleasure to welcome you all, and I thank each and everyone for attending this wonderful conference conducted by Indian Medical Association Banjara Hills branch, the 18th scientific session and medical social as well as the Impact Conference 2024 organized by IMA Hyderabad Banjara Hills branch with the great efforts and hard work by our founder president Dr. Prabhukumar Challagali with the support of our national president as well as IMA national president and the IMA state president, all the IMA state officials and TGMC officials and government officials and all the doctors and members of the IMA Hyderabad Banjara Hills branch. We could install this branch in the year 2021 and the branch was inaugurated by that time with the Central Minister Sri Jishnu by that time, and since then we have been conducting so many activities, and IMA Hyderabad Banjara Hills branch is a role model branch for the entire Telangana state, and not only we are fighting for the welfare of the doctors' fraternity, we are also always standing for the needy people whenever there is a crisis. Our President Prabhukumar Challagali is a very active personality and an able leader. So representing in all the issues of the doctors, not only that, he is also very down to earth and a kind-hearted personality, and is always come forward for the helping of the needy people. He is conducting so many medical camps and so many health awareness programs, and he is always helping all the downtrodden people to upliftment of their this thing. So I request Dr. Prabhukumar Challagali to Professor to come on the diet and further continue the session. Thank you.
So a lot of activities have been done for the past 3 years by IMA Banjara Hills in various parts of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh as well as in Manipur also we reached and helped those people in those crises where there are riots going on, and we were able to distribute medicines and bring peace among their lives. When there is a communal riots happening there. Now, as we are looking forward for further program, I request the cultural chairman, Shravanti, to come forward and announce few awards so that later on our chief guest will deliver.
It's a very happy moment to announce awards to the doctors and the people who serve the society through IMA Banjaranis. So I request the AV people to keep ready the slides. Dr. K.S. Ranganathan sir, I would like to invite Ranganathan sir. All the awardees, please be ready near to the dais. So, sir is a diabetic and endocrinologist, senior consultant, diabetes, Kondapur, Hyderabad. Sir is extended in clinical practice in diabetes. He did in diabetes in UK. Poster presentations and parathyroid carcinoma and pituitary axis at the British Endocrine. Presentations on multiple systemic sarcoidosis with hypothyroidism at the Society for the Endocrinology. A big round of applause, please. So the awardees, they are receiving the award from our chief guest, Speaker Garu, and other dignitaries on the dais. Next I would like to invite Dr. Vidya Kumar, GVK. He is a young and dynamic doctor and enterpriser. He is a director and vice dean. Global Icon Award, he got Global Icon Award, G20 Summit Sri Lanka, Young Entrepreneur Award in Dubai, Business Excellence Award in New Delhi, and various awards in Telugu states. Next. He came all the way from Kurnool. He is an auto driver by his profession. Since 2.5 years, he is doing great service to the people who are in need. He is an auto driver every Friday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. He will do free service. And daily he supports free rides to the pregnant women and elderly and diabetic people. His service is funded entirely from his own pocket. He is inspired by Dr. K.M. Ismail Hussain. His noble work has inspired by him. Next, Dr. Rajnan P. Ram. Dr. Rajnan is 26 years of experience, specializes in surgery and plastic surgery, runs Satyaveda Medical Center, skilled in general and laparoscopic aesthetic surgeries. Built a reputation for providing high quality health care. Dr. Rajna. Next, Dr. Chandrasekhar Manchala, Senior Pediatrician, published 5 original articles in national and international journals, including 2 in international journals. Over 30 years of clinical experience in pediatrics and neonatology. Senior consultant and pediatric cardiologist at the Ministry of Health, Kuwait, trained at Boston Children's Hospital, USA. Life member of the Indian Medical Association, Indian Academy of Pediatricians. Best Pediatrician Award by the Andhra Pradesh State Government in 2015. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Shishir Reddy Ravi, co-founder, medical director, Inox Riga, consultant physician at Joint Hospital, Amirpet. His publications are Hispanic women and their findings in monoenergic endoscopies, serial entrepreneur and startup mentor. IMA Banjara's Joint Secretary. Next, Dr. Surya Teja Mahidar is a general physician, is an energetic IMA Banjara's doctor. He publications are multiple publications in medical journals. He recognized with Human Health Award, Humanitarian Healthcare Award, recognition from UMNS of Visakhapatnam. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Sandeep Reddy, Bodapatla. He did his MD in Community and Health Administration. Co-authored research on healthcare accessibility during the COVID-19 pandemic in the Journal of Community Health 2023. Managed Cybercrime COVID Isolation Center and lead vaccination drives. Managing Sri Krishna Hospital in Amberpet. Coordinated pandemic response efforts across multiple hospitals. Member of Indian Medical Association and associations like IMICON, Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine Conferences. Dr. Anil Kumar Unde, the MD General Physician, Associate Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Gandhi Medical College, Member of Twin Cities Association Biochemistry, Member of National AMBI, Life Member of CGP, Vice President PGDA of Gandhi Medical College. Dr. Sivacharan Reddy, he is a surgical oncologist. Sivacharan Reddy. Dr. Shambhu, Assistant Professor, Department of Orthopedics, Government Medical College, Nizamabad. NCD Program Officer, Nizamabad. Baby. Dr. B. Ranjit Sir, Sepsis specializes in treatment for the disinfection, premature ejaculation, premarital counseling and sexologist, treatment of sexual medicine, sexual education, men and women. Dr. Ranjit established IAPRO in 1995 with a group of dedicated and community integrated healthcare providers. Next, Dr. K. Prashant Kumar. Dr. K. Prashant Kumar is a senior scientist with 16 years of experience in pharmaceutical biotechnology, specializing in bioprocess development and microbiology. Presented research globally, earning awards such as the Best Paper Award at ISGCON. That's it. Next, A. Vijayalakshmi. She is a secondary grade teacher at MPTS Katanapalli village. She came, overcame challenging circumstances including family, financial and health issues to continue education up to a degree level, presented in preparing for competitive exams despite repeated failures and health challenges in migraine headache. Successfully secured the posting of secondary grade teacher, returned to her village, Ketanapalli, as a teacher, contributing to the education of her community. Great work. Once again, big round of applause to these awardees. It's a really pride for us.
Ahora de.
Now we are felicitating the dignitaries of the dais.
To the back,
Dr. Prasad Rao, sir.
Just wait.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhavesh bhai.
I would like to call Ulla Rao, sir, onto the dais. Sir always comes with madam. Madam, please. Madam. Dr. Anita Rani.
भैया इनका కొంచెం ఓకే ఓకే అంటే చాలా
Now we are felicitating dignitaries of the dais, Dr. Prasad Rao, sir.
అన్న ఇక్కడ విజయ్ భాయ్
Dr. Srinivas, sir. Mahidar Raju IRS.
అన్న ఇట్రా నా నీ ఫోన్ చూసుకోండి ఇక్కడ కోసం మా కెమెరాలు కూడా చూస్తాను కదా.
Dr. Venugopalachari, sir.
నువ్వేంది కొడతారా
మహేష్ భాయ్
బాగా
వెరీ గుడ్
వచ్చిందా సార్ సార్ బ్యాక్ రండి
సార్ సార్
డాక్టర్ వేణుగోపాలాచారి సార్
महेश भाई जाओ उधर बाहर बाहर वसूल वसूल अन्ना वसूल 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 रुको रुको
అశోక్ గారు రవికుమార్ రెడ్డి సార్
ओके
As we are discussing from morning to evening today, lot of issues of IMA has been brought forward. Lot of things have been observed. I want to bring to the kind notice of our Honorable Speaker Sir. Speaker Sir, we have a great difficulty in treating the patients these days. At the time of emergencies, when the patient comes in a terminal stage to the hospital, and if patient dies in the hospital, there is a havoc going into the hospital or the people, the multitudes of people come and attack the hospitals and vandalize the hospital. This is a big issue which we are suffering and we are unable to take any kind of emergency case if they come, any critical case if they come to the hospital. So, if you hear these days recently we had an attack on in Chennai, Archikar Medical College in Bengal. So IMA, from beginning, we are asking for Central Protection Act, sir. A act that protects doctors, and we are also requesting the government to provide security for the doctors in the hospitals, sir. In the government hospitals especially, where there is emergency, where there is critical care, where patients will die for sure at a terminal stage, those people will be the critical case. So we request our Honorable Speaker, sir, to help us in this matter and observe this matter in your purview and see what can be happened. We are looking for the Central Protection Act and also to curb the anti-quackery also, sir. Anti-quackery is one big issue where the quacks are treating the patients and patients literally dying. The citizens of our state are dying because of that. They are doing abortions, miscarriages, abortions are being done by those people. This is one major issue. I would request the Telangana state Medical Council Vice Chairman to brief these matters to our Honorable Governor in this session.
So thank you, sir. So respected speaker, sir, Professor, sir, and respected dignitaries on the dais. Sir, one rule is there, sir, as Commencement Act 3454. With MBBS qualification degree on our matrame, motivation criteria and next 3454 చెప్తాం sir. This is the next Central Act and State Act Telangana Medical Practitioner Registration Act. This Act conveying that motivation practice, allopathic practice కేవలం MBBS degree ఉన్న వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే చేయాలనేది this is the rule, sir. But in Telangana state, so many cracks, nutty doctors, so they are prescribing IV antibiotics, IV corticosteroids, they are doing abortions. So, other things are fighting just for sir. So, in Telangana State Medical Council, we form anti-and legal committees in all combined districts, sir. So, we are doing rights and we are fighting affairs as per the Act, Act 3454 and State Act as per the Act. And next Chata Prakaram FIR is so I am requesting sir to strengthen the primary healthcare system in Telangana State. So, we have 5,500 subcentres in all of Telangana and we have reduction of 30% of cases in the 46% of comprehensive takunnadi. So I am requesting you, sir, in Kerala model, the primary health centers are running by 24/7. So I am requesting you, sir, to recruit the motivated MBBS doctors to 5,500 of recruit qualified MBBS doctors in sub-center. And also to increase the number of primary health centers to 30% comprehensive centers. The greatest achievement in Telangana state that every district we have new medical colleges. So 33 government colleges, 33 districts, 33 government colleges, Adhikar నుంచి మీరు దాన్ని కంటిన్యూ చేస్తా ఉన్నారు. సో డెఫినెట్లీ వాళ్ళు ఏంటంటే నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ డెఫినెట్ గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతంలో ఎవ్రీ 30 to 50 కిలోమీటర్స్ లోపల మెడికల్ అవైలబుల్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి డెఫినెట్ స్పెషల్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ అయితే అందుతుంది. సో రిగార్డింగ్ టు కమ్ ద ఫ్యాకల్టీ తెలంగాణ అయిన తర్వాత కూడా మనం మెడికల్ బంక్ పనిచేస్తుంది బుక్స్ తెలంగాణ మెడికల్ బంక్ సపోర్ట్ చేయాలని చెప్పేసి ఈ సందర్భంగా మేము విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తా ఉన్నాం. సో తెలంగాణ మెడికల్ సభ్యులు ఏదైతే రైట్ చేస్తున్నారో దానికి సపోర్ట్ కావాలని చెప్పేసి and we are requesting to you, sir. Thank you, Varma.
Thank you very much. At this point of time, I want to introduce my mother, who introduced me to you all. So I request my mother, Srimati Elizabeth, to come on dais because she survived cancer second time. She's a cancer warrior. She fought with cancer. I will be very happy if our chief guest felicitates her for fighting with cancer.
महेश भाई एक वो ले लो.
I request Mahesh Kumar Gaur garu, please come on to the dais.
मेन फोटो Shona.
Welcome to our special
भैया
Sri Varma, the fourth president for Congress Committee. We are very much delighted and happy to see you all, sir. Now I request our chief guest to deliver the message.
महेश भाई हटना
ఇంతకుముందు ప్రభుత్వం డాక్టర్లపై దాడి ఈ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం తరఫున నేను మరి బీసీసీ అధ్యక్షులు మహేష్ కుమార్ గారు తీవ్రంగా ఖండిస్తూ మీరు దేవుడి ప్రతిరూపాలు మిమ్మల్ని ఎవరైనా ఏ విధంగానైనా నష్టపరిస్తే కానీ కష్టపెట్టే కానీ ఊరుకుంటే ప్రభుత్వం ఇప్పుడైతే లేదు. ప్రభుత్వం తరఫున మీకు నేను హామీ ఇస్తున్నా, తప్పకుండా మీ అసోసియేషన్ పిలిపించి మీకు కావాల్సిన ఏర్పాటు చేసి వెల్కమ్ టు ఆల్ ఫర్ ది ఇండియన్ మెడికల్ అసోసియేషన్ 18th సైంటిఫిక్ సెమినార్. ద డిగ్నిటరీస్ శ్రీ బి మహేష్ కుమార్ గౌడ్, తెలంగాణ పిసిసి ప్రెసిడెంట్, అండ్ చిత్తూరు ఎంపీ శ్రీ ప్రసాదరావు గారు, వార్మా సెంట్రల్ మినిస్టర్ శ్రీ వేణుగోపాలాచారి గారు, తెలంగాణ మెడికల్ కౌన్సిల్ వైస్ చైర్మన్ శ్రీనివాస్ గారు, అడిషనల్ డైరెక్టర్ ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ మహేందర్ గారు, IMA స్టేట్ సెక్రటరీ పి అశోక్ గారు, IMA పాస్ట్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ లవ్ కుమార్ రెడ్డి గారు, IMA జోన్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ రామ్మోహన్ గారు, IMA సెక్రటరీ హరిచరణ్ గారు, IMA బంజారా ప్రెసిడెంట్ ప్రభు కుమార్ గారు, అండ్ డాక్టర్స్, ఆల్ dignitaries. Thank you for all inviting me to this seminar, and personally congratulate to the Indian Medical Association Banjaras for organizing this seminar on Impact Con 2024. IMA have 4 lakhs members around the country and 40,000 members alone in the Telangana state. It is a huge organization in the medical and health sector. I am very happy to the Indian Medical Association is regularly conducting services oriented programs such free medical camps at rural and tribal areas. The organization also adopting the villages, developing the basic infrastructure for people. Today the conference for doctors on social impact is very valuable. Doctors always adopt the new medical information, innovatives and new trends for better service and quality results. Every human wants good health and beauty. Doctor is the person who fulfills their dreams. Our Telangana Chief Minister is giving the priority to the health sector. Has promised at the time of the elections, the state government has increased the Raju Arogyasri limit up to the 10 lakhs rupees. Due to the state government efforts, the union government sanctioned the new medical colleges in the various districts. Medical sector is always to be service oriented, but sadly today health sector turned into corporate. I personally request you to treat the patients on service oriented, show your humanity, often calls doctor is a god, the valuable persons to the patients. Personally, I have started GAT Memorial Charitable Trust on the name of my family members. The GAT Trust is ready to cooperate the IMA to organize free medical camps in the Vikarabad constituency and other districts also. As you know, the government is spending nearly 1 crore rupees one student. I requested the IMA to come forward to organize the health camps in Vikarabad district and other districts also. I will make the necessary arrangements for the camps. I thank doctors and each district paramedical courses like cardiology and other sectors are opened and needs increased bed strength, and in rings of various districts dialysis centers established in NIMS liver transplant center newly established. I thanks to Dr. Raghu Kumar for inviting to me for the seminar. Thank you all and the doctors and dignitaries. Thank you.
I thank Honorable Speaker, sir. He is very busy actually today. It was very tough for him to come, but he made it. He wanted to see the doctors and encourage them. Sir, your words are very encouraging and we are very happy for your words. And we also thank you for giving us the assurance that you are going to take care of us. Thank you, sir. Give me a grand round of applause. He is a wonderful leader with a gentle smile and quietness, but his work is very perfect. That is the personality of our Honorable Speaker, sir. Sir, we thank you very much for all the efforts you have taken to come here. And now I request Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee President P. Mahesh Kumar Gaur Garu to address the gathering. He is having a busy schedule over the day. He was in the meeting in Ravindra Bharati a few minutes back, but still, as he loves the doctors community, he wants to encourage us, he wants to bless us, and he wants to be with the doctors community. And as our Honorable Speaker also said that IMA should continuously conduct its medical camps, coordinate with the local branches and conduct a lot of medical camps in those places. So we will surely take that responsibility in conducting medical camps and for welfare of the society. Now I request P. Mahesh Kumar Gaur Garu, MLC and PCC President of Telangana. Please come, sir. Thank you.
ఒక డాక్టర్ గారి ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేసుకొని ఇంకో డాక్టర్స్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ వచ్చింది. డాక్టర్ గీతారెడ్డి గారి తల్లి గారి ఈశ్వరిబాయి మెడల్ 6 నర్సరీ ప్రోగ్రామ్ నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వస్తా ఉన్నాను. డాక్టర్ ప్రొఫెషన్ అనేది చాలా గొప్ప సమాజంలో 5th క్లాస్ 6th క్లాస్ పిల్లల్ని ఎవరైనా ఏమవుతామంటే డాక్టర్ అవుతారు. నేను కూడా అనుకున్నాను, కంపౌండర్ కాలేజ్ పోయాను. ప్రొఫెషన్ వరిగా చూస్తే డాక్టర్స్ ప్రొఫెషన్ ఈ సమాజంలో ప్రపంచమైన గొప్ప ప్రొఫెషన్. అందులో భారతదేశంలో ఇవాళ డాక్టర్స్ మెడికల్ ఫీల్డ్ అనేది రోజుకి అభివృద్ధి చెందుతా ఉంది. అందులో హైదరాబాద్ బికమ్ మెడికల్ హబ్ నా. నిజంగా కూడా అందించాలి. హైదరాబాద్లో జరగని ఆపరేషన్ అంటూ లేదు, జరగని ట్రీట్మెంట్ అంటూ లేదు. గొప్ప మెడికల్ హబ్గా అవతరించిన సందర్భంలో మీ అందరికీ కూడా శుభాభినందనలు. వల్ల ఐఎంఏ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ జరుపుకుంటున్నందుకు కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు. ముఖ్యంగా ప్రభు కుమార్ గారు నన్ను గత 15 రోజుల నుంచి అడుగుతా ఉన్నాడు, గొప్ప కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఇది, మీరు రావాలి సార్ మాట్లాడాలని. పెద్ద గొప్ప కాన్ఫరెన్స్ లో
అవకాశం నేను కలుసుకునే అవకాశం దొరకడం కూడా భాగ్యంగానే భావిస్తా ఉన్నాను. ప్రజలు ఇక్కడ స్పీకర్ గారు లేదా ప్రభు గారు చెప్పినా ఎప్పుడు చూసినా నవ్వుతూనే ఉంటాడు. హస్ముఖ్ మా స్పీకర్ గారు, అదేవిధంగా ఫార్మర్ యూనియన్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటర్ బదులు అలాగే సెక్రటరీ వేణుగోపాలాచారి గారు, వైస్ చైర్మన్ మెడికల్ కౌన్సిల్ తెలంగాణ శ్రీనివాస్ గారు, అడిషనల్ డైరెక్టర్ మైదర్ గారు, ఐఎంఏ స్టేట్ సెక్రటరీ అశోక్ గారు, ఐఎంఏ పాస్ట్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ లవకుమార్ రెడ్డి గారు, ఐఎంఏ జోన్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ రామ్మోహన్ గారు, సెక్రటరీ హరిచరణ్ గారు, మిగతా డాక్టర్స్ అందరూ కూడా అభినందనలు. నేను చిన్న ఉన్న సమయంలో చాలా రిమోట్ విలేజ్ రాహత్ నగరం భీమగల్ మండలంలో అప్పుడు నా చేతు బర్న్ అవుతే అప్పుడున్న గొప్ప డాక్టర్ ఆర్మూర్లో వారంటే నర్సింగ్లో వారి వీళ్ళు బేసికలీ కంపౌండర్. ఆ ఆర్మూర్ ప్రాంతానికి వారే పెద్ద డాక్టర్. అంటే అప్పుడు ఎంబీబీఎస్ అనేది ఒక కళ. తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ఎంబీబీఎస్ చేయాలంటే ఎన్ని సీట్లలో మీకు తెలుసు, ఎన్ని మెడికల్ కళాశాలలో మీకు తెలుసు. ఎంబీబీఎస్ చేయాలన్నా బీటెక్ చేయాలన్నా బయట రాష్ట్రాలకు పోవాల్సిన పరిస్థితి. నేను కూడా రామ్టెక్ లో బీటెక్ మొదటి సంవత్సరం చదివి మళ్ళీ ఎన్నికొచ్చి బీకామ్ చేశాను నిజామాబాద్. చదవలేక మ్యాథ్స్ చదవలేక ఎన్నికొచ్చేసాను. సో ఆనాడున్న పరిస్థితిలో హైదరాబాద్ చూసుకుంటే చాలా మంది డాక్టర్స్ మహారాష్ట్ర నుంచి ఉండేది. మహారాష్ట్ర నుంచి అక్కడ చదువుకొని బాంబేలో చదువుకొని హైదరాబాద్ లో స్థిరపడుతున్న పరిస్థితి. కానీ ఇవాళ ఎంత అభివృద్ధి చెందింది తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం అంటే ఎన్నో మెడికల్ కళాశాలలు, అధునాతనటువంటి ఆసుపత్రులు. అసలు మెడికల్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ అంటూ చేసుకోవాలి అంటే దక్షిణ భారతంలో దేశంలో కాకుండా ఒరిస్సా ప్రాంతాల నుంచి కూడా, జార్ఖండ్ ఛత్తీస్ ప్రాంతాలు, ఛత్తీస్గఢ్ ప్రాంతాల నుంచి హైదరాబాద్కి వచ్చి ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేసుకున్నటువంటి పరిస్థితి. అంతటి స్థాయికి హైదరాబాద్ చేరడం అనేది మెడికల్ ఫీల్డ్ లో అభినందనీయం. రాష్ట్రంలో తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ప్రమాణ స్వీకారం చేసిన తర్వాత వ్యవసాయం, హెల్త్ అండ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ టాప్ ప్రయారిటీగా పెట్టుకున్న సందర్భం. ఇది ఎడ్యుకేషన్ నేను చాలా సందర్భాలు చెప్తాను. చదువు అనేది చాలా ప్రామాణికం. చదువుకున్న జీవితం కలెక్టివ్ లాంటిది. వాళ్ళ కలెక్టివ్లో ఎన్ని ఇంచుల కలెక్టివ్లు వస్తా ఉన్నాయి. చదువుకోకుంటే జీవితం పోర్టబుల్ 14 ఇంచెస్ బ్లాక్ అండ్ వైట్ టీవీ లాంటిది. చాలా మంది పోర్టబుల్ టీవీ చూస్తున్నారు, బ్లాక్ అండ్ వైట్ దాన్ని చూసాం, చిన్నదిగా బ్లాక్ అండ్ వైట్ గా ఉంటుంది. సో చదువు అనేది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. మనం ఎంత ఎక్కువ చదివిస్తే అంత అభివృద్ధి చెందే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. ప్రభుత్వ పరంగా అవకాశాలు చాలా వస్తూ ఉన్నాయి. ముఖ్యంగా డాక్టర్ మెడికల్ ఫీల్డ్ లో ఎన్నో మెడికల్ కళాశాలలు వస్తూ ఉన్నాయి. ఇంకా రావాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. స్పెషలైజేషన్ కోర్సు తీసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. తెలంగాణ ముఖ్యమంత్రి రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ఆ విషయంలో చాలా స్పష్టంగా ఒక నిర్దిష్టమైన ఒపీనియన్తో ఉన్నారు. కాబట్టి మీరు ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో కావాల్సినటువంటి మెడికల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ మెడికల్ ఫీల్డ్ లో ఏ రకమైనటువంటి అభివృద్ధి కావాలనుకున్నా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు సుముఖంగా ఉన్నారు. స్పీకర్ గారు ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చాలా సన్నిధులు. మీరు ఏ సజెషన్ చేసినా ప్రభుత్వ పరంగా ఈ మెడికల్ కాంబైనటువంటి హైదరాబాద్ లో గొప్ప ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ మీకు సజెస్ట్ చేయండి. డబ్బులు ఎంతైనా పర్వాలేదు. ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని మెప్పించి స్పీకర్ గారు నేను ఆ రకమైన ఫీల్డ్ ఇక్కడ తీసుకురావడానికి సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నామనే మాట కూడా మీ అందరికీ మనం చేస్తూ నేను మళ్ళీ చెప్తా ఉన్నాను. ఐ లవ్ దిస్ ప్రొఫెషన్. డాక్టర్ ప్రొఫెషన్ చాలా గొప్ప సమాజంలో మీరందరికీ సందర్భంలో మీ అందరికీ అభినందనలు. ప్రభు గారు కూడా కష్టపడి ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేస్తున్నాం.
Felicitation to our dynamic president, Dr. Varma. Felicitation to our chief guest, Prasad Garu. Felicitation to Mahesh Kumar Garu.
Two children who need classical dance performance to take momentum in the hands of our dignitaries. Please come back.
ముగ్గురు వస్తారు మొత్తం కొంచెం ఇంటికి రావాలి ఎన్ని ముందుకు వస్తాం టైర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. తీసుకో చేతి పడుతుంది.
Vote of thanks by Jagat Ramakrishna Vice President. Jagat Ramakrishna Vice President.
సార్ కొంచెం ఒక్క నిమిషం వెనక్కి సార్. ఓకే సార్ ఓకే
Cultural Secretary Mr. Pranay Kumar, please come on to the dais.
ఓకే సార్.
వాళ్ళు పక్కలేదు
Hey,
would like to request all sponsors who sponsored for this program come on to the dais. News Meter, Yoga Diagnostics, AED Hospitals, Collagen, Harmonics Private Limited, Shatabdi Andrology. Care Hospitals, Sanatra Healthcare, TV5, Big TV, Raja Group of Constructions, Renova Hospitals.
Okay.
Yoga Diagnostics, AED, Collagen, Harmonics, Sanatra, Care Hospitals, Yoga Diagnostics,
ముందుకెళ్ళొద్దు.
ఓకే
Samin. Yes, sir.
any sponsors? New Collagen.
One 35 ఉంటుంది.
అదే
మీకు
135.
28 to 135. Sir, 1 second.
ఓకే
తీశారు కదా నీకు అన్ని అక్కిస్తే అక్కడ తీసుకోగలి ఇది ఇమీడియట్గా ఒకటి కావాలండి ఇప్పుడు ఆడొస్తుంది రాదు.
Now, vote of thanks by Dr. Harita.
Sure.
అర్జెంట్ తిరిగా నేను ఉన్న పని బేబీ ఇప్పుడైతే
Esteemed doctors, faculty, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege to stand before you to momentous occasion under the umbrella of this 18th scientific session and 4th annual awards conducted by IMA Banjara Hills chapter. Today we gather for this event that celebrates our collective achievements and showcases the relentless pursuit of excellence in the field of medicine. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, His Excellency Governor Shri Jishnu Varma, our Honorable Speaker, Shri Radha Prasad Garu, Mukesh Kumar Garu, Garrett Hogan, British High Commissioner, and dignitaries like Prasad Garu, for gracing us with your presence and for sharing your valuable insights. Your words have truly inspired us and reinforced the significance of our mission regarding anticoagulation. I would like to express my deep appreciation to our distinguished speakers whose presentations have been both enlightening and thought-provoking. Your expertise and dedication to advancing medical science are evident and deeply admired. A special thank you to our organizing scientific committee whose tireless efforts and meticulous planning have made this event a grand success. Your commitment to excellence and attention to detail have ensured that everything ran smoothly. To our sponsors and partners, we are immensely grateful for your generous support. Your contributions have played a crucial role in making this event possible, and we look forward to your continued partnership. I also want to acknowledge our volunteers and staff members whose hard work behind the scenes has been instrumental in executing this event flawlessly. Your enthusiasm and dedication are truly commendable. Lastly, but by no means the least, the hero of this session would be unregrettably Dr. Prabhu Kumar Chalagali sir and his spouse, without whom we couldn't be able to stay here. Initially I was here, sir, with fear, and now it's out of respect I will stick to this place. As we conclude, let us take us the knowledge we have gained, the connections we have made, and the inspiration to continue our work with renewed vigor. Together, we can achieve remarkable advancements in medicine and improve the lives of countless individuals and to the warriors of medicine, which are doctors, and bring acts which would help doctors and protect them from violence. Thank you all once again for being here and making this event a resounding success. Safe travels and good health to everyone. Thank you.